hadn't seen sign of these harvests yet, nor had he seen any sign of an economy. His mother's tiny radio taught him the word, but to him it would always be just a word. A pyre smoldered to his left. 3 small lumps of char lay atop a ring of rock slightly higher than high tide. The poor couldn't even muster enough fuel to burn their dead. When enough of them accumulated, the security patrols amused themselves by flaming them with gush guns. They called it nerve runner practice. Someone guarded the pyre on the other side of the rocks, and when Boggs edged closer, he could see that it was Silva. He stopped and caught his breath. Silva was a girl his own age, and the rumors said that she had killed her younger sisters and brother while they slept. No one raised a hand against her now as she tended her pitiful fire. Boggs hoped she wouldn't see him. He needed bait, but he knew he couldn't fight for it. He got down on all fours and crawled to the edge of the heap. He reached a hand up, felt around the hot rocks until he touched something that didn't feel like rock. He jerked harder, and something came off in his hand. It was hot and peeling on one side, cold on the other. He couldn't bring himself to look. He just grabbed his cane and scuttled away. Silva hadn't seen him. "I'll bring her a fish," he promised himself. "I'll catch fish for Mother and the boys, and one for Silva." The quarter-tide patrol was nowhere to be seen. "They've gone through already," he thought. "They've gone through and checked the licenses, and now they're up the beach checking for caches in the rocks." Boggs stood apart from the other fishermen. They might turn him in because he was catching fish that were rightfully theirs. They might steal his fish and beat him as they had beaten his father once. "But they'll wait until I have the fish," he thought. "That's what I'd do." He hunkered down against the jetty so that he was barely visible from the shore, tied a rock onto his line, and baited the hooks from the charred mess he clasped in his fist. "It's bait," he reminded himself. "It's just bait." He didn't have enough energy to plunk his bait out very far, so he left it on the bottom about a half-dozen meters from the rocks. It was deep there, deep enough to take most of his line. He gave a tug now and then to make sure it was free. There was enough bait for 2, possibly 3 more tries. "You got a license, boy?" The gruff voice behind him startled him, but he was too weak to move. He didn't say anything. "You're late getting out here if you got a license. You only get 1 day, can't afford to waste it." Some rocks clacked together as the man stepped down to where Boggs sat wedged into a cleft. He was skinny and sallow, with a wisp of a beard on his chin and no hair on his head. The skin on the top of his head was peeling, and sores dotted his face. "I'm an illegal too," the old man said. "Figured it was my last chance." "You?" "Same." He reached across Boggs, fingered the bait, and put it down with a grunt. "Same's me." The voice was lower than illegal. It was ashamed. Suddenly, Boggs's line went tight, then tighter, then it nearly jerked his arms out of their sockets. "You got one, boy," the old man said. In his excitement, his voice rose and his cracked lips got wet. "You sure got one, boy. I'll help." "No." Boggs wrapped the line around his wrist and levered it in about a meter. "No, it's mine." Whatever it was big and strong enough that it didn't have to surface to fight. But Boggs kept making slow progress, levering the stubs of his feet against a boulder and putting his skinny back into the pull.
And ideas reshape humanity. Create an experience where they emerge thinking, he figured he had about 2 meters to go, but he couldn't see anything for the black spots swimming across his eyes. He heard the old man grunt in surprise and scramble up the rocks behind him. And when he had nothing left to pull with, Boggs just lay there, wedged in the rock, the excess line tangled around both arms. The water broke with a rush in front of him, and whatever he had hooked lunged for him and caught him by the ankles. The grip was firm and human. It laughed. "You caught a big one, boy," it bellowed. "Can you show me your license?" Another laugh. "Are ya? Are ya?" "Security?" the voice asked, pulling him closer to the water, cutting his skinny buttocks on the rock. "You bet your ass, boy. Let's see that license." Hand over hand, the security pulled Boggs closer. Face to face, Boggs could see the breathing device dangling from his dive suit and the black hair draining over his bulging forehead. "You ain't got one, do you?" He picked Boggs up and gave him a shake. Every bone in his dried-up body rattled. Do you? No. Stealing food from people's mouths? You think you have the right to decide who'll live and who'll die? Only the director has that right. Well, fishbait, I'll show you where the big ones are. With that, the man stuck his mouthpiece between his lips, pinned the boy's arms against his chest, and fell backward with him into the sea. Boggs coughed once at the tickle of water in his nose, then choked as it exploded into his frail lungs. He saw nothing but light overhead, where it fanned out from the surface, and the bubbles from his mouth, where they joined it like a blossom to its stem. Kill, therefore, with the sword of wisdom the doubt born of ignorance that lies in your heart. Be one in self-harmony, and arise, great warrior, arise. From Zavatan Conversations with the Avatar, Queets Twisp. Elder, a silent Twisp, and muttering Mose gathered the spore dust of the two fulfilled highlighters into their bags and trudged their loads to the high reaches. Twisp had spent little time with the monks lately, but they were generally an unsuspicious lot who seemed accustomed to his comings and goings. Few of them knew of his work with the shadows, though if others knew, he was certain they still would not interfere. The carnage below would not reach them. Experience had taught him this. Twisp tossed back his mantle, tucked up his sleeves, and enjoyed his foray into the sun. For these few hours at least, he could put aside the messages and codes and other accoutrements of his secret life. Today, he might be called on to make a decision or give an order that might change Pandora forever. Until that hour, he wanted to feel Pandora's sunlight and the feminine breezes of the high reaches. He and Mo sweated in the spore dust gathering, and sweat plastered the fine blue dust to their hot skins. The soul of Avatar, bound up in the dust, leaked its way into his pores. Twist's body picked its way up the trail, oblivious to the way his mind raced the kelp ways of the past. He who controls the present controls the past, a voice in his mind told him, and he who controls the past controls the future. It was something he read in the histories, but he'd also heard it before from the invisible mouth of the kelp. Avatar controls the past, he thought. It maps the voyage of our past, our genetic past, which helps us to plot a true course for our future. He watched his feet fall, one in front of the other, without the expense of thought. They stepped over sharp stones, sidestepped a flatwing, all without interference from what most people called the mind. It was as if he were a being watching another being, but from within. Cheap entertainment, he thought. Mose hummed a tune behind him, one that Twisp did not recognize. He wondered where the young monk's mind voyaged to bring him such a tune. He had too much respect for another man's reverie to ask him. Each contact with the kelp or the spore dust had taken Twisp deeper into the details of humanity and deeper into his own past. Yes, the loss of a love was painful, and it seemed no less painful replayed. Most of these memories exhilarated him, like the one of nuzzling his mother's breast for the first time, the taste of the sweet milk, and the coo of her voice over him. In the background, the swish-swoosh, swish-swoosh of her islander heart. Twice, the kelp had taken him further than that, into the past of his ancestors, into the void from which humanity itself had sprung. Twisp acquired something more than a history lesson on these voyages. He acquired wisdom, the insight of sages, a separateness from the worldly machinations of people like Flattery. This was why the director eventually discouraged, then finally forbade the kelp ritual. Do you want your children to know your most secret thoughts, your desires, all those dreams you couldn't tell them? He would ask. This warned Twisp far more about Flattery's depth of paranoia than it did of the dangers of the kelp. Flattery successfully discouraged most Pandorans, at least the ones dependent on his settlements and his handouts. His isolation of a kelp neurotoxin made the people even more cautious. His development of an antidote became popular, since contact with the kelp was virtually unavoidable in many traditional professions. It could have been a placebo, Twisp thought. What people expect the kelp to do to their minds is pretty much what occurs. The brief Pandoran ritual of giving their dead up to the kelp had been all but abandoned. Now the dead were burned, their memories dissipated with smoke to the winds. This Flattery encouraged with his simple plea for hygiene. Decomposing bodies wash up on the beaches, he said. What little tideland we have stinks with the remains of our dead.
Twisp shook his head to clear it of flattery, of the man's grating, nasal voice and supercilious manner. This was not the voyage he wished the dust to lead him down. He sought the deeper currents of history to address the problems of flattery and hunger. Humans have enslaved humans for all time, he said to himself. A new galaxy shouldn't require a new solution. How had ancient humans broken the bonds of human-inflicted hunger? With death, a voice in his mind told him. Death freed the afflicted, or death freed them from the afflictor. Twisp wanted Pandorans to be better than that. Flattery's way was starvation, assassination, pitting cousin against cousin. The footprints Twisp sought in the dust must lead away from flattery, not after him. What good does it do for me to become him? We trade a long-armed murderer for a tall one. By the time he and Mose lay their burdens down before the monks of the Highlighter clan, Twisp felt no need for the ritual. He already swam the heady seas of kelp memories. His mind waged a reluctant struggle against the babbling current. His people around him babbled as they prepared the dust. Twisp made his mouth beg his leave, and he perched atop his favorite outcrop alone. Behind him, other elders walked a line of kneeling Zavatans and spooned little heaps of blue dust onto outstretched tongues. They proceeded with water drums and chants, songs from Earth, from ship, from their centuries of voyaging across Pandora and her seas. This was where communicants met the dead, here in the aftermath of the blue dust. They traveled backward in time, raveling up memories that had been long forgotten. Some witnessed their parents' lives or their grandparents'. A few, one or two, branched off into the greater memory of humanity itself, and these were the ones consulted for movement toward a rightness of being. Twisp let the syncopated water drum lull him back to that first day he had felt the effects of the new kelp. 25 years ago he first touched land, a prisoner of Jailar Gallo. That was the day he and a few friends defeated Gallo's vicious guerrilla movement and ended a civil war.
And ideas reshape humanity. Create an experience where they emerge thinking it was the day the hive tanks splashed down from orbit and brought them flattery. It all happened atop a peak that the Pandorans now called Mount Avada in honor of the kelp's role in their salvation. He had waited there for what he had expected to be his death at the hands of Gallo, the merman guerrilla leader. The kelp brought him a vision then of a bearded carpenter named Noah. Noah was blind and mistook Twisp for his grandson Abimael. He fed the hungry Twisp a sweet cake, and down all the years since then, Twisp had remembered the fine taste of that sticky sweet cake. Go to the records and look up the histories, Noah told him. Twisp had done just that, and it left him in awe of Noah, the kelp, and that sunny day on the mount. This new ark of ours is out on dry land once and for all, Noah told him. We're going to leave the sea. Twisp had avoided the kelp since then, thinking only that he needed to let the affairs of Pandora go to the Pandorans, and the affairs of Twisp to Twisp. Then the director insinuated himself into the lives of the people. Their lives became Twisp's life, their pain his pain. Twisp had studied well, read widely in the histories, and, like any islander, he brought the hungry into his home. That home grew as the hunger grew into 2 homes, 3 homes, a settlement. Differences with the director drove them to their perch in the high reaches and to secretly make fertile the rocky plains up coast, away from Flattery's henchmen. Now, in the grip of the spore dust, Twisp saw the intricacy of what he'd wrought and the strength. A small voice came to him as the dust was distributed to others. It was a voice of the world of Noah, one that he had never expected to hear, even within his own mind. Fight hunger with food, it told him. Fight darkness with light, illusion with illumination. It was a tiny voice, nearly a whisper. Abimael, he said, you are here at last. How did you find me? The scent of the sweet cake, Abimael said, and the strong call of a good heart. Twisp swept past Abimael in the headlong tumble down the kelpways of his mind. He was out of the fronds now, out of the peripheral vines and into the main stem of kelp. This highlighter must have come from a grandfather stand, he thought. It is a wonder that they still escape Flattery's shears. It is not wonder, elder, but illusion. The voice that Twist heard was not from inside. He turned slowly, remembering the young Mose. It was then that he noticed Mose's hand on his arm. "You travel this vine too, my cousin?" "I do." At no time did Mose move his lips. His pupils dilated and constricted wildly, and Twisp knew that his own did likewise. He'd looked into a mirror once after taking the dust and fallen into places he'd rather not remember. "I remember them," Mose began. Twisp interrupted him, concentrating only on what Mose said of illusion. This interruption, too, was spoken without lips. "You said illusion," Twisp reminded him. "What has the kelp shown you of illusion?" "It is a language this highlighter spoke when it grew on the vine," Mose said. "It learned to cast illusion like a hologram. Elder, if you follow the vine of this thought to its root, you will know the power of illusion." Suddenly, Twisp's mind cartwheeled deeper into itself. "No," he thought, "not deeper into my mind, deeper into Avatos." "Yes, this way," a soft voice coaxed. Twisp looked back on his body as though from a great height, incurious about the shell of himself, then he turned onward into the void. "What is illusion? What is real?" he asked. "What is a map?" the voice replied. "Is it illusion or is it real?" "Both," he thought. "It is both, real, something that can be held and felt, and illusion, or symbol, or representation. The map is not the territory. You, fisherman, if you want to build a boat, what do you do first?" "Draw a plan," he thought. "And the plan is not the boat, but it is real. It is a real plan. What do you do next?" Visions of all the boats he had built, or fished on, or coveted, floated through his mind. Next, he tried to concentrate, tried to remember where it was that Avatos was leading him. "Don't think about that," the voice chided. "After the plan, what next?" "Build a model," he thought. "It too is not the boat. It is a model. It is illusion, it is symbol, and it is real. If you would get a man to live a certain way, how might you do that? Give him a model of behavior? Perhaps. Map out his life? Perhaps." A moment of silence, and Twisp detected the distinct pulse of the sea in the pause. The voice went on. "But a map, a model, these have a basic limitation. What is this limitation?" Twisp felt his mind bursting at its seams. Avatos was force-feeding him something important, if he could only grasp. Size. Whether it came to him intuitively, or whether the kelp provided him with the answer, the effect was the same. It's size. You can never know truly from a model how it will feel because you can't live in it, you can't try it on for size. He felt an immense sigh inside himself. "Exactly, friend Twisp. But if you could make the illusion life-size, the lesson too would be life-size, would it not?" Suddenly he was thrust back in his spore dust memory, and saw the old Pandora through the eyes of one of his bloodied ancestors fighting the Clone Wars. He saw the immensity of Ship blacken out the sky, and heard that final message ring in his mind. "Surprise me, Holy Void." Ship's voice was not the electronic monotone he'd expected. Its voice was relieved, even gleeful, as it made its farewell pass across both suns and disappeared without a sound. It sounded much like the voice he'd been hearing inside his own head. "Ship unburdened itself of us when it headed out for the Holy Void," Twisp whispered to himself. "To live to our fullest potential, we have to learn how to unburden ourselves of ourselves." One more thing nagged at the back of his mind. He didn't know whether he said it aloud or not, but he knew that Mose at least heard him out. "We have to learn to cast illusion like a spell," Twisp heard himself say. "To capture an enemy without inflicting harm will take a carefully spun illusion." Somewhere in his mind, he thought he detected a grunt of approval. "We Islanders understand current and flow. We understand that conditions and times change. To change, then, is normal." Ward Keel, The Apocryphal Notebooks. Newsbreak should air within the hour, but Beatrice knew that this team would not make their deadline. They were having some kind of transmission problem that they refused to share with her, but she saw the results on her screens. Whenever their tape was ready for its burst groundside, a review showed that it had been tampered with. Someone seemed to be editing the editors. It was just as well. Leon told her that the short clip she prepared on the OMC would not be transmitted groundside for approval anyway. She recalled an incident several years ago, when current control was still undersea in a merman compound.
They were taping one of Flattery's spiritual hours, a propagandistic little chat with the people of Pandora. All went well until transmission time. The kelp interfered. That was the only answer at the time, and an unpopular one. The kelp jammed broadcasts, made deletions on tapes. The hair on her neck prickled at the thought. She remembered how, finally, it edited tapes and changed the chronology of broadcasts, flipped images and voiceover around to make Flattery look like a fool and make the broadcast adhere more closely to the truth. Mac and I wired a lot of kelp fiber into this system, she thought. Any delay suited Beatrice just fine. She needed more time to figure out how to say on the air what wasn't in the script without getting herself and others killed. They would only trust her with a token appearance. She would have to make the most of it when the time came. Most Pandorans, even the poor, listened in on radio. She wanted to reach them all.
And ideas reshape humanity. Create an experience where they emerge thinking, she hoped it wasn't just hysteria that told her the kelp was on her side. If there's a coup in progress, who's at the bottom of it, she wondered. She ticked off the likely suspects. Any of several board members of Merman Mercantile, the Shadows, displaced islanders, Brood probably acting for someone else from Vashan's security forces, or maybe the Zavitans, she thought, though she knew it was not their drift. Their response to political trouble was to dig in deeper, to flee further into the high reaches or the formidable up-coast regions. Brood's an opportunist, she thought. The killings at the launch site were a mistake, and he's trying to make the best of it. If there is an organized coup, he'll wait and throw in with whoever seems to be winning. Beatrice realized that Flattery had no friends and damned few allies. Everyone had good reason for hating him. He had come to Pandora sporting his savior's cap when the very planet had turned on them, and then he turned on them. I am your chaplain psychiatrist, he'd told them. I can restructure your world, and I can save you all. Your children deserve better than this. Why did everyone believe him? Her years at Holovision gave her the answer. He was on the air daily, either in person or via his motivational series, a collection of tapes that she had not seen as propagandistic until now. She had even helped produce several, including her recent upbeat series on the Voidship. Everyone believed him because Flattery kept them too busy to do otherwise. Flattery had become the most formidable demon in a world of demons, only he was human. Worse yet, he was pure human, without any of the kelp genes and other genetic tinkerings that Pandorans had to endure. Beatrice knew this now. He did it with their help, with her help. Though trapped, she felt an exhilaration at the notion that Brood's men couldn't shoot a clear signal groundside. They might need her yet. If I do this show as written, I'll be helping him again. She realized what it was she was helping Flattery to do. She wasn't helping him rescuing a world in geological and social flux. She wasn't helping him resettle the homeless islanders whose organic cities broke up on the rocks of the new continents, or rescue mermen whose undersea settlements had broken like crackers at the recent buckling of the ocean floor. I'm helping him escape, she thought. He's not building this tin egg to explore the nearby stars. It's his personal lifeboat. She cursed under her breath and fisted the console in front of her, but gently, gently. She might need it later. The reflection that bounced back from her screen was of a woman she didn't recognize. The hair color was black, cropped and shaggy like her own, but the haunted brown eyes of her reflection stared out of bloodshot sclera, surrounded by two dark hollows that frightened her. Her nose was red, and her complexion pasty for one so dark. Out of reflex, she reached for a comm line to call Nefertiti to makeup, then stopped. Nefertiti would never brush her hair again, never again whisper in her ear at the countdown, "You're gorgeous, Bee, knock 'em out." She fisted the console again in despair. Leon glanced her way, but busied himself trying to iron out the glitch with transmissions to the groundside studio. He and his men were unfamiliar with the zero-G of the orbiter's axis, and every small task that required movement seemed to anger them more. Beatrice knew her performance as written would be helping Brood too, and this was more than she could bear.
He was overseeing the delivery of the OMC to its crypt aboard the Voidship and mercifully out of her sight. If Leon didn't get past the jamming influence on their burst channel, Brood would be back, and he would be mad. She didn't relish the thought of Brood in a tantrum. Dwarf Macintosh was a normal human, a blue-eyed clone from Hibe, and Beatrice was a near-normal Islander. Mutations had leveled off over the past few generations, and most Islanders, though shorter and darker, appeared as normal as Macintosh and Flattery. Appearances, among Pandorans, had dictated their lives from the start. Flattery's not normal, she thought. His mind is a mutation, an abomination. Humans should not trample their own kind. She knew the history of slavery Earthside, and members of her own family lived with the aftermath of the genetic slavery of Jesus Lewis. Today she had awakened at last to Ben's accusations that Flattery had enslaved Pandora, mermen and islanders alike, and his grip only got tighter while the people got hungrier. The past 25 years had been a cumulative string of disasters planet-wide. The sea bottom had fractured along a kelp root line to form the first strip of land. More such fractures followed, always along the gigantic roots of kelp beds. The consequent upheavals destroyed dozens of merman settlements down under and caused the sinking or deliberate grounding of most of the floating organic cities of the islanders, her own among them. Refugees swarmed to the primitive coastal settlements by the thousands, forced to learn to survive again on land after nearly 3 centuries on or under the sea. Flattery had not eased their burden, only added to it. "This whole planet's trying to kill us," Mac had told her the first time they talked. "We don't need to give it a hand." But Mac took no action against Flattery. He put all of his waking hours and a good number of his dreaming hours into perfecting the orbiter station as a jump-off point to the stars. He did this while directing current control and becoming the world's expert on its most mysterious resident, the kelp. He worked backward to define his priorities. "We need current control," he said. "The kelp is fascinating, but reality dictates that we get supplies through it or people die. Controlling the kelp makes this project easier. It makes settlement life easier. It guarantees results." That was when he invented the Gridmaster, which bypassed the undersea multi-building complex of the merman's current control and allowed the major grid system to be operated from orbit. The merman complex undersea had sustained heavy damage, but it still carried the hardware and installed new grids. With the Gridmaster in operation, one person could handle all of the kelpways in the richest of Pandora's hemispheres. Beatrice had stood at Mac's side 2 years ago as his special guest the day the Gridmaster went online. Though officially a Holovision correspondent for the event, Beatrice liked to believe that there had been more to Mac's invitation than the business at hand. The spark of his blue eyes lit unmistakably in her presence, and they had enjoyed long talks floating through the axis of orbiter nights and reclining in the webworks. What had begun as the opportunistic brush of hands against hands became a full-fledged love affair. "I hope we get another chance," she thought, and sighed to head off tears. A red flash above the hatchway startled her, then flashed again. It was the studio equivalent of a doorbell that alerted each console throughout the room. It was customary to lock the studio when taping a show. Someone wants in. Whoever was out there was not one of Brood's men. She knew this because of the fear that bloomed in pale petals across Leon's face. "It's Mac," she thought. "It's gotta be." "Don't move," Leon ordered. He unsnapped his harness and pointed a commanding finger at her. "I'll handle this. Your text will be on screen in a few blinks, standard cues. I'm remote director, and you will follow my lead most carefully." He handed himself to the hatch, plugged in his headset, and pressed the intercom key. "We're taping," he announced. "No admittance except for studio personnel." Beatrice held her breath. Though they did seal off for tapings and live broadcast, Holovision had always encouraged an audience.
And ideas reshape humanity. Create an experience where they emerge thinking. Many workers aboard the orbiter enjoyed spending their free time watching her crew at work, and they had never been prohibited before. It's Spud Soleus. The high voice crackled her own headset in its characteristic way, forcing a smile to her lips. Current control, we have an emergency situation over there. Dr. McIntosh needs to talk with Beatrice Tatouche right away. She felt a rush in her chest and color rising in her cheeks. Her palms continued to sweat. She's going on the air live. Tell Dr. McIntosh it'll have to wait. It can't wait. Our burst line has failed and a chunk of grid's down. We have orders, Leon said. His voice sounded hesitant. Maybe after the show. Dr. McIntosh is Orbiter Command, Soleus said. He has direct orders from Flattery to open that grid now. We need your burst line for a transmission. We need Beatrice Tatouche for advice. I'm reminding you that all power relays switch through current control, and we can shut you down. Wait a blink, Leon said, his voice calming. I'll see what we can do. He switched off the intercom and pressed his forehead against the bulkhead. Shit, he said, and bumped his forehead against the plasteel. His headset kept him from cartwheeling backward across the studio. Shit. Good for Spud, Beatrice thought. He'd lied to Leon about the circuitry. Some, but not all, was routed through current control. She and McIntosh had set up the studio, and no one knew it better. But Leon didn't know that. Besides, he had enough problems. And Leon didn't dare move without orders from Brood. He couldn't alert Brood without alerting the entire orbiter. Beatrice's heart tripped hard against her ribs, and she blotted her damp palms against the thighs of her jumpsuit. In spite of the danger, she enjoyed Leon's dilemma. Anything to make them squirm, she thought. Leon tripped the intercom switch again. No one's coming in here until after. We can transmit on your burst line with our own frequency, Spud said. We don't even need to get in your way. Dr. McIntosh is in charge here, and he said. Leon slapped the switch off, unplugged his headset, and thrust himself back toward his editing cubby. He crashed out of control into the other two techs. They disentangled limbs and cables, then hovered over each of his shoulders and whispered together heatedly. Beatrice slipped the 2 meters to the hatch and plugged in her headset. She switched the intercom back on and left the set to float beside the hatch only a couple of meters away. They didn't see her, and the move took fewer than 4 seconds by the big chronometer. Back at her console, Beatrice opened her comm line and punched out Mac's number. The telltale light would flash on consoles in each of the editing cubbies, this she knew. As she expected, it brought Leon to her nose-to-nose in a red-faced fury. I told you not to try anything, Leon snapped. He was no longer the meek video tech at an editing console. Now he was ranking officer of a security assault squad that was in a tight spot. I'd slap the shit out of you if we didn't need your pretty face. We do have a backup plan, sister. Try that again and you'll get your own ride out the shuttle airlock, understand? Beatrice had to hide a smile for the first time all day. He'd yelled at her something that would have gone unheard elsewhere in the orbiter if she hadn't opened the intercom first, if she hadn't plugged in the headset just a step from where Leon stood. It did not take the best of her screen abilities to feign the terror that she'd already felt many times since waking this day. I'll do what you say, she said, as loud as she dared. I don't want to die like the others. I'll do what you say. Leon pushed back to his companions, but before he reached them, the general alarm sounded with 4 long bursts from a klaxon overhead. Though startled by the noise, Beatrice was overjoyed. She recognized the signal from exercises in the past. Those 4 blasts meant fire, total involvement, current control sector. That sector included the Holovision studio. While Leon and the other 2 flurried around the studio, asking each other what the hell's going on, Beatrice whispered to herself, Spud, I love you. Power, like any other living being, will go to infinite lengths to maintain itself. Ward Keel, The Apocryphal Notebooks. The first thing Rico saw when he stepped through the hatchway into the galley was the still, open-eyed form of Crista Galli lying in her harness beside the Plaz. Her pupils pulsed with a green brightness that Rico had never noticed before. And somehow he knew that whatever she saw now was not of this world. His first impulse was to run, to lock the hatch behind him, but he checked it. Ben sprawled on the deck beside her, one hand clutching her ankle and his legs quivering like a child's in a nightmare. To Rico, the whole scene was a nightmare. Ben, he called from the hatchway, but Ben didn't answer.
He rushed to his best friend's side and saw that Ben's eyes too were open. Both of them were breathing, though Crista Galli's head was bent slightly forward and he heard a gurgle with each passage of air. Rico heeded operations warnings and didn't touch either one of them. "Shit," he snapped, and fumbled in his left breast pocket for a slap shot. It was a red, tiny ampule about the size of the end of his little finger. 2 needles jutted from one end, covered by a plastic case. He flipped the cover across the galley, careful to hold the prongs away from his own body. "Damn it, Ben, operations said this toxin might be triggered if she got wet." This shot was titrated for his own body weight, the one he'd most hoped never to use. In one swift jab, he stuck it into Ben's thigh. "Don't stop breathing, man," Rico begged. "Just don't stop breathing." He turned to Crista Galli, trying to control the sudden flash of anger burning in his chest. He knew it was more frustration than hate, but his body didn't know the difference. If she killed him, the better part of his reason wouldn't let him finish the thought. A strangled moan surged from Crista's throat, an otherworldly moan that put the hair up on the back of Rico's neck. "Crista, can you hear me?" Rico saw that she had some ability to move. She turned her hands palm upward in a gesture of helplessness, and her lips kept trying to form the words that wouldn't come. "Flattery." The word was barely intelligible. She still looked straight ahead, and in a dreamlike slow motion finished her effort with, "Drugs." "Flattery gave you drugs?" She blinked her eyes once, slowly. "He gave you drugs to make you toxic? It's not the kelp?" Again, the slow blink and a nearly imperceptible nod. The flying fish took another lurch that sprawled Rico across the deck. He grabbed for a handhold and pressed himself against the bulkhead as the foil rolled onto its side, then righted. The foil's metal skin shrieked as something twisted it to its limits, then backed off. "The kelp's pulling us apart," he thought. "It knows she's in here." Crista was strapped in just as Ben must have left her, soaking wet, her disguise discarded. Rico made a jump for the seat next to her and strapped in just as the foil righted again and all was quiet. It was as though the kelp had one last spasm run through it before it could relax. He checked Ben over as best he could without touching him. He was breathing easily, and his color was good. There was some movement of his right hand toward Crista, and Rico thought this was a good sign. He gingerly opened Ben's left breast pocket and brought out the other slap shot for Crista. Her eyelids did a fast flutter dance that seemed voluntary, and her left hand raised just a tiny bit at the fingertips, as though to push him away. Rico hesitated with the shot, and the fluttering stopped. What if it's the tingle, he asked himself. Operations had warned him that the antidote itself might be fatal if administered needlessly to one of them.
And ideas reshape humanity. Create an experience where they emerge thinking, maybe it would be fatal if given to her at all. If flattery's been giving her something, maybe her body's different, he thought. Maybe the antidote would kill her. It was tempting to go ahead anyway, after what she'd done to his partner. No one would know, not even Ben. He readied himself to deliver it, and her eyes went into their flutter again, and her fingers made those pushing movements. But flattery would like that, he thought. There's nothing more that he would like than being able to tell the world that Her Holiness Crista Galli died in the hands of the shadows. The whole fiction began to unreel in his mind, clearly illumined all of a sudden against the backdrop of light that began to fill the galley's plaza. "Of course," he said to her, "it makes sense. He made you toxic so that no one would go near you. Then he went public and blamed this on your relationship with the kelp, am I right?" Again, the barely perceptible nod and the slow blink. She seemed relieved, more relaxed, and he didn't think it was the toxin working. A sudden burst of light filled the galley, and the foil began to lurch rhythmically. They were on the surface, and Elvira would be going out there to clear the intakes. At each lurch, a tiny cry escaped Crista's throat, and tears streaked her cheeks. For the first time, he felt as though he wanted to comfort her. He was just beginning to imagine how much flattery had used her, how terrible and secret her life in the preserve must have been. She was a curiosity, a prisoner, he thought, And he made a monster. Did this ever happen to you before flattery gave you drugs? Her eyes flicked side to side. I think that he thought that your toxin would kill us. Then he would get you back and be a hero, warning the world again about how dangerous you are. And if I gave you this shot, he placed the unopened ampule carefully into his pocket, then you would die, and he would tell the world how we killed you. That would turn the world against us for sure. She blinked a yes, and Rico heard a moan from Ben. The intercom charged again. Then Elvira asked, "Rico, everybody okay?" Ben's mouth struggled to speak, then he gave up and managed a slight nod. Crista, too, nodded and squeezed out a slow, yes. "Slapshot time," Rico said to the intercom. "They're not great, but improving. I'm all you've got right now. You going out for a little swim?" "Thought I would. Best watch the helm." "On my way," he said. He reassured himself that both Crista and Ben were safe, and that neither of them could be hurt where they lay. "I'll leave the intercom charged," he told them. "Talk to me once in a while, even if it's a grunt, okay? I'll be back when Elvira's finished out there." Crista raised her fingertips again and wrenched out a couple of words. "Kelp. Happy." "The kelp is happy?" He threw his hands in the air and spoke with undisguised sarcasm. "Then I'm happy. How the hell do you know?" She turned her palm up like a shrug. "Free. Dumb," she said, and repeated the word more slowly. "Free. Dumb." A glance out the plaz showed him what appeared to be an infinite expanse of kelp lazing in the last of both afternoon suns. Alki, the small, distant sun, had begun a slow pulse almost a year ago, and it was pulsing now. A very large, very black cloud was closing from seaward toward them. An occasional kelp frond rose slowly, then fell back with a slap and a splash. Like a wat in a bathtub, he thought. He had never seen the kelp play like this before. "I hope you're right," he said. "I truly hope you're right. It will make life so much easier for us, and so much harder for Flattery's people." He resisted the temptation to pat her shoulder and Ben's. "We're going to get you out of this, buddy," he said to Ben. He kept talking, more to himself than to Ben, as he hurried out the hatchway to the helm. He spoke to Ben over the intercom as he reviewed his instruments, as much for his own comfort. "I hate to say it," Rico said, "but I think current control saved our butts. The kelp got us down here, wherever here is, and then started tearing at the cabin with those huge vines. Current control must have been trying to get the original channel back, because the kelp was obviously fighting some kind of impulse. Either they blew a fuse, or they gave the kelp its head completely. Whatever, it was the right thing to do." He resumed his instrument checkout. "That electrical pulse through the kelp must have screwed up our navcom system," Rico said. "Most everything else looks okay. I closed off cooling outlets to the galley to head off that leak, just in case it's ready to pop someplace else. You two might get a little warm there between the engines. Once we're airborne, I'll figure a way to get you both up here." He finished the checkout and realized that they wouldn't be getting airborne after all. Not unless Elvira could remanufacture the hydraulics that withdrew their hydrofoils and extended airfoils. Ben doesn't need to know that now, he thought. For that matter, neither do I. "Speak to me, buddy. Anything." "Rico, okay." It came out loud and clear, though painfully slow, but it was enough to put a smile on Rico's face. He felt Elvira tugging kelp out of the inlets and tried the navcom again. It was dead, not even a burst of static from the speakers. "Squall's coming in," he told Ben. "Things might get rough again pretty soon." He didn't want to tell Ben that they were going to get really rough now that they couldn't get above the storm. Without the navcom and with the kelp glutting up the ocean as far as the eye could see, Rico himself didn't want to think about how rough it was going to get. Anyone who threatens the mind or its symbolizing endangers the matrix of humanity itself. Ward Keel, The Apocryphal Notebooks. Ben had heard the boat's ballast blow as he stroked Crista's hair and cheek under the fine spray of the pinpoint galley leak. He remembered the taste of salt when his lips brushed her hair.
Because of the taste of salt from the interior bulkhead, he knew it was a cooling pipe leak, recycled seawater, nothing to worry about now that they were headed topside. He remembered that he and Crista had been talking, laughing, when suddenly his upper body began to tingle. His neck wouldn't move his head where it wanted to go. He tried to cry out, but his mouth and throat wouldn't work. Crista slumped against her harness, limp, her eyes wide with fear, and her green irises darkening, nearly to blue. Oh no, he remembered thinking. Oh no, they were right. In lurching, spastic movements, he lunged against Crista, sprawling across her legs. She had let out a little cry of surprise, but didn't resist. Ben saw that she couldn't. Whatever was happening to him was also happening to her. He had the advantage of more body mass, more muscle, so it was taking his body longer to shut down. He grabbed for Crista's harness to pull himself up, but his hands turned to two heavy rocks at the ends of his arms. Within a blink, he collapsed against her. He was able to see and breathe, but trying to move only produced uncontrollable spasms. He slid down the couch to the deck, into a position that didn't allow him to watch Crista. One of his hands remained on her ankle, and he felt her body spasm and relax, much like his own. The antidote was in his pocket, and he couldn't make his body work well enough to dig it out. Rico will think I'm a fool, he thought. Now that they'd lost their navcom, they couldn't function undersea, and they'd be bobbing squawks on the surface. Rico would have his hands full enough without this mess. Elvira's got a few tricks, he thought. Ben felt the tingle rush like a hot blush down his back, out his shoulders and thighs. He tried to control his muscles again, but couldn't. He was a helpless, quivering heap on the deck. He remembered feeling more betrayed than careless. Then he started traveling the convolutions of Crista's mind.
And ideas reshape humanity. Create an experience where they emerge thinking, Rico, the galley around them, the rest of the real universe played through a dark curtain that backdropped Crista's thoughts and memories. These images from her life unreeled in his brain. Ben, Rico said, his small voice rising to Ben from a great depth. He said more, but Ben heard only the snap of the antidote against his single suit. He felt nothing but the tingle throughout his body, but he was fully aware of Rico stretching him out on the deck. Time rippled like a dark fabric strung between himself and Rico. The white and stainless steel of the galley blended into a great glowing halo of yellow panel that washed out everything behind the curtain of his mind. Ben understood much now. A near infinity of human memories slept in Crista Galli's head. Now many of them buzzed in his own, like solvent to solute, a wet solution filling up a dry. He felt the dry blossom of his mind unfold as it drank, petal by intricate petal, and behind it, the shadow that was Rico Lapush rippled back and forth. Though he could see and hear, Ben felt a detachment from his body that was more curiosity to him than fear. He remembered the special show he'd done with Beatrice about people who returned from near death, what they'd reported about this same detached feeling, this same comforting warmth that replaced all sensation in his skin except that tingle. They said they'd viewed their bodies from certain vantage points in the room, watched the medics resuscitate them, remembered whole conversations that took place even when they showed no heartbeat on the monitor. They described watching the vital signs monitor with the same detached feeling that Ben had when he slumped to the deck. His view, however, was distinctly from someone else's body, someone else's mind. This was a Watt's mind, down under, looking upward toward the sun from the middle depths of a kelp lagoon. His range of vision was limited to straight ahead. It was slightly blurry, and a light halo surrounded the rim above. Way up there, backlit by the glowing suns, he saw Rico's busy shadow. The lagoon was full of swimmers, those legendary guild humans undulating in and out of channels above her. This was Crista as a child. This was Ben as Crista as a child. He sensed that Rico was very worried, and he wanted to tell him, "It's okay, I'm here," but nothing would come out. One swimmer in particular attended her, an older female. Ben had never seen a swimmer.
He'd imagined them as grotesque, slimy creatures with wide mouths and stupid eyes and rudimentary rat-like tails. The female who attended Crista now was about his own age. Her red fan of gill fluttered furiously at her shoulders as she fed the girl slices of raw fish. Crista dangled from the kelp, and the swimmer female came up to her from the deeps. She did not, or would not, speak. From somewhere behind the halo, very far above Ben's upturned face, Rico's voice echoed, "I'm going to settle you here and keep you warm." Ben felt the lagoon receding, and Rico's voice with it. "Crista is still breathing," Rico said. "I don't know whether you can hear me or not, Ben, but we'll get you out of here. You'll be okay. The goddamned girl is okay. We're almost topside. We'll get you someplace." Rico's voice was tinged with hysteria, and he sounded close to tears. "We'll get you someplace, buddy. You just hang on." A squeeze at his shoulder, then Rico was gone. Ben found he could leave the womb-like kelp, and if he imagined walking a corridor toward himself, he became more aware of the galley, the foil around him. He felt he could walk a gossamer bridge between Crista's mind and his own. A sudden dazzle of light in the galley and a change in the pitch of the foil told Ben that they had surfaced. Ben wondered whether he would die this way, fully conscious, feeling that last exhalation and unable to suck in air. He remembered the time that he and Rico almost drowned when Gueme's island was sabotaged and sunk. He had nearly panicked then, but he felt no such panic now, simply a numb obedience to his fate. He found himself wondering about things that should terrify him. Would the neurotoxin, whatever it was, paralyze his breathing muscles, his heart muscle? He wished that Rico had propped him up a little to make it easier. Though already the tingle had stopped. The slap shot works, he thought. He wanted to cross that gossamer bridge to Crista again, but he felt himself moving farther away from the bridge and back into the foil. The deck under him was uncomfortable, and he found that he could squirm a little to change position. He was definitely improving. He'd been dimly aware of a voice coming in over the intercom. It was Rico's voice, and it came in again, sounding worried. "Speak to me, buddy. Anything." Ben tried his throat again. It was dry and didn't want to work quite right, but he managed to squeeze out, "Rico, okay." He heard Crista breathing, but she still hadn't stirred. "I wonder what happens to her." "Squall's coming in," Rico announced. "Things might get rough again pretty soon." Ben wanted to laugh, tried to come back at Rico with, "Rough? What do you call this?" But it all came out a garble. The new ruler must inevitably distress those over whom he establishes his rule. So it happens that he makes enemies of all those whom he has injured in occupying the new principality. And yet he cannot keep the friendship of those who have set him up. Machiavelli, the prince. Flattery spurned the safety of his quarters for a brazen tour in the sunshine topside. Nevi and Zentz were on their mission and out of his way. The ragtag rebellion was failing under his security force, and he knew that whoever had Crista Galli had a big handful of trouble. He smiled widely to himself and turned his face to the sky. He loved the sky, the weather, how different from the controlled susurrations of moonbase air. It was nearly time for the afternoon rain. Like the few other survivors of hibernation who had been reared in the sterility of moonbase, Flattery had a feeling for weather. He chose a parapet that looked down coast, across the preserve, and into the wretched village that spilled from his gate. A boil of black smoke fanned inland with the upcoming wind. Flattery wore his brightest red lounging jacket so that the vermin could see he was very much alive, still very much the director. So close to the borders of battle now, they would see the metal they tested. The presence of two suns unnerved him, even after these many years. Information from his kelp studies, from his geologists, proved that they were ripping the planet's crust like so much flatbread. The worst was yet to come, and he didn't intend to wait around for it. Ventana, one of his messengers, approached the walkway below him. "Reports on the Kelpway disruption, sir." She waved a messenger. He signaled one of the guards, who inspected the device and then brought it to him. Flattery pulled his white hat farther down to shade his forehead. The wide-brimmed style was Islander, for political effect. It was a white hat because Flattery believed that white placed him on the side of truth and justice at a glance. He did not retrieve the reports immediately. He knew what was inside, nothing. And by this time, the afternoon cloud cover obscured an orbiter view of the number 8 sector. His passion for weather did not include the sun's ravages of his uncooperative skin. 2 pink blotches peeled on his forehead, and Flattery tried not to scratch them. His personal physician had removed 2 such spots only a month ago, and now this. The people have to see me, he thought. There is no substitute for the proper exposure. His 3 most trusted bodyguards accompanied him at a distance, their Pandoran instincts keeping them ever on the move. His vantage point was a bluff overlooking the compound, the village, and the bay. To his back were the only higher points for many clicks, the high reaches, home of the worthless Zavatans.
And ideas reshape humanity. Create an experience where they emerge thinking, a lot of these Zavatans, like the peasantry, believed in ship and the eventual return of this ship as some sort of mechanical messiah. The thought made him laugh, and his guards looked at him curiously. "Stand down, gentlemen," he told them. "As you can see, there's nothing down there that can reach us." Begging the director's pardon, one of the guards, Amok, spoke up. "It's my job to never stand down." Flattery nodded his approval. "This one bears watching." "Very good," he said. "I appreciate your dedication." Amok, a merman from good stock, didn't swell with the praise. He was already back to scanning the area for movement. "Nothing up here but Zavatans," Flattery said. "Are you sure they're nothing, sir?" Amok replied. This was the first time his guard had offered a comment in his 10-month tour of service at Flattery's side. Flattery merely grunted a response. He had his suspicions about these Zavatans, always the same number of them appearing about, but seldom the same faces. Flattery was no fool. He was, after all, a chaplain psychiatrist and had done impeccable study in the history of oppressed religions. He was uncomfortable with a nearby population that was potentially hostile, whose numbers seemed impossible to determine, and whose general fitness appeared far better than that of most of his security. They actually run up these cliffs, he mused. Why? It was here, on the bare overlook above the preserve, that he reviewed the latest messages regarding the holovision foil and the curious rebellion of the largest stand of kelp in the region. "So, Marta, do you really believe that they've turned back?" he asked. His communications officer, a little plump for her regulation blue jumpsuit, managed a quick chew at her lip before responding. Flattery had betted her once, and recalled that her touch was far more satisfying than her looks. She'd been a slender young thing then, 4, maybe 5 years ago. She had started as a bodyguard, but showed a facility with electronics that impressed his engineers. When she requested a transfer, he had granted it. It was just as well. The move headed off the rumors and the inevitable discomfort of extracting himself from a sticky personal situation. I don't know," she said. "The device that I placed personally on their foil is working perfectly, and its course is consistent with a return to this—" "Bah," Flattery blurted. "They're not stupid. I insisted that you place the device on or inside her person, and you took it upon yourself to place it elsewhere. A current control outpost has already confirmed the device to be aboard a crippled subtrain dragging a few thousand kilos of dead fish." Flattery enjoyed the stunned look that flattened her face. She looked small and pale now. "I was afraid," she said. "I was afraid to touch her." Marta hung her head as though expecting a blade. The merciless suns here on the bluff widened the sweat forming under her armpits. It was that heavy, sticky time on the coast just before the rain squalls hit. He didn't have to sniff to smell the rain. Flattery remembered that time with her. It had been afternoon, and their skin poured sweat. Tiny black hairs from his chest had stuck to her small white breasts. She hadn't been so afraid of him then, just a little bit in awe, which made things easier. "Damn it," he muttered to himself, bitten by the fiction again. He drew himself up to his full height, nearly 2 heads taller than Marta. "Didn't I assure you that it was safe?" This he delivered in his most consoling voice. She nodded, but still did not lift her head. Flattery was very pleased with himself. If this woman, who knew him so well, was afraid of Crista, of what her touch might do, then these strangers must be terrified. Thanks to his foresight in the beginning, and her daily medications, Crista should be withdrawing violently by now, exhibiting the very symptoms attributed to her touch. Perhaps by now she'd be catatonic, something else he'd engineered to see that she was brought back to him. The neurotoxin would be oozing from her every pore by now, and the fiction he had laid down so carefully for so long would become true.
Everyone, particularly the enemy, would see it with their own eyes. Only he, the director, could save her. Those shadows would soon find themselves in the presence of a monster that they could not afford to keep. The wonders of chemistry, he thought, and smiled. Aloud, he reassured Marta. I understand your fear, he said. The important thing is that we were not fooled by their amateurish attempt at deception. What do you have to report on damage here? Both of them flinched at the simultaneous crackle of two lasguns, and Flattery turned to see that his guards had cooked a pair of hooded dashers, closing from the direction of the high reaches. I wonder. He didn't finish the rest aloud. What he wondered was whether or not the Zavatans were training dashers. I want studies on dasher sightings coordinated with known Zavatan positions, he said. Marta nodded and unholstered the electronic link at her side. The movement drew a subtle shift in Amok's position. Marta didn't notice that his lasgun muzzle had focused on her head before the link cleared daylight. She clicked out her coded entry in her usual unhurried manner. Flattery knew something of the Zavatans and their history, but not nearly as much as he'd like. They were patient, organized, and they scavenged everything. If rumor was correct, they grew illicit crops in the upcoast regions and distributed them among refugees. Flattery resented this because it seriously weakened his bargaining position with the masses. He did not have the manpower to police thousands of square kilometers of rugged countryside and Project Voidship at the same time. Project Voidship was infinitely more important. He saluted approval as one of the men went over the wall to fetch the dasher skins. That much less for the Zavatans, he thought. He made a mental note to see what the lab would have to say about where the dashers had been, with whom, what they were eating, when and why. And your report on the fighting, he asked. Compound perimeter is secure, she said. Marta pressed the spot behind her right ear that activated the receive mode of her messenger implant. I'm getting a lot of interference here, don't know the cause. Minimal damage to the compound, the expected rubble, but mostly cosmetic as usual. Rocks and sticks are no match for lasguns. Prisoners are being held in the courtyard. She paused as more information fed into her messenger. Reports on the power station, the ferry terminal, and the grid situation, he ordered. Marta fed something into her messenger, then her expression changed. The facade of the impartial reporter wrinkled into concern at her brow, and she leaned forward as information vibrated her mastoid bone, washed through the fluids and hairs of her inner ear to her brain. There is a massive force congregating at the power station, she said. The squad of security that attacked our detachment at the site has dug in and persisted. The refugee camp is less than a kilometer away. People from the camp are backing up the rebel squad just out of lasgun range of our defense. Operation H, Flattery barked. If they keep coming, have air support shift to the camp. Marta paled further. She lowered her voice so that the guards wouldn't hear. Operation H, sir? They'd see it from the camp. If you jelly the attackers, witnesses will know it wasn't a highlighter. Use an LTA, he said. We have a few balloons in the hangar that look like highlighters. Get them into the air. We'll worry about witnesses later. I want that squad burned. I want anyone backing them up. Is that understood? Marta nodded, and her fingers flickered the orders across her instrument. The ferries? Operational, sir. The current shift reported on time.
And ideas reshape humanity. Create an experience where they emerge thinking, casualties high, but replacements are already on site receiving training. The OMC launch lit off and docked at Orbiter Station. No update. Current control terminated their signal to the Kelp in Sector 8. There is no grid but no aggressive activity. Terminated? Flattery regretted the lie to Macintosh. He was sure that the Kelp would yield, given the full electrical prod long enough. He had never thought that Macintosh would terminate the signal. Idiot! What could he be thinking, giving the Kelp its head? Doesn't he know how much we need those Kelpways open? He inhaled one long, slow breath, half in the left nostril, half in the right. He let it out just as slowly. Is it working? He asked. A few merchant vessels lost, she said. Most have surfaced, making repairs. They will not fare well in the storm. Order Dr. Macintosh to re-establish the Kelpways, or I will do it my way from here. He has 1 hour. Yes, sir. Flattery's mood blackened. 2 small explosions and a flash came from the center of Kalalak. He signaled one of his guards. Have security get what they can from the leaders of this rabble. I don't expect much. Then have the rest of them staked in the open. He surveyed the cliffside behind him that led to the high reaches. Have them staked up there, he said, so that everyone below can study the results of their decision in detail. It shouldn't take long. It was what Marta had told him about the kelp that interested him the most. He'd fabricated such an intricate web of deception about Crista Galli that Flattery himself had difficulty remembering which was his masterful illusion and which reality. His earliest warnings to keep her from any contact with the kelp was based more on hunch than data, but it was clear to him now that his hunch had been good. The kelp could actually smell her. I ordered current control to opt for a surgical solution, Marta said. They have 1 hour to achieve the grid by any other means. I explained that there were too many subs at stake. Will it be necessary to dissect the entire stand? No, she said. Like the mob, it should convert easily with minimal damage to the affected area. That corridor will not have the flexibility it once had, but it will be navigable as soon as the debris is swept. When it's over, have samples sent to the lab, he said. Complete analysis. Find out why it could resist current control, then render it down for the toxin stockpile. The Zavatans, she began. It would be good politics to give them what's left of the kelp? He snorted in disgust. Let them dredge their own. I don't want to be party to their heresy. And I want a lot of toxin on hand. I have a surprise yet for those vermin, as Nevi calls them. Marta noted the orders into the messenger at her waist. It was clear to Flattery that the kelp must have sensed Crista Galli's presence. How else to explain this rebellion? It had occurred along the plotted route of Ozette's foil, after Marta's device was jettisoned. The kelp must have sensed her when the bug hit the water, he thought. He smiled again, partly out of a distant relief at not being aboard the flying fish at the time, but largely at the predicament that now embroiled Ozette and his shadows. Overflights? He asked. Bad weather already in, she replied. Low probability of contact, high probability of loss. 2 grasshoppers available in the area, but they are frail and of limited range. Do you have orders for them? Observation patterns as weather permits, he said. I want to see who they turn to when they're in big trouble. Nevi will be on the scene soon enough. Flattery detected a definite shudder across Marta's shoulders at the mention of Nevi's name. That's why I use him, he thought. Mere mention of his name gets results. He dismissed Marta and surveyed the landscape, his landscape that fell away before him. Metallic-looking weehi glinted sunlight back at him, their short dagger-like leaves deployed towards the bursts of ultraviolet pulsing from algae. Flattery admired this dangerous little plant for its tenacity and for the protection it afforded his compound. Its seeds lay dormant undersea for 2 centuries, waiting to flourish when the oceans rolled back again. It flourished now, and made going difficult for predators near the compound, human or otherwise. A rob of tiny swift grazers darted among the weehi to his left, near the cliff's rise to the high reaches. Though reputed to eat anything softer than rock, the grazers preferred to avoid humans. They had survived, like many Earthside rodents, by hiding aboard the organic islands throughout the floods. The poor often chanced netting them for food, a dangerous task. He'd watched an old islander swarm to death on this very spot only 2 years ago. The man had netted half the rob. The other half waited in the rocks for his return, then set upon his legs until he fell. It was over in a matter of blinks, and Flattery considered it an education. He ordered the whole rob burned out at the nests, of course, and their charred bodies delivered to the villagers. Strictly political. The director knew that anything that protected itself to that extreme could be made to protect him too. His greenskeeper had a way with animals as well as plants, and now several rob of swift grazers nested in vulnerable approach points to the compound. This was one such rob stationed near the trail to the high reaches. He watched them often, particularly in the evening when their slender, rusty backs caught the sunlight and rippled among the silver weehi. Look there, his guard warned, and Flattery saw the skulking back of a dasher approach the rob. The guard set his lasgun for the distance about the limit of his effective range, and raised it. Flattery motioned him to wait. The dasher closed the final 20 meters in 3 blurring bounds, slapping at the little animals and stunning them.
There were too many, and the dasher was skinny from hunger. It tried to gulp a few of them down, but the pause was all the rob needed to regroup. The dasher seemed to melt off its odd bones. Flattery smiled again, as the afternoon clouds gathered offshore. "Beautiful, aren't they?" he asked no one. "Just beautiful. We're more than our ideas." Prudence Lawn Weigand, MD number 5, original crew, Voidship Earthling Twisp, the Zavatan Elder, watched the director watch the swift grazers strip an ailing hooded dasher to bone. The sight reminded him of the old days when he was a simple fisherman at sea. The last effects of blue spore dust heightened this memory of schools of scrat that devoured maki 1,000 times their size in blinks. Twisp had a healthy respect for scrat and for swift grazers. Furry little bandits, he thought. One thing about them always made him smile. Their fragile little penises detached during mating, leaving a small fleshy plug in the female that her body absorbed. It kept sperm in and subsequent suitors out, guaranteeing the genetic survival of the first to mount. The male grew another within weeks, but not soon enough to breed twice in one cycle. Something of a game developed among many at the expense of the swift grazers. The trick was to trap a swift grazer and snatch its penis. They were considered a delicacy, and it was said that the director enjoyed them steamed atop his salads. It wasn't easy to isolate a single swift grazer. Many a drunk pulled back stumps where there had been fingers. The little animals looked like a band of robbers, with their masks across their twitchy noses and their nervous way of having at least half of the rob on alert. He had never known them to attack humans unless molested, but when they attacked, it was with a fury, a complete abandon that chilled him. He did not care to find out the limits of their patience. Twisp admired swift grazers for the way they stuck together. There was no such thing as a hungry swifty.
And ideas reshape humanity. Create an experience where they emerge thinking, if one swifty was hungry, the whole rob was hungry. The shadows claimed that the people of Pandora would be like swift grazers when the time came. "The time is now," Twisp whispered, watching Flattery. His whisper was swallowed in the wind. Just enough spore dust twinkled in his veins to lend a background music to the gusts of the incoming storm. The wind whistled back, yes, here in the high reaches, as it always did at sea. Only inside, behind the plaz and dogged hatches, did he ever hear it moan, no. The first time had been nearly 30 years ago, in the company of a woman he couldn't forget. The wind had been right then, and Twisp's broad shoulders sagged a little when he realized it was right now. The rob of swifties finished their kill. Most of them stood upright on their slender bodies, sniffing the wind and yawning. The pink of their long tongues flickered visibly as they licked their rusty snouts. Twisp trained his monks with scrat and swift grazers in mind. The sequestered Zavatans, like the shadows of every settlement, were honed and ready, prepared to fight, prepared to go hungry. Still, he desperately wanted to find another way. He asked the wind, "How can I save the people and Flattery too?" A crisp lull stilled the afternoon. Twisp had long ago noted that the director cultivated certain rob and eliminated others. Careful observation bore fruit. Twisp knew all of the swift grazers' secret warrens and the myriad entrances topside. It was this kind of patience and attention to detail that he knew they all would need to turn aside the cruel momentum of Flattery and his machine. Beyond the scene of this little death in front of him, the greater deaths of charred villagers fanned out from the smoking ruins of the preserve. As the afternoon winds once again gathered their storm, so did hunger unite Pandora against its most vicious enemy. Twisp watched clumps of the inevitable refugees stagger the trail to the rumor of safety among the Zavatans in the high reaches. New recruits for us, for the shadows. His smile was a grim one. Pandorans had never been a warlike lot. There had always been too few humans, too many demons. Even hungry as they were, Pandorans were reluctant to pick up arms against their fellows. Flattery paid his security force, and paid them well, to fight other humans. The disease that Twisp thought he had nipped years ago had burst into an epidemic under Flattery. "I too believed in him at first," Twisp said. Was that wrong? He knew what the wind would say before he heard it.
He had been lazy, he had hoped someone else would take care of it. Like everyone else, he had only wanted to live his simple life quietly. Twisp's own patience was worn threadbare as his robe. For nearly 25 years, he had hoped that Pandora would shrug off the director's mantle of hunger and fear. Hope, he knew, had even less substance than dreams. It implied waiting, and too many hungry Pandorans didn't have the luxury of waiting. It was a death sentence, and time was the prosecution. When Flattery had seized power, he insinuated himself first into control of Merman Mercantile and then acquired control of all food distribution. He bought into transportation and communications worldwide. This had been accomplished by the deaths of several of Twisp's friends, people who had owned Merman Mercantile and current control. Too many accidents, too many coincidences. He felt a familiar lump at his throat. They all had been young, naive, and none of them stood a chance against the cunning of the director. Now, as always, only Flattery could afford to wait. How ironic, Twisp thought, that those who can afford to wait don't have to. I wonder if there's anything left for him to hope for. Elder! Twisp cringed inwardly at the panting voice of the young Mose behind him. He felt impatience enough bursting in his breast without being nettled by Mose. What is it? The younger monk would not approach the precipitous edge of rock outcrop that Twisp occupied. This he knew. He admitted to himself that it was a little game he played with Mose. Why do you stand out there? The younger asked, his voice tinged with a whine. Why do you stand back there? Still, Twisp did not turn, though he knew he would do so. Your presence is requested in chambers. It is urgent. There are many preparations afoot that I do not understand. Twisp did not answer. Elder, can you hear me? Still no answer. Elder, please do not make me come out there again. You know that it shakes my wattles in a fearsome way. Twisp chuckled to himself and turned to join Mose at the cavern entrance. The afternoon rains had begun anyway, pattering like swift grazers in the scrub. He knew already what operations must have decided, that it was time to stop hoping, that Flattery and his kind must go, that the people were rising up, unorganized and undefended, that the Zavatons and the Shadows held the only means and position to guarantee his fall, that once again thousands would die in the greater name of life and, of course, liberty. When there was nothing else to boil down, it always boiled down to hunger. Come with me to operations, Twisp said, and I'll show you something to pink your wattles. You will then be witness to something fearsome indeed. Twisp bowed once at the cavern entrance, in respect, and entered, the billow of his orange robe a beacon against the darkened afternoon. The dim vestibule inside was guarded by two young novices with shaved heads and laser guns. The boy looked to be about 15, and his shaved head revealed a high crest of bone atop his skull, which made him taller than Twisp, though their eyes met at the same height. Both he and the girl wore the black armored jumpsuits of the Dasher clan. Both were suitably alert, their quick brown eyes negating their relaxed posture. Together, they swung the plasteel hatch outward on its gimbals and admitted the two monks to the cavern within the high reaches. It was not Dashers and Flatwings that these doors walled out, but the director and his Vashon security force. Through the years, Twisp himself had become a master of security. Incursions by VSF had been few and unsuccessful. They viewed the Zavatons as harmless, spineless weaklings who were kelp-drugged or insane. Illusion is our strongest weapon, Twisp had lectured the young novices. Appear to be foolish, mad, poor, and ugly. Who would want to take you then? Note how the mold wins the fruit by its appearance alone. The first chamber was the one that was inspected periodically by Vashon's security force. Rough hewn out of rock, it housed 300 Zavatons of the Mine clan spread out along the walls, with common meeting and dining areas. There were mazes of cubbies in 3 levels, hung with hundreds of tapestries that helped muffle the din of 300 voices echoing inside the cavern. Lighting was the usual hot glow type, driven by 4 hydrogen generators housed in the rock beneath them. The appearance was of primitive squalor, and security inspectors sent here by the director seldom stayed for more than a cursory look. This where Mose lived. Twisp too had a cubby here, 3rd level, to the right of the main entrance, but he seldom slept there. For more than a year, Twisp had lived in the private chambers of the group known to the shadows as Operations. Twisp ascended to the 2nd level with Mose in tow. He stepped behind an old islander tapestry into an alcove that would not be noticed except perhaps by children at play. He approached an undamaged section of basalt bulkhead, carved with elaborate histories of human and kelp interactions. The section that he faced, titled The Lazarus Effect, was simply a huge bas-relief figure of a human hand, index finger extended, touching a strand of kelp that rose from the sea. Twisp pulled the finger out from the bulkhead, and, with the snick of a dagger leaving its sheath, a section of rock sprang outward.
And ideas reshape humanity, create an experience where they emerge thinking, when Operations met for Zavatan business, they met inside this labyrinth of rockets. Its many repairs betrayed the instability of Pandora's geology, and its routes were constantly changing. Few knew the passageways, and none as well as the islander Twisp, chief of operations. Mose swallowed hard and paled conspicuously. There were tales of thousands of villagers and common folk who sought safety among the Zavatans, never to be seen again. Mose himself had seen hundreds come into the great cavern behind them who had never come out. Operations referred to them as messengers from the poor, and hinted that they were relocated worldwide. Though Mose had heard this rumor, he had never seen evidence to back it up. Mose seldom admitted that he'd been born and lived out his meager years within 5 kilometers of where he now stood. They never come back out this hatch. Twisp smiled at the younger monk's obvious fear. Why do I like teasing him, he wondered. I remember Brett took it so well. He shook his head. Dwelling on his dead partner was non-productive. Cleaning up the nest of assassins who'd killed him would do everybody some good. Come, Twisp said, you will be safe with me. It is time the Zavatan muscle flexed itself. With a smile, Twisp stepped into the well-lighted passageway. Mose's eyes couldn't have widened further. When he hesitated, Twisp placed a large hand on his shoulder. Mose too stepped inside and the panel snicked shut behind them. I want you to remember everything you see here today. Mose swallowed hard again and nodded. Yes, Elder. Mose did not look thrilled. His already pale face was drawn tight. The surgical scars along his hairline and neck glowed an angry pink. He alternately pulled at his robe and wrung his hands. The raw silence of this stone passageway contrasted heavily with the steady din of the cavern they left behind them. The passageway was lighted by a cold source, neither bright nor dim, and it carried the pale green hues of merman design. As in many merman complexes, the walls met at right angles in a precision that annoyed many islanders. These walls were carved by a plasteel welder, and except for fault damage, they ran perfectly straight, perfectly smooth. An electronic voice from overhead startled Mose. Security code for companion? 1-3, Twisp said. Continue. They set out down the passageway and Mose asked, where are we? You will see. What do they mean security code? We have checks within checks, Twisp explained. Had you been an enemy holding me hostage, this passage would have been sealed off with both of us in it. Perhaps I would be rescued, perhaps not. You at least would have been killed. Twisp felt Mose walk closer to him yet. Operations is far beneath us, even below the ocean floor. Mermen did this? Mose asked. The passageway turned left abruptly and ended at a blank wall. Twisp pressed his palm to a depression on the wall, and a panel slid back to reveal a tiny room, barely large enough for a half-dozen people. Humans did this, Twisp answered, islanders and mermen alike. The panel slid shut behind them. Twisp spoke the single word, operations, and the room began to descend with the two of them inside. Oh, Elder! Mose held on to Twisp's long arm. Don't be afraid, Twisp said. There is no magic here. You will see many wonders, all human wonders. Our brothers and sisters will know of them, presently. Didn't I say this would pink your waddles? At this, Mose laughed, but he continued to clutch Twisp's arm throughout their rapid descent. I am afraid, too, like all my fellow men, of the future too heavy with mystery and too wholly new, towards which time is driving me. Pierre Teilhard de Chardin, Hymn of the Universe, the Zavatan Correction.
Doob muscled the controls of his track as it lurched across the rocky no-man's land between the periphery road and the settlement. The track's ride was a kidney buster, but it wasn't confined to the few flat roads like Stella's little cachette. In spite of the beating, the track didn't seem to break down as often either. This was the third trip to the salvage yard for Doob and Gray this month, all three to fix Stella's 5-year-old cachette. "You should get a top on this thing," Gray hollered. Both men were soaked in the sudden afternoon rain, their short hair plastered like thick wet paint onto their heads. "I like it," Doob hollered back. "My mom always said it's good for the complexion." "That's what they say about sex." That was the first glimmer of humor that Doob had seen from Gray all day. Gray had come by a half hour ago after getting off work in the settlement. He was grim-lipped and humorless, which was not at all like the relaxed Gray who lived next door. Gray worked some security job for the director's personal staff, so when he didn't feel like talking, Doob knew better than to ask questions. Doob was full of questions today, though. There was a sky full of smoke over the settlement that worried him, in spite of the news. "A good rain'll clear the air," Doob said. "It's good for the brain, too. I wish it would grow something out here besides more rock." "Those Zavatons," Gray said. "Do what?" "Get something to grow here. They have huge farms all over the upcoast regions. Just like the islanders, but they've moved the islands inland." Doob looked at Gray incredulously. He had heard rumors, of course. Everybody had. "You're not kidding, are you? They grow food up there and the director lets them get away with it?" "That's right. He can't keep control up there and down here too." "But everything up there's just cliff face and rock." "That's what you hear," Gray said. "Where do you hear it?" "Well, on the news. I don't know anyone who's actually traveled overland up there." "I have." Doob glanced over at his best friend. Something had happened to him today, something that changed his whole disposition. Gray was a lot of fun. He'd come home, drink some boo with Doob, tinker with the vehicles. Sometimes, when Doob could afford it, they'd take their wives to the settlement for an evening of wine and buzzboard. Gray was definitely no fun today, but Gray had been up coast, and Doob was very curious. "You have?" Doob asked. "Well, what was it like?" He knew the danger of this question. He suspected that whatever it was that Gray had to tell him about the upcoast region was something that wouldn't be healthy to know. "It was beautiful," Gray said. He spoke up, but his voice was still hard to hear over the noise of the track's exhaust. "They have gardens, hundreds of them. A rock ranch like this one would grow corn in one season up there. And every little garden is bordered by flowers, all colors." It was the wistful expression on Gray's face that worried Doob. Doob had seen that expression often since Gray got back from wherever it was that the director's people had sent him. Gray didn't volunteer information, and Doob knew better than to ask. The less he knew about that kind of stuff, the longer his lifespan, he was sure of that. Besides, he listened to dangerous politics from his roommate Stella. Like Doob, she was 22, but she hung around with artists and tried to act older. She had converted most of their living space to a multi-level hydroponics garden, and she grew mushrooms under their rooms. Gray knew this, of course, but he pretended not to. Stella came from a long line of islander gardeners. Her family owned patents to seeds mutated specifically to Pandora, and about 3 centuries of know-how in hydroponics. Doob thought she could probably make the walls sprout if he let her. Stella talked non-stop, but this didn't bother Doob. It meant that he didn't have to say much, and that was the way Doob liked things. Gray signaled him to shut down the engine. The track backfired once and stopped atop a rock ledge that afforded them a sweeping view all around. "I want to believe I can trust you," Gray said.
And ideas reshape humanity. Create an experience where they emerge thinking, there are some things I need to talk about. Doob swallowed, then nodded. "Sure, Gray, I'm a little scared, you know." Gray smiled, but it was a grim smile. "You should be," he said. He pointed to the refugee sprawl ahead. "There are starving people out there who would kill you for one meal out of Stella's garden. Flattery's people would kill you for growing illegal food. I might kill you if you told anybody what I'm about to tell you." Doob sucked in his breath. From Gray's steady gaze, Doob knew he wasn't kidding. He also knew that he needed to hear whatever Gray needed to say. "Even Stella?" Gray's eyes softened. Doob knew how much he liked Stella. He treated her like the daughter that Gray and Billy never had. "We'll see," Gray said. "Hear me out." Gray spoke in a near whisper, and his gaze darted around them nervously. Doob hunched close to Gray and pretended to be working on the track's control panel. He had the distinct feeling they were being watched. "I've been gone a month, you knew that," Gray said. "They sent me up coast to spy on some Zavatans up there. They set me up with a story, a lapel camera, a way in and out. Overflights showed some signs of illegal fishing and food production. Flattery wanted details. What I saw there changed my life." He lifted off the lid to the control panel and propped it up. Both Gray and Billy had been raised down under in merman settlements. "He's methodical, like a merman," Doob thought. Gray's ice-blue eyes kept watch for movement around the track. Out in the open, this close to the perimeter, there were risks of other dangers than humans. Gray continued to talk in his slow, quiet way. "They're islanders without islands," he said. "There are thousands of them up there. Flattery has no idea there are that many. They have camouflage for overflights. The ratty little gardens that we see from the air are meant to be seen. Under the camouflage and underground, that's a whole different story. They make bubbly out of the nutrient vats the same way they used to, except now, instead of growing islands out of it, they spray it in a foam across rock like this and grow plants on it a week later. They make it out of garbage and sewage, just like the old days. On flatland, or the second time around, the bubbly is formed into a centimeter-thick sheet of organic gel, 12 meters across. Seeds are impregnated in rows into the gel. Then they spread it across bare rock or sand, or last year's garden. It holds nutrients, water, and defense from predators, all in a time-release bonding. Wouldn't Stella love to see this? Sounds like her idea of heaven, Doob said. She misses the island life, even though ours was grounded when we were 5. I miss it too, I guess. Not the drifting so much as the freedom. We worried about grounding, but we weren't afraid of each other. This last Doob offered with some reservation. To admit that you were afraid of security was to imply that you had reason to be afraid. Fear was grounds for investigation. "Yes," Gray sighed, "we are afraid of each other, aren't we? Even you and I. Up there," he nodded up coast, "they're wary, but they're not afraid. What did you do about your report? Did I expose their happiness? Did I betray the only sign of humanity I've witnessed in almost 20 years? No, I lied, and I made sure my camera lied. But I'm not as brave as you think. I know what Flattery suspected, that there were settlements, illegal food. But I also know what Flattery wanted. He wanted it to be ragtag, not worth going after, because he doesn't have the force to stop it. Look around you, Doob." Gray swept his arm, taking in the horizon on all sides. "This takes every bit of manpower he's got, and he's losing it. There were riots in the settlement today, big riots, and there will be more. The news is not news. It's fiction outlined by Flattery and written by his personal fools. His lies keep us small, and as long as we're small, he keeps control. No, he didn't want there to be anything big up coast. So, when I showed him a few raggedy-ass dirt pokers, it made him happy. So, maybe he'll stay here. His major forces are here and in Victoria, with a lot of sea patrols on the fishing fleet. The world is a lot bigger than that, Doob. It's a lot bigger, and getting bigger every day. I think you and Stella should go up there." "What?" Doob banged his head coming out of the control panel. "Are you crazy? She's going to have we can't think about anything like that right now. We've got to stay put." "Doob, I know she's going to have a baby. Stella told Billy, and Billy told me this morning. She can't hide it much longer anyway. You'll have to make new food coupon applications. People may visit your place. You can't risk that." Doob sighed, then spit out the driver's porthole. "Shit," he muttered. "Listen," Gray said, "there's a way out of this. How's the Kershette over water?"
Well, it's okay when it's running. No match for a foil, though, or one of those security pursuit boats. Gray looked back at the bed of the track. It was a dumpable storage bin, 2 meters wide by 4 meters long. Doob made his coupons hauling equipment for construction crews up and down the beaches of Kalalak. Can you get 300 clicks out of this thing over rough terrain? Doob shook his head. No way, 200, tops. With a converter and access to seawater, I could probably drive around the world. Yeah, Gray said, pulling at his chin. But there's no seawater inland, and converters won't work in streams or lakes. I have an old high-pressure tank at my place. That would get you the whole way. What are you talking about? Doob ran a nervous hand through his kinky brown hair. You think we can just drive this track up coast as bold as you please? They'll crisp our butts before we hit the high reaches. That's why you don't go that way, Gray said. I have a map, and I have a plan. If I can get you, Stella, and this track up coast to my Zavatan contacts, would you go? Doob looked up in time to see a security detachment leave the perimeter and start toward the track across the rocks. They were still a couple 100 meters off, but they didn't look happy. Shit, Doob said. He replaced the control panel cover and started the engine. He began to pivot his machine on its left track to go back home. No, Gray shouted. We set out to get a starter for that Crista, and that's what we'll do. Give them a wave. Gray waved at the security squad, and so did Doob. The squad leader waved back, and the men turned back to the perimeter road where it was easier going. See? Gray hollered. It's like that everywhere. Learn what's easiest for them, and you can get by. We'll talk more about the up-coast trip on the way back. I've got it all figured, don't worry. He flashed Doob a smile, a big one, and Doob caught himself smiling back. Gardens, he thought. Stella will love that for sure. Not by refraining from action does one attain freedom from action. Not by mere renunciation does one attain supreme perfection. From Zavatan Conversations, with the Avatar, Queets Twisp. Elder Twisp always thought that Chambers was well named. There were, indeed, many chambers beneath the rock, one for each of the council and several for support staff, as well as general meeting rooms and sleeping quarters. The complex was crude by Merman standards, primitive by the director standards. Repair crews worked throughout the area, cleaning up the last of the damage of last year's Great Quake, already going down in oral history as the Great Quake of '82. Across the passageway from the elevator, a hatch opened into Twisp's personal chamber, hewn out of glassy black rock. He swung the hatch open and motioned the gaping Mose inside. Sit here. Twisp indicated a low couch to the left of the hatchway. The couch was organic, like the chair dog. It was a distinctly Islander cubby.
And ideas reshape humanity. Create an experience where they emerge thinking. The entire room measured barely 4 paces square. Shelves filled up most of the black rock walls, and on these shelves stood hundreds of books. They were the old kelp pulps, a well-scarred library. Twisp had been a fisherman without hollow or view screens. Bleached kelp pulp and hand presses in every little community turned out literature and news that was affordable and could be passed around. Twisp dogged the hatch, then smiled. "Borrow any books you like," he said. "They don't do anybody any good on the shelf." Mose hung his head. I never told you," he stammered. One nail-bitten hand wrung the other. "I can't read." "I know," Twisp said. "You cover it well. It took me a long time to figure it. And you didn't say nothing. Only you could know when the time is right. There is always someone willing to teach, but that's no good until the pupil is ready to learn. Reading is easy. Writing, now that's a whole different story. I've never been very good at learning things." "Cheer up," Twisp said. "You learned to talk, didn't you? Reading's not so different. We'll have coffee every day for a month, and you'll be reading well by the end of the month. How about if we start with coffee now and a lesson later today?" Mose nodded, and his look brightened. Topside, among the Zavatans, he did not often get coffee, since the director had taken over production. But he'd wedded himself to Zavatan poverty, which was a step up from his family poverty. Among the Zavatons, he'd found that nothing was to be expected. Everything enjoyed. Twisp bent to the preparations, his long arms akimbo in front of the table. A fold-out table and stone wash basin jutted from the wall across the room, beside the inset stove and cooler. Mose reclined into the old couch and let it suit his forms. He found it indescribably nicer than his pallet topside. One shelf beside the couch held several hollow cubes. Most of the pictures on them were of a young, red-haired man and a small, dark-skinned girl. "The meeting begins soon, Mose," Twisp said. The older man sighed without turning, and his gangly arms sagged a bit. He spooned out some of the odorful coffee into a small cooker. "We will all share a soup there, in the old custom, or I would offer you something here. My cubby is your cubby. That hatchway leads to the head. This hatch," with a nod he indicated their entry, "leads to the general council chambers. Prepare yourself for a confusion of people doing strange things. That's the way things have been all my life." Twisp laughed. "Well, you'll get along down here just fine. Do you remember the oath you took when you came among the Zavatons?" "Yes, Elder, of course I remember." "Repeat it, please." Mose cleared his throat and sat a little straighter, though Twisp still had his back to him. "I forswear henceforth all robbing and stealing of food and crops, the plunder and destruction of homes belonging to the people. I promise householders that they may roam at will and abide, unmolested wherever dwelling. I swear this with uplifted hands. Nor will I bring plunder or destruction, not even to avenge life and limb. I profess good thoughts, good words, good deeds." "Very well recited," Twisp said, and handed Mose his hot coffee. "You are here because the council needs your opinion. The council has a weighty decision before it today. It has not faced a decision this big before. It may involve asking the Zavatons, all of us, to break that oath, the part about avenging life and limb. We will need your witness to this meeting, and your opinion will help decide whether or not to break it." Twisp sipped his own coffee, still standing over Mose, and noted the tremble in the younger monk's nail-bitten hands. "Do you have an opinion on that, Mose?" "Yes, Elder, I do." There had been no hesitation in Mose's voice, and the tremble in his hands stilled. "Swearing to an oath, well, that's for life. I swore to uphold that oath for life. That's what I did, and that's what I should do." Mose accented his speech with a curt nod, but still did not look up. So fearful, Twisp thought. This world is more habitable than it ever was, but the people are more fearful, even of those closest to them. A knock at the chamberside hatch startled them both. Twisp opened it to a young red-haired woman carrying a clipboard. She was shapely, enhancing the green fatigues characteristic of the Kelp clan. The name above her left breast pocket read Snej. Her blue eyes were rimmed in red and swollen. She's been crying. "5 minutes to council, sir," she said, and sniffed as delicately as she could. "These are our latest briefing notes." Her gaze kept his own, but her voice lowered. "Project Goddess may be lost, sir. No word or sign of them for hours." Her lips trembled under tight control, and fresh tears welled over reddened rims. He noted a general air of depression among the support crew. Lapush was transmitting hourly bursts from his camera. "There's a wideband communications problem, too," she said. "Kelp channels are clear, but conventional broadcasts seem to be jammed. Sometimes clear, sometimes not. Maybe it's sunspots, but it doesn't act like sunspots. Too selective." She reached up a sleeve for her handkerchief and blew her nose. "You're upset," Twisp said. "Can I help?" "Yes, sir. You can get Rico back for me. I know Crista Galli is important, most important. But your console monitor today?" She nodded, dabbing at her eyes with her sleeve. "Concentrate on communications to or from Flattery's compound, and shuttle everything to council chambers. We'll get them back. Rico and Ozette don't panic under fire." This last seemed to rally the young woman. She blew her nose, straightened her shoulders. "Thanks," she said. "I'm sorry. I'd better get back." "Thanks." Mose followed Twist out the hatchway, and they strolled the huge domed information center bustling with people. Mose recognized some of the villager refugees he'd seen pass through the cavern above. They all wore either the green fatigues of the redhead, Snej, or the dark brown single suits he recognized as belonging to the newer Land Steward clan. Twisp's step took on a spring, more youthful than his gray braid, as he traversed the deck of this room of makeshift desks, view screens, stacks of papers, cables across the deck. This was his work of 25 years, operations, the heart and being of the mysterious shadows worldwide. Flattery thinks we're in Victoria, Twisp had told the council at the beginning, and I want the rest of the world to think so too. The shadows will be an illusion, a fiction that we make as we go. The entire world is at stake, perhaps every human life. We must have appropriate patience. He hoped that they still had appropriate patience. Twisp cleared some storage units from an old chair dog and indicated to Mose that he should sit. A large plas shield separated them from the ominous quiet of a room full of techs. The redhead, Snej, nodded to Twisp and tried a smile. Snej reminded Twisp a little of Ambassador Karine Ale, a friend of his who had been one of the first victims of Flattery's death squad. She saved a lot of lives, he thought, and she was so damned pretty. Twisp shook off the painful memory and settled himself into his console's couch. The other council members' couches were arranged, like his own, as spokes in a wheel, each with access to a console, view screen, and a central holostage. Twisp discarded his threadbare robe. Underneath, he wore a rust-colored single suit of the Highlighter clan. The clasped hands insignia at his right breast represented the informal symbol of the shadows. Like Twisp, each of the other 3 consoles was accompanied by a civilian witness. One couch remained empty, its view screen blank. The other 3 witnesses, like Mose, sat in wide-eyed awe at the maps and data spread out before them. And ideas reshape humanity. Create an experience where they emerge thinking. Twisp cleared his throat and spoke the simple, awful words that some of the council had waited more than 20 years to hear. Brothers and sisters, it is time. After the ancient blessing of the food, they shared the ritual bowl of soup in silence. It was a classic islander broth, nearly clear with a couple of bright orange muri curled at the bottom of the bowl. Chips of green onion floated the top, their crisp scent wafting the chambers. The one vacant couch belonged to Dwarf Macintosh, survivor of the very hibernation tanks that bore the director, Raja Flattery. Macintosh had rejected Flattery's greed for the more familiar Zen-like philosophies of the Zavatans. He shaved his head, he said, in grief at the loss of Flattery's soul, and as a reminder to keep my own. Years ago, Macintosh and Flattery had disagreed openly, heatedly, on many occasions. Rumor said that Flattery had removed current control to the orbiter so that he could remove Macintosh to the orbiter. Mac had recently perfected a console communication system that used the Kelp itself as a carrier. All of the systems and chambers were tied into the Kelp. Along with a code, also devised by Macintosh, each console was capable of direct, immediate contact with current control. I hope we can keep these lines open, Twisp thought. That could be jamming on the conventional channels, or just Sun activity. If it's Sun, it probably won't take out the Kelp channel as well. He reserved a mental note to remind Snej to check the Kelp channel for Rico's film. With luck, it could have been picked up and stored there. After taking food together, Twisp received their affirmations calmly, as they presented them calmly, though what they pronounced could degenerate into a roll call of death worldwide. Every face in the room reflected the heaviness of the matter. They all agreed that it was time. It was just as important that they all agreed on what exactly it was time for. Venus Brass, the eldest at 75 years, had seen her husband and children assassinated at the director's orders, herself missing death by a fluke. A slow-moving, big-hearted, quick-witted islander woman, Venus, with her husband, had built a food distribution empire. It was taken over by Flattery and wedded to Merman Mercantile. They transported fish and produce from small suppliers like Twisp to public markets for a percentage of the catch. Flattery did the only distribution now, where and when he chose, and at a membership fee too high for a solo operation to afford. Caleb Norton Wang, rightful heir to Merman Mercantile, was the youngest consul at 23.
Son of Scooty Wag, herself heiress to Merman Mercantile, and Brett Norton, Twisp's fishing partner, Caleb had seen his parents killed when their boat mysteriously exploded one night at dockside. That was before anyone had learned to suspect Flattery's hand in such things. Caleb had slipped landside that night to play with some of the other children. He was 10 years old, and supper conversation for months had been about Flattery and his cakeover maneuvers with Merman Mercantile. Twisp, wakened from his coracle nearby, had found the boy screaming on the pier watching his family's boat burn. Twisp and Caleb fled together to the barely habitable high reaches. Like his deceased father, Caleb could see in the dark. His mother's inner acuity and her personal allegiance to the kelp gave Caleb a formidable intelligence. He, like his mother, could communicate directly with the kelp by touch. He found it too painful to meet his parents' memories in the kelp, so he seldom explored the kelp ways of the mind. He's too bitter, Twisp thought. Bitter pulls you down, gets you to make mistakes that you can't afford. He hadn't seen much of Caleb lately. The boy's district was Victoria, Flattery's only solid stronghold up coast. Twisp feared that Caleb had met the challenge of that command so that he could wreak a personal vengeance on Flattery and his people. He hoped that he had taught Caleb well enough that the boy wouldn't respond to Flattery the way Flattery had responded to his parents. The up-coast inland regions were represented by Mona Flatwing, a red-faced, middle-aged woman who was speaking now. "We are in a comfortable position," she said. Her deep brown eyes glittered, and her husky voice spoke with a heavy islander lilt. "Each of our households has foodstuffs for 6 months. We have surplus stores enough to handle a major refugee influx through next harvest. Consul from the coast tells me that we are in a similar position with our seafoods." Venus Brass nodded affirmation. "Frankly," Mona continued, "our people do not want to come down here to fight. They left here to get away from that. They've made good lives up coast. They want to be left alone. They will accept anyone of good faith who seeks refuge, as always. The usual preparations have been made for defense, but I must emphasize this point. These people do not want to kill anyone." Again, a nod from Venus Brass. Her shaky, high-pitched voice contrasted with Mona's. "It is the same with our people," she said. "They use the freedom of the sea to get away from the troubles, as they call them. They're a brave and hardy lot. Among them, they amass quite a fleet and assault force. But like Caleb's people, they live among Flattery's people when landside. They trade with them, families are intermarried. They do not want to kill anyone, particularly family. You've seen how Flattery has shuffled his troops to accommodate that attitude." Bam! Caleb's fist on his notestand startled everyone. Twisp clenched a fist in reflex, then unclenched it slowly on his knee. "This is Flattery's dream council," Caleb said. His voice carried the sharp bitterness that Twisp often heard in it lately. "We are talking here of doing nothing to curb this madness, this wholesale murder. Was I the only one who witnessed what happened out there today? Talking about what we will not do is preface to nothing as usual," Caleb interrupted. "It's historically true that humans are hungry only because humans allow it. We must simply not allow it, not for another day, not for another hour." Venus withdrew as though she'd been slapped, then folded her arms across her thin chest. "Did your people start this business today?" she asked. Caleb smiled, and the exuberance of it accented his youthful appearance. He's a one who's gone beyond his years, Twisp thought. Far enough that he knows when to use that smile. "That is Flattery's doing," Caleb said. "I have another plan, one more consistent with our ideals. My people committed, and my contacts tell me that many of yours will too." "And then what?" Mona hissed, and sat forward. "Doing something will get their attention. Flattery will send security." It was an old argument, but Caleb heard it out. At one point he looked across the table at Twisp. The eagerness that gleamed in his young eyes reminded Twisp of Caleb's father when he was that age. Smart, daring, impetuous. Brett Norton had killed once, out of reflex, but that killing had saved Twisp and Caleb's mother. Mona finished recounting her people's position. "They'll take in refugees, but they won't leave the livelihoods they've built from nothing. Eluding detection is much preferable to facing conflict. I understand, Caleb said. That's the swift grazer's way. Something else is true of Swifties. If a Swiftie is hungry, the whole rob's hungry. We've coordinated with, and we have a plan rolling that will feed the rob. Twisp repressed a smile. I guess he listened to my swiftgrazer pitch after all. Twisp knew that, among the council, there was no such thing as rank. They would vote to participate or not, and to go the ways their decisions dictated. We each have plans, Twisp said. Now they will become a single plan. Project Goddess is 4 hours overdue their upcoast checkpoint.
And ideas reshape humanity. Create an experience where they emerge thinking, that will merit some consideration as well, this session. There was a murmur about the table. The 4 witnesses looked pale and frightened when they came in, and the agitation of the council made them appear smaller as well. Twisp's hand went up to still the chatter. We have other fish in the pan. Please bear with me. Twisp noted a message coming across Dwarf Macintosh's console and nodded at Snej to retrieve it. He went on. Flattery has dominated with hunger and fear. His obvious motives, get himself off planet in command of a Voidship. We don't argue with getting rid of him, is that right? There were nods around the table, but Mona spoke up. He's going to take 3,000 of our best people with him and leave that damned security force. They want to go, Twisp emphasized. They should be free to settle the void, if that's their passion. We will be rid of him. That is our only concern. But we will have to break down the machinery of his power before he leaves. He must be brought down first, and we must be assured that he can't possibly return. We must deal with criminals without becoming criminals ourselves. If we do not, then we and our children are lost. Snej read what Macintosh had to say from the orbiter. Twisp, Project Goddess has been intercepted. Intercepted? Well now, that's a step up from lost at least. Where are they? Who did it? It's the kelp, Snej said. Dr. Macintosh speculates that the kelp got a whiff of Crista Galli and decided to take her. He's being jammed on the burst system, but his kelp channel still works. Did he dump enough data to brief us? Twisp asked. He massaged away a headache gathering in his forehead. Today, more than others, he was feeling the weight of his second half-century. Snej handed him a messenger, and he clipped it into his console. The kelp in Sector 8 diverted their foil into its stand, Mac's voice reported. It completely shifted several transport channels to do so, and an unknown number of subs were disabled, possibly lost. There have been casualties, number unknown. Current Control attempted mandatory persuasion on Flattery standing orders. No effect. Murmurings rose around the table. Twisp, too, was amazed. The kelp resisted, he thought. There's the sign we need. Do we have anyone in that area? Caleb asked. Any kelp clan people who know what they're doing? Mona flurried her fingers across her console. Yes, she said. We have an oracle landside of their position. Plenty of personnel. If shipping's disrupted there, our people are probably in trouble too, Venus said. I'll try to raise a sub, but my guess is that the whole area's impassable. Twisp interrupted. What we need now is total interference with anything Flattery does. Wherever his men go, whatever move he makes, we need people in the way. We need dead ends. He must be frustrated at every turn. Does his interference in Current Control indicate that he's penetrated us? It's possible, Snej said, her mouth a grim line, but I doubt it. Ask Dr. Macintosh to shut down Current Control, Twisp said. There will be reprisals there, as you know, but we know more about moving around in the kelp than anyone, and most of it's on our side. As of now, traffic worldwide will be at a standstill. You all know the dangers, of course. Twisp, who had fished the open seas for most of his life, knew better than any of them the fates they had just decreed for thousands on and under the ocean. Countless innocent people were now marooned in unnavigable waters, some among hostile kelp. The die had been cast, and by Flattery himself. Our success or failure depends completely on the cooperation of the people of Pandora, he said. We need to starve him out. Fight hunger with hunger, fear with fear. Caleb stopped him with a raise of his hand, then apologized with the acceptable nod.
"We don't fight hunger with hunger," Caleb said. His voice was soft, his tone as reprimanding as a new young father's. "We're humans," he said. "We fight hunger with food." There was a deferential silence, then Mona's witness said, Aye, we're with you." "Caleb, you show me how we can dump flattery and feed the hungry, and we're in too." "It's so simple it'll make you cry," Caleb said. "Briefing now appearing on your screens. As you can see, we'll need the cooperation that Twisp was talking about. We have to get Ozette and Galli on the air immediately. Can we count on Shadowbox?" "You're right," Mona agreed, tapping her screen. "Timing is the key here. The people cannot help if they don't know how. They will believe Ben Ozette. They worship Crista Galli. They must be given a plan now." "My people are infiltrating now," Caleb said. His voice was calm, confident, his father's strong chin set straight ahead. "They will be about 5,000, well mixed throughout the poor. Word of mouth is best among the poor." "Anything else from Macintosh?" Twisp asked. Snej nodded, biting her lip. "Yes," she said. "He says Beatrice Tatouche is aboard, and the drinking water has made her sick." Snej looked up from the messenger, puzzlement wrinkling her brow. Twisp felt his heart double time in his chest. "Well," he announced, "that's our personal code for big trouble in orbit. Flattery probably sent up a security force with Beatrice. He must suspect something's up with Mac. Damn." Twisp sucked in a deep breath and let it out slowly. "Too bad she's not with us," he said. "I wish Macintosh had some support up there right now." "Let's see what kind of support we have down here right now," Caleb said. "Let's mobilize our up-coast people and rescue that foil." Caleb rose, obviously ready to leave for Victoria immediately. "We need him here." "Caleb," he said, "let's take a walk. You're nearly 3 hours away. Good people live up coast. They're already searching. For old time's sake, let's go down to the Oracle. Maybe someone should ask the kelp what the hell it's up to." Roots and wings. But let the wings grow roots, and the roots fly. Juan Ramon Jimenez, Stella Bliss unpacked 3 crates of moss orchids and arranged them in threes along the short walkway to the foyer of the Whittle Mansion. This job had come up only the night before, and Stella's moss orchids happened to be ready. She was a sculptress of flowers and appreciated an audience for her art. Stella wore her new lavender puff-sleeve blouse and a crisp pair of matching work pants. The blouse favored her breasts, tender with her recent pregnancy, but she supposed this would be the last time she'd be able to get into these pants for a while. Stella skirted the security guards and servants who found excuses to watch her. The limelight made her nervous, though her stature had thrust her into the limelight often since she was a child. 12 hands tall, Stella turned heads wherever she went, even when she went in overalls. Stella dressed like the flowers she raised. Doob told his parents that, at home, bees followed every step she took, but they never stung. Her shaggy dark hair framed a tanned face with high cheekbones and blue-green eyes. Her lips were full, often pursed with concentration. She smiled a lot lately, and had taken to humming old tunes to the new human sleeping inside her. Growing plants and engineering them for food had been Stella's family's tradition for 9 generations. Since the food shortages, production and research efforts went to food. Stella had never given up on flowers or the bees that made them possible. She carried the 10th generation within her, a child that she knew by her dreams would grow to be a woman like herself. She knew this as her mother had known it, as all their mothers had known it for several centuries. It was a long tradition, difficult in these difficult times. These moss orchids were of Stella's own design, and she was proud that today they would be seen by other artists, by musicians, those sculptors of air, by Pandoran gentry.
And ideas reshape humanity. Create an experience where they emerge thinking, Stella had heard that His Honor Alec Dexter was colorblind, so she selected a blend that pleased herself. Most of the blossoms were in the lavender range, though she couldn't resist showing off a half-dozen of her delicate pinks. A small-boned security guard with a big-bone swagger poked into each of her cartons with his las gun and silently checked the moss beds with his knife. Stella had been scanned twice and body-searched by a matron when she entered the grounds. This was not the first time, and she supposed it wouldn't be the last. Stella had strong opinions, but preferred to concentrate on her flowers. A cordon of security closed off the entire block, and another contingent guarded the building. This was the home of the chief executive officer of Merman Mercantile, someone considered by the director to be a prime target for the shadows. He was rumored to be one of 3 men in line for the director's position should an unforeseen unpleasantness occur. A sweeping structure of molded stone and plasteel, this home showed no effects from the recent series of quakes that had devastated much of Kalalak. Its border was secured by a 2-meter-high wall of rock topped with shards of sharp metal and broken glass. It was hard for her to believe that the line for this sector passed only a block away. No one who was setting up this reception seemed at all concerned about the sounds of screams and heavy vehicles less than a stone's throw behind them. The grim-faced security sported a flesh flower behind his ear, one of the new sculpted skin designs that she found repulsive. His underarms blossomed huge sweat rings, something more than she would attribute to the muggy afternoon. "What would you find in that dirt?" she asked him when he finished. "Deadly attack worms?" The guard scowled, his glance flicking nervously from Stella to the smoky pall that collected under the gray cap of afternoon nimbus. "I'm losing my sense of humor," he growled. "Don't push it." "Are you afraid that the mob will come in here?" "I'm not afraid of anything," he blurted, puffing his boyish chest against baggy fatigues. "My job is to protect Mr. Dexter, and that's what I'm doing." She began the tender task of removing the plants from their containers and setting them in their beds beside the walk. This was the part she liked, handling the silky vines and blind roots, smelling the loam as she broke it open. At the end of the day, when she cleaned her short nails, she did it over one of her pots so that nothing was lost. "You must like flowers. You went through a lot of pain and trouble to get the one behind your ear." "I was drunk," he said. "If they could get them to smell good, it wouldn't be so bad." "They'll come up with something, you'll see. Smell these." She held a lavender orchid up to him. He took it from her and put it to his nose, then allowed himself a smile. It pleased her that the tension in his face relaxed a bit. "Yeah," he said, "that would be nice." "Well, this type of flower didn't have a scent until just a year ago, and it didn't blossom from moss until 5 years ago. I taught it how." "Flowers." The security snorted in a show of disdain, but didn't turn away. "You can't eat flowers. You should grow something that people can eat." "What?" She put her hand to her mouth in mock surprise. "They shoot you for growing food without a license. You don't need a license to grow flowers. Besides, your soul needs food too. Flowers have a spiritual nutrition that you just can't measure." He looked less skeptical, but kept his guarded posture. She bit back the temptation to talk about her bees, because bees meant honey, and fewer than a handful of people knew about her honey production. Once her plants were bedded, she misted them well and swept her clippings and stray dirt away from the walk. She felt a little nervous. She was stuck in town without transportation. Her neighbor, Billy, had given her a ride to the job first thing this morning. Her cachette, though practically new, had burned out another something that meant it wouldn't start. She didn't like it in town anyway. It wallowed in tight places, and it always frustrated her. There was the tram into the central area with a transfer out, but it was probably shut down because of the mobs. She didn't relish the idea of walking the 10 clicks home without Doob to protect her. "Stella, my dear, are you finished out here?" Mrs. Whittle, the hostess, beckoned her from the front hatchway. She was a gray-haired, prim woman with an honest smile for everyone and a fair skin that could only be Merman-born. Though soft-spoken and delicate, Mrs. Whittle had single-handedly saved a boatload of Pandora's finest art during that first series of quakes in '73. She had been a volunteer at the museum desk down under when the collapse came and commandeered an old delivery sub. Instead of saving herself, she loaded artwork into the sub even as the seams of the museum dome split, sending streams of water spray powerful enough to slice a human in half. "Yes, Mrs. Whittle, do you like them?" The elderly woman glanced down at the walk, and her eyebrows raised ever so slightly. "Lovely," she said, and sighed. "They were right about you, my dear, but now I have a problem, and perhaps you can help me." "What is it?"
Some of the help that we were counting on haven't shown up today. The troubles, you know. Could you stay a while longer and greet our guests at the door? I have the guest list here, and name tags are on the table just inside the hatch. Of course, you are welcome to stay as my guest and enjoy the reception. Would you do that for me? Stella had strong feelings about rich people, and they were strong negative feelings. 100 meters away, the starving poor lined up for hours to buy limited rations with their hard-earned pay. Servants of the rich handed over cards stamped exception at the high-security backdoor loading dock and filled their vans with an abundance of food. Stella had worked parties like this before to be able to take home leftovers. The pay meant nothing. She had always earned more than her ration card allowed her to buy. She had never been able to figure out the red tape process for getting a ration card stamped exception. But today her cachette was not running, and she had no safe way home. Yes, she said, I can stay, but I'm not dressed, and I'll need a ride home. Mrs. Whittle brightened and took her by the elbow. You don't know what a worry you've lifted, dear. Of course we can arrange a ride for you. You just leave that to me. Now, let's have a look at my daughter's wardrobe. She had some wonderful things that should fit you nicely. There's an elegant black dress that will look splendid on you, though I'm sure that anything would look splendid on you. Thank you, she said. She won't mind? Mrs. Whittle's face darkened for an unguarded moment, then she set her chin forward. No, my dear, I'm afraid not, she said. She was killed in that terrible scene at the college last season. Terrible. I'm sorry to hear that. Well, she had her own mind, Mrs. Whittle said, and then in a whisper she added, I was so proud of her. I'll tell you the story someday. This is not the time. The dress was slinky and black. The fit in the bust was uncomfortably tight, though it seemed that any pressure at all hurt her breasts lately. The neckline plunged a bit too, showing her off as she hadn't been shown off before. I wish Doob could see me in this, she said, turning in front of a pair of mirrors. He'd love it. Then you'll just have to keep it, my dear, Mrs. Whittle said. Tears welled in her eyes, but nothing spilled. In fact, I wish you'd look through these clothes and take anything you can use. It's not right that they just hang here. They're not paintings after all. Stella protested, but and ideas reshape humanity. Create an experience where they emerge thinking. Whittle prepared a carton full of her daughter's clothes, then escorted Stella to her position at the small table beside the entryway. The guest of honor, Alec Dexter, arrived tugging his shirt sleeves flush with the jacket cuffs and cursing the muggy afternoon. Stella pinned his name tag to his left breast and smoothed the fabric out of habit. Instead of joining the rest of the guests, he lingered beside her and unabashedly appraised her cleavage. She caught his gaze and held it until he looked away. Been in meetings all day, he mumbled. After this shindig that the distributors put together, I have to speak at a Progress Club dinner in 2 hours, and then meet with the director at a cocktail party at 8. No wonder I'm always out of breath and can't lose weight. You look beautiful, my dear. He squinted at her name tag and moved closer to her chest. Stella Bliss. They shook hands and she found his palm very sweaty. I didn't think these big shots sweat in public. A sheen gathered at his forehead and upper lip, and he dabbed at it with a handkerchief. The Honorable Alec Dexter motioned to his driver, who lounged nearby in the cool breeze of the entryway. I'll need another shirt, he said, his voice lowered. Powder blue will do for tonight. Streets are blocked, his driver said. Couldn't make it back in time to fetch you for dinner. His voice sounded sullen to Stella, and she suspected from the tightening of his jaw that if there was one thing Alec Dexter did not allow in his presence, it was sullenness. Then buy one, he snapped. Shops are open until curfew and the market's only a few blocks away. He waved his hand in dismissal. Take it out of petty cash. Change your attitude or change jobs. The hatchway behind the driver framed a small street scene capped with a tumultuous sky. 2 guards faced the street with their backs to him. A third tilted his head at the sound of 3 tones that came from the messenger on his belt. He picked it up, spoke into it, then hurried inside. His face seemed to pale more with each of the 5 steps that brought him to his honor side. Their conversation was brief and whispered, but Stella heard every word. Code Brutus standby warning, sir. Do you want to secure here or at the compound? "Shit," Alec Dexter said, and he turned his face away as though he'd been slapped. He, like Mr. Whittle, was a possible successor to the director. He rubbed his forehead while a track full of security emptied itself out front. His face was as pale as his guards. He watched the security squad fan out from the track and take up positions outside. "These hours?" he asked his guard. The guard shrugged, his lasgun gripped white-knuckle tight in his shaking hands. "Don't know, sir." He grunted. "Guess it's hard to know what side they're on if we don't know what side we're on. Just a warning, you say? Flattery's not." "Yes, sir, a warning. Flattery issued it." "We'll wait here," Dexter said. "If we're going to find ourselves stuck somewhere, I'd prefer it to be with this lovely young woman." He bowed, took Stella's hand and kissed it. Then he strolled inside to the hostess and her guests, passing the long table set with an array of the most beautiful fruits and seafoods that Stella had ever seen. The centerpiece was a meter-high chunk of ice carved to represent a leaping porpoise. The fighting sounded closer, and the security quietly closed the double hatch. Stella was more than a little afraid. Not once had Dexter glanced in her orchids. To be conscious, you must surmount illusion. Prudence Lon Weigand, MD, number 5, original crew member, Voidship Earthling. The series of explosions dropped by Flattery Skyhawks from the surface wounded the green kelp in Sector 8, killed tens of thousands of fishes and a pod of bottlenose porpoises, and roiled up enough sediment to clog submersible filters for a 50-click radius. A huge stand of blue kelp neighboring Sector 8 retracted all of its fronds instinctively and clamped itself as tight around its central lagoon as possible. In this configuration, its leaves were packed so tight that it could barely breathe. Feeding was out of the question. The blue kelp, when fully deployed, reached a diameter of nearly 100 kilometers. Its outer fringes bordered domestic kelp projects for nearly 280 degrees of its circumference. The rest faced open ocean, and some of it was growing daily at a visible rate. For its own safety, it kept out of contact with the domestic kelps. These were slaves to the humans, bound to the electric whip. This much the blue gathered from the dying shards that drifted his way. There would be many such shards soon. Kelp death always followed these explosions. Other deaths followed too, at times feeding the blue kelp into an incredible spurt of growth. This day, something else drifted in on the currents. Something like an aura, a fragrance, something that kept the kelp from hugging itself too tight, too long. Something stirred this blue kelp deep within itself, setting its genetic memories tingling. Nothing would quite come to the fore. Soon, the blue could no longer help itself, and it opened its fronds wide in hopes of a good strong whiff. Feed men, then ask of them virtue. Dostoevsky, The Brothers Karamazov. Turbulence from the blasts hadn't settled yet when the flying fish pitched, helpless, to the surface. Rico's eyes teared instantly in the sudden glare of afternoon sun that gemmed the cockpit. He groped for his sunglasses and tried to blink away the afterglow. To starboard, he saw a long gray line that must be the coast. To port, 2 or 3 kilometers away, the surface seethed with a mean white froth as far as he could see. A puddle of seawater widened into a pool beneath Elvira's command couch. Her nosebleed was slowing, and she shook her head, trying to clear the concussion that had hit her with the first of the depth charges. Anybody but Elvira would have been scrap bait out there, Rico thought. Somehow she'd made it back into the engine room airlock by herself, though stunned and quivering from the blast. There were many other blasts, too many to count. That goddamn Flattery's answer to everything is to blow it up, he grumbled. Kelp lights winked out all around them as the sea was glutted with shredded frogs and torn vines. Sister Kelp, Elvira said, following his gaze across the tumultuous surface. She retracts, saves herself. Elvira, I don't want to hear that Sister Kelp crap. I want to get us out of here. Overflights, she warned, and pointed to 2 specks at 10 o'clock off the port cabin. Her hands automatically worked the dive sequence, but the engines remained still. Jammed, she said, her face impassive and dazed. Silt and kelp in the nighters. Don't sweat it, Elvira, Rico said. He patted her arm. They're the ones who dropped the charges. If they carried all that payload, they're short on fuel. At least we're not dealing with a bunch of mines out here. Rico unharnessed himself and got Elvira a towel out of one of the lockers. Here, he said, Dry yourself off, change into a new dive suit, we might be here a while and there's no sense you getting sick. She took the towel, and it seemed to Rico that her senses were coming back. Flattery can track a one-seater coracle from port to port with the orbiter anyway, he said. These guys can't set down out here, and with Crista Galli aboard, they don't dare blow us up. Meanwhile, we've got to get her and Ben to some big medicine, and fast. 2 sonic booms rocked them further as the overflights dove in on them and pulled out. Rico could make out the pilots' faces as the tiny aircraft flashed past.
And ideas reshape humanity. Create an experience where they emerge thinking, they're young, Elvira. Did you see that? With their whole lives ahead of them, they chain themselves to flattery. He fisted the arm of his couch and grumbled, why do they do that? They should be out cuddling some young thing in a hatchway somewhere. Didn't their mothers teach them any better? Their mothers are hungry, Rico, and they're hungry now. Rico glanced at Elvira with surprise. He was accustomed to speaking to her but getting nothing but grunts for reply. She was already out of her restraints and fighting the toss of the foil, making her way to the aft lockers. You're not going out there again, he said. The seas are a mess. Nothing can get through here. You will calm down, she said, and it sounded like an order. Elvira peeled off her dive suit and toweled off her finely toned musculature with the candor typical of merman. Care for the others. I will clean out the filters. As she slipped into a fresh suit, Rico realized he'd been aroused at the sight of Elvira's pale body. Even her thumb-sized nipples seemed muscular in the chill. He would never approach Elvira. Both of them knew that, but the surprise of his arousal reminded Rico of Snej and how much he'd missed her. Elvira's plan was the logical thing, he knew. He ticked off a list of priorities. Ben and Crista, he thought. Keep them breathing. Monitor the radio, prepare for surprises by Voshan security. Elvira swept past him to the hatch without so much as a glance. Rico fought the pitch and roll of the foil to the lockers and pulled out 3 more dive suits. He worked himself along by handholds in the bulkhead back to the galley. On his way, he listened to the crackle of the radio and the report from the overflights. Skywatch leader to base. Charges away. We have your fish. Over. Roger, Skywatch. We mark your position. Our bird is launched. ETA 30 minutes. Status report. 30 minutes, Rico thought. Their bird must be a foil, and a fast one. Not room for a lot of hardware, or a lot of bodies. Good. We might have a few surprises for them. The radio continued to chatter about the condition of the flying fish and speculation on the occupants, but they were quickly out of range. Rico bent over Ben and saw that he was immobile. His chest was not rising and falling, but his color wasn't bad. He put his cheek to Ben's mouth and detected the slightest breath. Checking the pulse at Ben's neck, he noted that his partner's heart was beating, but only a few beats per minute. His eyes were open, but still. They looked dry. So Rico opened and closed the lids a few times to lubricate them, then left them closed. He unhooked the restraints and struggled to get Ben into one of the dive suits. We're topside, he said, hoping Ben could hear. They threw some charges at the kelp, but I think it's just surface damage. Elvira's out there unclogging the intakes. Flattery's people have a foil on our tail. They'll be here in no time. We may have to go over the rail. He heard a groan from Crista Galli and saw that she was trying to sit up against her restraints. Your girlfriend's coming around, he said. I'll get her into a suit, then get into the code book and let operations know what's going on. Everybody else seems to know where we are. He sealed Ben's suit and inflated the collar, just in case. When Rico turned to Crista Galli, he saw that she was crying. Her red-rimmed, swollen eyes stared at Ben's death-like form on the galley deck. She seemed to be conscious and aware. Can you understand me? Rico asked. In spite of her restraints, he remained well out of reach. She nodded. Yes. Have you ever had this reaction before? Yes. Her voice was slurred. Once, before he gave me shots, I pretended to take pills, spit them out later. What will happen next? She tried a shrug. More of the same. Maybe seizures. It takes a while. She added in a slurred whisper, Nobody's ever made me feel like a human being except Ben.
Rico noticed that the pupils of her eyes dilated and constricted wildly. Must be some potent drugs, he mused. Damn that flattery. We are in the open, he explained, and helpless. You need to have a dive suit on in case we go into the water. It flashed on him then what flattery must have realized all along, what operations warned in their instructions. Do not let her into the water. Do not let her contact the kelp. This was speculation, precaution. There would be no other choice if Voshan security showed up. There was no point worrying about it. I can help you with it if you can't do it yourself. I'm sorry to say this, but I'd rather not touch you. He held the suit out to her at arm's length. I can't get out of this harness, she said. Rico tapped the quick-release mechanism and she was free. He recoiled from her, partly as a reflex, partly because the foil pitched his way. At this, she cringed away from him, her face even more pale and her jaw set. "And what do you think I am?" she asked. "I don't know," he said. "Do you?" "I know that I don't think. I can't think that I do this." She gestured limply at Ben. "It can't be me." "It's the drugs," Rico said. He tried to keep the anger out of his voice. She needed reassurance, not another enemy. Remember, the drugs are Flattery's doing, not yours. Her tears, the way she looked at Ben, seemed like the genuine article. But look at what happened to Ben, he cautioned himself. "Get your suit on," Rico said. "We don't have much time." Crista had to slip out of her dress to don the dive suit. Rico knelt beside Ben, a hand on his forehead. He moved a little, and Rico took it for a good sign. His breathing was much stronger. Crista did not seem modest at all, nor did she look like a monster. Probably spent so much time as a lab animal she didn't have a chance to get shy. Rico, like Ben, had been raised among islanders, a generally shy lot. Rico admitted to himself that Crista had the best-looking legs he'd ever seen. Again, he thought of Snej back at operations, and sighed. He planned to send a message to her too, along with whatever he'd think of to say to operations. He turned back to Crista Galli. A little pale, he thought. She seemed very weak, and struggled just to pull her suit on and fasten the seals. Her breathing was rapid and shallow. Her forehead beaded sweat, and she was still more pale than when Rico had first seen her in the village. Her eyes were doing their dilation trick, and he noticed an uncontrollable tremor in her legs. "Can you get back into your harness?" she asked. She shook her head. "No," she said, her voice weaker now. "It's starting." She was drifting out again. She lay down on her couch, eyes still open. "Are you still with us?" he asked. "Can you hear me?" "Yes," she said. "Yes." Rico still didn't want to touch her. Whatever it was, it had nearly killed Ben, and he wasn't about to let the same thing happen to himself. He reached around her carefully and snicked the harness into place, then snugged it up with a jerk. He pushed the head of the couch back so that she lay flat. By then, Crista was unconscious again. Rico hurried into his own suit and noted that the seas had calmed somewhat. He could hear the thump and scrape of Elvira at the hull ports and hoped that the kelp wouldn't set her hallucinating as it did some people. She seemed to have been all right before. "It'd be just our luck," he muttered to himself. "Best damned pilot in the whole damned world thinking her gauges are grapefruits." There was a very loud scrape, more of a long, slithering rasp across the top of the foil. Then another. It was the same serpentine sound that the kelp had made when it grabbed them. Rico jumped for the cabin, but it was too late. The whole foil tipped on its side, and he was thrown against the port bulkhead so hard it knocked the wind out of him. He saw through the swarm of black amoebas across his vision that they were airborne.
And ideas reshape humanity. Create an experience where they emerge thinking, he was jostled again, not so much this time, and as the bow of the foil tilted upward, he saw them being pulled up into a mass of highlighter tentacles. Shit! He struggled to his knees and crawled the upended bulkhead to the command couch under the plaz. He could flip open a port and get a shot at it with his last gun. That was when he saw how big this highlighter really was. He guessed it at 100 meters across, with its two lead tentacles which gripped the foil at nearly that length. Even the smallest tentacle was thicker than Rico. They were already 100 meters or so in the air and rising. That pitch back there, he thought, it must have dumped a hell of a ballast to be able to pick us up. It was then that he thought of Elvira and scrambled for a view of the seas below. She was there, dive suit inflated, floating on her back. She must have seen him, but she didn't wave. Damn! He couldn't drop her a flare, he couldn't try the engines. Either of these might touch off the hundreds of cubic meters of hydrogen in the monster highlighter. It tucked the flying fish upside down against its great orange belly. Rico had never been this close to a highlighter before, but he'd seen them explode. A highlighter considerably smaller than this one had flattened the first tiny settlement at Kalaloch. 600 people cooked alive in that firestorm. He and Ben had covered that one too. The living were the worst. He remembered that Ben wouldn't settle for the easy story, the inevitable films of cooked flesh on living bone, shaking chills, vomit, and screams. Just shoot their eyes, Ben had told him, leave the rest to me. Ben asked them about their lives, not about the blast. The dying and near-dying filled 18 hours of tape before the dashers hit. It was Rico's footage of the team fighting for their own lives against a dozen hunts of dashers in a feeding frenzy that chilled the hollow audience worldwide. Rico saw that the coast was coming up fast and black weather pushed behind them. He hoped that the weight of the foil wouldn't pull the highlighter too low to clear the gray bluffs ahead. He worked his way back to the cabin along the ceiling and sat below the command couches. This coliseum of a highlighter had a destination in mind, and that destination was land. If it didn't bash them to bits against this cliff face, it would blow them up and land. Rico reviewed their odds and didn't like what he came up with, though he was sure he'd rather clear the cliff than not. He wondered whether Operations had a code provision for this one. He hoped that Operations could beat Flattery's people to Elvira. Rico refused to mull over the consequences if they didn't. Just off the cliff face, the daily afternoon squall whipped up. The sky fisted down on them without warning, clouds churning in their typical black and lasgun gray. No lightning, Rico prayed to himself. We don't need lightning. They did need the cloud cover, this he knew. With good cover, more overflights and Flattery spies in the orbiter would be worthless. The ride got bumpier as the squall moved inland with them. Rico was close enough to the face of the bluff to see the markings on the back of a flatwing when an updraft sank his belly. They almost cleared the top. He saw that clearly, but the stern of the foil caught the lip of the bluff, cartwheeling the bow of their craft deep into the leathery belly of the highlighter. Unrestrained, Rico was flung like a toy about the cabin. The foil tumbled down the cliff face as the highlighter deflated and collapsed on top of it. When the foil came to rest, Rico lay dazed across the plasglass windshield of the cabin. All he could see under the shadow of the highlighter's canopy was an immense cloud of blue dust. He flexed his arms and legs, coughed to test his ribs. Bruised, but nothing broken. Great, Rico told himself. Keep her away from the kelp, they said. Here we are, smothering in the stuff. He tried calming himself, but a few deep breaths didn't still the shaking in his hands. He hoped the foil had slid all the way to the beach. He didn't relish being perched halfway up a cliff. The afternoon downpour washed over the canopy and their foil. Rico thought of Elvira, caught in open water in the squall, and assessed her chances. They summed up close to 0. She might now be one with her sister kelp. At least there's not much hydrogen left in that monster, he muttered. He switched on the cabin lights and radio. A couple of the lights worked, but the radio was gone. He took a deep breath of the kelp-laced air before heading aft to check on Ben and Crista. If you think that vision is greater than action, why do you enjoin upon me the terrible action of war? From Zavatan Conversations with the Avata, Queets Twisp. Elder Mac was awaiting a callback from security when suddenly his instruments showed random explosive damage to the kelp in Sector 8. He didn't wait. Mac thought Flattery wants whatever's in there in a bad way. Mac was sure that the something included Crista Galli. Instrumentation showed merging patterns between the wounded domestic kelp and the massive neighboring stand of wild blue. Mac and Alyssa Marsh had done peripheral studies of that particular stand of blue, the largest wild kelp bed in the world.
It learned to hide from us, to convolute itself so it could grow inside a ring of domestic kelps and outmass them without detection. Now that it had broken through, he suspected that it could wreak havoc with current control. If it was as big as the Gridmaster said it was, then the blue kelp could possibly be current control. If this kelp's on our side, then Flattery's surrounded, he thought. But what if it's not on our side? Beatrice was his big worry now. She always checked in from the docking bay, but this time he had heard nothing. When she was incommunicado inside her studio, he suspected trouble. It wasn't like her at all. Just a blank after Spud left, a spinjet jockey reported seeing a body expelled from the shuttle airlock. Nobody was answering his calls in security or inside the studio. Damn it! Now the Gridmaster was getting a response from the kelp, an incredibly healthy response. This stand that the depth charges had stunned back into mere reflex reawakened immediately with a corresponding shift in frequency. This is the new kelp, he thought. It's absorbed the memories of our domestics and taken them over. All of the hardware from the domestic kelp was intact, but instead of dozens of frequencies dancing the screens, there was now only one kelp frequency on the Gridmaster. Mac's screen showed the grid reforming, except for an unresponsive area in the northwestern corner. He hoped that wasn't pruned back too far. Well, he muttered, so far it seems to like us. He had planned to use current control to turn the kelps against Flattery. He'd groomed as many sentient stands as he could muster for one last try, for the time that Flattery went too far. Macintosh saw war as a drug, an extremely addicting drug, and he didn't want Pandorans to start using it. I want that sector on visual, he told the sector monitor. We should be able to spot them. All he got on visual was the gray-black whirl of afternoon squall that obliterated his view of the entire sector. Ozette, Lapush, and Galli were under there somewhere. He hoped against hope that the depth charges didn't turn them all into soup. Comline's still down to the studio, he thought. If Spud doesn't get in there, we'll have to get their attention somehow. A feeling stranger than his weightlessness flipped through his stomach. He shook it off as he had shaken off the chill that slipped into the air after her shuttle docked. He wondered how many had come up on that flight. The shuttle could carry 30 to 40, depending on equipment. Then there was OMC life support and the techs. Everyone aboard would have to know what happened.
And ideas reshape humanity. Create an experience where they emerge thinking, he didn't like thinking about the OMC, where it came from, what Flattery had done to it. She had been Alyssa, not it, but he found it a lot easier to handle at the moment. Life support was Mac's responsibility, as it had been aboard the Earthling. He did not relish the notion of that job. Well, he muttered to himself, before we get that far, I might have a few surprises for Flattery. A soft tone went off near the turret, alerting him that something was forming up on the kelp's private holo stage. Macintosh had built the thing after consulting Beatrice on holography. He had routed it through the Gridmaster in hopes of getting images from the kelp. In the 2 months that it had been experimental, it had far exceeded his dreams. The kelp had been frustrated for a long time, and it had a lot to say. So far, it was all images, flashing lights, and odd sounds. The images were clear, usually solid information about real things in real time. The sounds and lights seemed to be talk, or inflection, or philosophizing. Macintosh had not yet been able to interpret anything but the more obvious images. He launched himself across the small office toward his new setup at the base of the turret. He didn't care much for the near zero-G environment this close to the axis, but it was the most practical location for an observation station. At first, he had liked the immediate access to the shuttle port. To get the near-normal gravity rim side, he would have to put up with the annoying 2-minute spin of the orbiter that made visualization of anything nearly impossible. His body was lanky enough that it got in the way more often than not. Since he'd become acquainted with Beatrice Tatouche, he had come to like the immediate access to the holovision studio too. His experimental holo stage lit up with the image of a giant highlighter dragging its ballast across the wavetops. This projection was the best quality he'd ever seen. It was a perfect miniaturization, and the collating data identified this as the source of the disruption within the kelp.
A metallic glint off the ballast drew his attention closer to the tiny 3D scene in front of him. That's not ballast. The miniature holo played out the incident with the flying fish and the highlighter. He watched from the highlighter's view as they bore down on the cliff. They came in fast, and when Macintosh realized that they wouldn't clear the top, he caught himself pulling his feet up. Then the highlighter burst and the screen went blank. "There's an oracle somewhere near there," he muttered. "Maybe we can muster up a rescue team." He handed himself back to his command console and paged Spud on the intercom. That was when all hell broke loose from the klaxons. The 4-klaxon alarm meant a fully involved fire somewhere in the forward access section, his section. His greatest fear was for the shuttle docking station and its spare fuel stores. With a 4-klaxon alarm, the fire could be in current control, the studio area, or the shuttle docking bay. All areas sealed off automatically. Warning lights winked on in all access quarters, and the orbiter intercom repeated calmly. Vacuum suits mandatory in all sealed areas. In case of fire, vacuum will be installed. Vacuum will be installed. Vacuum suits mandatory in all sealed areas. Macintosh typed out the area clear visual code for turret control on his console. If the area sensors detected no fire danger, then current control would not be sealed off. He snapped open the hatch side locker and followed the prescribed drill. He sealed himself into his pressure suit and activated the communication unit beside the faceplate. He sprung the hatch to the passageway in time to see a ground pounder security slap Spud across the face with a lasgun butt. Spud spun against the studio hatch, and the security grabbed a closer handhold for the leverage to try again. Macintosh hollered, "Hold it!" but the man hit Spud again. Spud floated, unconscious, in mid-passageway. Macintosh turned his set on full. "Hold it!" he yelled. The security was obviously direct from groundside and lacked the skills for maneuvering in the access area of the orbiter. He spun around at the voice and let go his handhold. The momentum in near zero G sent him spinning up the passageway toward Macintosh. The man let go of his lasgun as he flailed for balance, and Mac scooped it up as he sailed by. Mac reached Spud as he started coming around. "I heard them say they'd kill her," Spud said. "I pulled the alarm because I didn't know what else to do." "Good thinking, Spud," he said. "Get a suit on in case we break vacuum." The arriving volunteer fire squad crowded the passageway as Spud suited up, and close behind them, the usual throng was forming. In spite of their bulky suits, the squad moved with a grace that Macintosh envied. He looked around for the owner of the lasgun, but the man had disappeared. The hatch to the studio remained sealed. Macintosh plugged his communicator directly into Spud's headset. "Beatrice knows the drill," he said. "She'll suit up." "Does she know the visual all-clear code?" Macintosh nodded. "She knows it, but I'll bet she knows better than to use it." It took two things to prevent a sealed-off fire area from being committed to vacuum: an automatic sensor signal, all clear, to the orbiter computer, and a coded visual all-clear signal to the computer. Since the sensors in the studio undoubtedly reported no sign of fire, the computer awaited the visual code indicating that a human had inspected the scene and declared it clear. Meanwhile, the suspect area remained sealed off, accessible only by fire personnel. The intercom warned, "Attention access deck, yellow sectors 8 through 16. Vacuum installation in 3 minutes. Vacuum in 3 minutes. Full pressure suit mandatory in these areas." The electronic device that the fire squad used to enter sealed hatches didn't work on the first try or the second. Macintosh plugged his set into the bulkhead receptacle and tried direct contact with the studio. Spud plugged into Macintosh. "Anything?" he asked. Macintosh shook his head. "Static. They're just not." On the third try, the hatch sprang aside. The fire squad rushed in, and Macintosh shouldered himself behind them, hiding the lasgun as best he could. He was glad he did. Beatrice was the only one who had managed to don a suit. She stood to the side of the hatch and grabbed Macintosh as he raced through. The momentum spun him into the bulkhead beside her, but she had a good grip on a handhold, so they both stayed put. The others fumbled with the seals of their suits, surprised at the suddenness of the fire squad's entry. One of the newcomers made a clumsy dive for the back of the studio, but he was grabbed in flight by a firefighter and his partner, who wrestled him to a handhold and restrained him. Macintosh made sure the rest of them saw his lasgun, and they stayed put. Mac's squad finished their sweep of the room in less than a minute, and one of them sent the all-clear visual signal back to the computer. The intercom announced all clear, and Macintosh unfastened his headgear. Beatrice beat him to it. "They killed my crew," she shouted. "They killed your security squad, and they have weapons back there in the lockers." One of the firelighters sailed to the back of the studio to search out the weapons cache. "Hold these men," Macintosh ordered, "and hand out whatever weapons they have. We're likely to need them." The firefighters used various lines and straps from their pockets to truss up Leon and his 2 men. All 3 were confounded and helpless in 0G. The fire squad live and work in it every day, but Macintosh still had to admire their ease of movement, even with 3 struggling captives in tow. Beatrice hugged him tight and kissed him. Even through the added bulk of the vacuum suit, she felt good to him.
And ideas reshape humanity. Create an experience where they emerge thinking, "I was hoping we could do that under other circumstances," he said. He felt her trembling and held her close. "There are more of them," she said. "I counted 32 altogether. My guess is that their leader, Captain Brood, is with the OMC. Spud, you heard?" "Yes, Dr. Mac. All this action's going to bring somebody down here. Seal off Axis Sector Yellow. Code admission only. We might seal a few of them in here with us, but it'll give us time to deal with the rest of them." Spud activated the nearest console and completed the order in a blink. Macintosh motioned to the firefighter with the white headgear. "There's a big storage locker across the passageway that's empty. Seal these men in there and then meet me in the teaching lab next to current control. If you can find any weapons from our own security, bring them. I want your best tunnel rats, as many as you can muster." "Aye, Commander," he said, then added, "These men are groundsiders, sir. You saw how clumsy they are. Our best weapons here are 0G and vacuum." "You're right," Macintosh said, taking Beatrice's hand, "and strategy. Let's move. While the fat and flesh cleaving to the flame are devoured by it, you who cleave to it are yet alive." Zohar, the Book of Splendor. Spider Nevi hoped that flattery was getting a humbling at the hands of the rabble, because Nevi was certainly getting a humbling out here at the hands of the kelp. He'd spotted Zents floating on his back, only the whites of his eyes visible, the mouthpiece to his breathing apparatus discarded. A long strand of kelp wrapped his middle, and it reeled him steadily toward the side of the lagoon. Lucky for Zents that he'd had the presence of mind to inflate the collar of the suit. It kept his head and shoulders on the surface, though fat as he was, his body floated nicely enough without it. Lucky, too, that Nevi had hit the vine quickly and on the first shot. He had Zents all the way back to the foil before he felt the seethe of kelp anger on his heels. Zents appeared to be breathing. It would have been so much easier if he had drowned, Nevi thought, but I still might need him. A live body is a lot more useful than a dead one. Nevi knew one thing for sure. He was getting out of reach of the kelp. One zombie on the crew was enough. The foil started a slow spin, and Nevi swore under his breath. It's channeling us into its reach. He managed to secure Zentz's collar with a line from the aft hatchway and pulled him aboard the foil. He used a boat hook to brush off pieces of kelp fronds that clung to the unconscious Zentz. The whole situation had passed beyond the ridiculous. Now it was simply comic. It didn't matter to him whether flattery stayed in power or not. Whoever was up there would need Spider Nevi in his services, and Nevi enjoyed that position. It was like having 3 or 4 good chess moves already set while the opponent was in check. Well, it was time flattery learned his worth. Send me out here, will he? Zentz had been kelped, and the automatics in his dive suit kept him from swimming off to who knows where. They didn't keep him from struggling blindly against rescue. At 65 kilos, it took Nevi a while to wrestle the nearly 100 kilos of Zentz inside the foil and harness him into his couch.
He didn't know why he bothered, except that it would give Flattery something to play with if they didn't come back with Crista Galli and Ozette. Nevi quickly maneuvered the foil to the center of the lagoon and prepared for vertical takeoff. It would eat up more fuel than he liked, but it would cut his odds of getting grabbed by that kelp stand. He punched in the automatic VTO sequence, and all of the power of the foil kicked him right in the seat of the pants. It swayed like a bug on a blade of grass until they were a safe 100 meters above the lagoon. He set the controls for straight and level and turned the foil loose. A routine 10-minute refueling had turned into nearly an hour's delay, and Nevi couldn't afford to waste another blink. He listened to the radio and couldn't make heads or tails of the situation back at the preserve. He'd tried to raise Flattery on their dedicated channel, but no one keyed him in at the other end. One fragment of transmission from an overflight came through, and he shook his head in wonder. What idiot talked Flattery into depth charging the foil we're hunting? He snapped off the radio and relaxed his grip on the controls. The afternoon turbulence didn't sit well on his stomach, so he flipped off the autopilot. He needed something to do besides listen to Zentz breathe through his drool. He kept the yellow arrow on his view screen pointed toward the green coordinates set down by the overflights. He could tell, by the way Zentz squirmed in the co-pilot's couch, that the chief of security might be coming around. Nevi had trouble suppressing a sneer at the mere thought of Zentz as chief of anything. Chief breach of security, he thought. Chief of insecurity. Nevi had to admit that Zentz had held a difficult line against the increasing hostility of the villagers for nearly a year. A mob of villagers was one thing, this Crista Galli and her shadow playmates were quite another. 100 meters across, Zentz gurgled. Zentz's eyes were wild, the pupils dilating and constricting on both sides, dancing to some strange rhythm. Nevi didn't answer. Zentz had started this raving about some giant highlighter as soon as Nevi had gotten the foil back in the air. Crista Galli, kelp gone crazy, giant highlighter, grab whole foil. That's hocus pocus, and it's in your head, Nevi said. He knew Zentz couldn't hear him, but it made Nevi feel better. His voice was calm and flat, a practiced calm that paid off whenever he had to work with Zentz. He knew it gave Zentz the creeps, and that always gave Nevi the edge. He wondered whether it would give Zentz the creeps in his dreams. He hoped so. It was this flying that made Nevi nervous. The storm buffeted Nevi against the restraints in his command couch. Some of the updrafts along the coastline nearly emptied his stomach. Like most Pandorans, he preferred traveling the kelp subways, particularly during afternoon storms. But today speed was critical. The cat had played the mouse too loose. Maybe Zentz was right about their foil. Who knows what the kelp had shown him? If Ozette and Crista Galli got loose afoot in this country, they might just wind up being dasher bait. Ozette didn't strike him as the survival type. Nevi knew that Flattery needed both of them alive for now. For now, what Flattery needed, Nevi needed, and he didn't want to get so comfortable out here that he forgot it. Zentz needs them alive more than anyone, he thought. The big question mark for Nevi was the highlighter. What would contact with that thing do to Crista Galli? Or what might it do for her? And something about those damned Zavitant squatters up coast gave even Nevi the creeps. Nobody could farm the open country like that without some kind of protection. He wanted to know what that protection was, or who. They kept one jump ahead of Flattery and the Dasher's accomplishments that captured Nevi's personal respect. The squall cleared occasionally, allowing Nevi glimpses of the coastline. Cloud front pushed across both suns and confounded his perspective. He knew that thousands of square kilometers lay under Zavitant camouflage. It didn't take much imagination to appreciate the value of the new fertile land below. In a matter of weeks, the Zavitants turned bare rock into garden, pumped water, and started up their smelly labs. The entire upcoast region was laced with streams and pockmarked with hundreds of small lakes. They'd already turned many of the lakes into fish farms. Their pitiful farms grew more than enough to sustain them. This Nevi knew. His information was better than Flattery's, but Flattery didn't pay him for information. Where does their surplus go, he wondered.
And ideas reshape humanity. Create an experience where they emerge thinking, he knew that when he discovered the answer to that one, he would answer the shadow question as well. No food, no shadows, he thought. It would be a pity if flattery managed to wipe out the farms to stop the supplies that he was sure were channeled to the underground. There must be a more profitable way. It occurred to him that the shadows might win. He shrugged. Nevi emitted an admiration for these Zavatons, for their independence that flattery couldn't yet control. He didn't intend to muddy his own hands, though this trip had already proved messy enough. Nevi smiled, a rare break in the steel of his countenance. He had plans for his retirement, and this up-coast region, with its farmland and its new burgeoning forests, appealed to him. The people up here just might want some professional protection soon. Protection from the likes of Flattery and his bungling chief of security. Lot of new squatters this year, he thought. Since the earthquake started a few years ago, people had turned to the surface for safety. Even with berm houses, it was easier to spot a dwelling than a tunnel. It wouldn't take that much effort to map these people. Nevi flew into a sudden wall of weather, and there wasn't much possibility of spotting anything. Nevi kept his attention on the screen. The slash of rain against the metal skin and plaza of the cabin nearly deafened him. He switched on the landing lights to clarify the terrain. Still, visibility was a few hundred meters, tops. A buzzer reminded him that he was flying at the stall point. They were only a couple of kilometers downcoast from the overflight coordinates. Zentz came around enough to set his couch up and hold his head. "So, how was it?" Nevi asked. "I don't ever want to go back." "Where'd you go?" "Everywhere." Zentz wiped his drool with his sleeve. "I went everywhere, at once. I saw them picked up." "They're around here somewhere." "Beached," Zentz said. "Down the cliff, beached." Nevi grunted his amusement. He imagined this gray land on a sunny day, blooming. Flattery couldn't possibly send troops, he thought. They'd never come home at all. Approaching set down, he said, and throttled back. "See them yet?" "No." "Yes." He pointed a shaking finger starboard. "There, look at the size of that thing. I knew it was more than a dream." Nevi was disgusted at the spit spray of Zentz's excitement. The squall was moving on already, as quickly as it had come, and visibility over the downed highlighter was good. The terrain, however, looked deadly. The crumple of downed foil was plainly visible amid the orange shards of the deflated highlighter. It was a monster, all right, and deflated it covered far more than the 100-meter diameter it had occupied in the air. Almost half of it trailed the 50 meters down to the sea, and the rest lay crumpled in the narrow stretch of beach between the sea and the precipitous rocks. The foil appeared to be nearly intact right at the foot of the cliff. Nevi did not want to set down inside the perimeter of that thing. He'd seen what that blue dust did to some of those burned-out Zavatons who wandered dazed around the village. The strip of tide line was too narrow, and the tides less predictable than he liked. The beach itself, from tide line to cliff, was a jumble of boulders. That meant a water landing or a set down at the top of the cliff. He didn't like the look of all that kelp in the water or the positioning of the dead highlighter. "Electronic and infrared scan," Nevi ordered. "I'm making a couple of passes so that we don't get surprised down there. Then we'll worry about how to get them out from under that thing." Their situation suddenly struck Nevi as absurd. Flattery had positioned his precious orbiter and had the Voidship nearly ready to go. He had plans to establish a stepping stone colony in a debris belt over 1,000,000 kilometers away. Pandora's moons were even more unstable than the planet. Even Nevi agreed that fleeing was the ultimate answer, but he doubted that it would be worth it in his own lifetime, especially if he insisted on risking his life in a wrestling match with a hydrogen gas bag of hallucinatory dust and tentacles. He chose a set down atop the cliff, near a trail that didn't look too difficult. Zentz should be clear of his kelping by the time they reached bottom. If the girl's as holy as they say, let's see her get herself out of this one. That's all ship ever asked of us. That's all worship was meant to be. Find our own humanity and live up to it.
Caro Panel, from the Clone Wars. Rico sprung the galley hatch with a crowbar from the tool locker and saw Ben sitting up, fumbling with the catch of his harness. Ben, buddy! He stumbled over the crumbled deck to Ben's couch, but was careful not to touch him. Ben's merman green eyes seemed clear when they looked at him, but they weren't tracking all that well. Both Ben and Crista were half buried in debris from what was left of the galley. "Can you talk?" Ben's voice caught in his throat. I think so," he said. "Sit back," Rico said. His own head started a strange buzz, so he took a deep breath, let it out slow. "We're not going anywhere for now, so relax." He hesitated short of unclipping the last two restraints. "Crista?" Ben's voice sounded foreign, distant. "Is she all right?" Rico felt his lips tingling, and his fingertips too. It was just like Ben to think of someone else first. He glanced over at the other couch. There was no movement. All the lights in the galley were out, but from where Rico knelt in the rubble, it looked as if she wasn't breathing. "Shit!" "Sit back," Rico repeated, pushing Ben back. "I'll check." His muscles didn't work quite as they should, and he felt as if he was moving in slow motion. The heavy rain that pelted their foil dimmed what little light seeped through the single uncovered port. Rico noticed that the shadows weren't just shades of gray, but dancing hues of blue and green, backed up by flickering tongues of a cold yellow flame. A halo of yellow flame surrounded the prone form of Crista Galli. Rico couldn't see any movement, but her lips were pink, and that gave him hope. He moved to check for a pulse at her neck, then backed off. He couldn't bring himself to touch her. She lay still, absolutely sagged, her mouth a little open. The inflated dive collar kept her head back and her airway clear. Even this way, Rico had to admit she was beautiful. For Ben's sake, for the sake of the hungry people of Pandora, he hoped she stayed alive. As he watched, a green glow smoldered over her body. A fainter glow, also green but lighter hued, came from himself. Pockets of green oozed out of him, and, amoeba-like, they crept the air. One of these joined with a similar pocket oozing away from Crista Galli. She was alive, no question about it. Now all he had to do was keep her that way. "Rico?" "Yeah, Ben," he said. His voice sounded a long way away to himself. "But it's right here. My voice is right here. Is she all right?" Rico breathed in a deep breath, and some of the lime green glow sped into his lungs like fog or dust. "She's okay," he said, fighting for control of his tongue. "Flattery gave her drugs a while back." Rico turned slowly and saw his partner backlit by the one piece of uncovered plaz. The rain that spat against it struck sparks that shot out from Ben and ricocheted around the galley. Ben sat up, rubbing his eyes, and a royal of fire moved with him. It was not the blue-green glow that captured Crista and Rico, but a sensuous warm glow like the throb of some membrane from the inside. The spore dust. "I think I'm dusted," he told Ben in his new, slow way. "How do you feel?" "Headache," he heard Ben say. "Hell of a headache." Ben's speech was thick and slurred. "And my muscles don't all want to go right, but they work. That shot did it." Rico helped him sit up. Their two halos arced and whirled around them. Ben held his head between his hands, doubled over nearly to his knees.
And ideas reshape humanity. Create an experience where they emerge thinking, I see what you mean. I'm starting to feel a little dusted myself. Long time. Yeah, Rico said, letting out another slow breath. Long time. With Crista, it's drugs. Flattery's drugs. Drugs, yeah, Ben said. She's been laced up with something that Flattery wants people to think is kelp juice. Figures. Ben stood on wobbly legs, holding Rico in the bulkhead, and made his way to Crista Galli. Rico watched as Ben checked her pulse, bent to her breathing. She's in there, Ben said. If she's like I was, she can hear us, too. He leaned down to her ear. You'll be all right, he said, and patted her arm. Rico hoped it wasn't a lie. Some panicky feeling in his gut told him that none of them would ever be all right. The green of his aura sucked itself tight against his body.
When he stuffed his unease away, it crept out from him again and mixed with the others. The drugs are the danger, not her touch, he reminded himself. How long before they wear off? Rico knew that a single-dose dusting didn't last that long in real time. He would have to remind himself that it was the dust that warped time. He knew they didn't have much of it to spare. They could count on help from the kelp. This was something he felt, intuited. It's the dust, he thought. We'd better see what we have left, Ben said. Rico forced himself to focus. He knew Ben was right, and if they were both dusted, then they both had to pay attention. If we don't pay attention, we're dead, Rico heard himself say. Ben just grunted. Rico pulled the lasgun from his belt, checked the charges. They'll know we're down, he said. We have to get out from under this mess. We're too easy to spot. He braced himself against the upside-down bulkhead. Things were tough enough without all of us going to dreamland. Rico started out the buckled-in hatch. Bring me some dust, Ben said. That's what we need to get her out of this. No way, Rico said. She's had enough, right here. We don't know what flattery's been doing to her. A heavy dose might kill her. You don't know. He heard his voice going on without him. Ben was insisting that he was right, that she'd already been dusted, and it was bringing her around, that what she needed was more. I'm serious, Rico. She needs it. And the antidote, you saw what it did to her. Think about it. Rico didn't understand, and he knew they didn't have time to think about it. He didn't say anything more, just turned on his heel and picked up Crista's legs under the knees. Ben reached under her arms, and they stumbled with her through the hatchway into what was left of the cabin. A few of the lights still worked, illuminating the burst-in walls and ceiling. The galley and aft portion of the foil remained upright, but the boat was twisted nearly in half at the cabin hatchway. The entire bow lay on its side. One of the wings had sprung from its retraction bay and sliced into the fuselage, peeling a section of hull away like a rind. Ben brushed away debris with his feet, and they set Crista down. She called his name and gripped his arm. Rico went immediately to work trying to free them from the deflated highlighter and the wreckage. Some pockets of undissipated hydrogen worried him. The rain helped, but he worried about sparks, not the spiritual kind he'd seen in the galley, but the metal-to-rock kind that might flash the hydrogen. There's still some gas around here, Rico warned them. It shouldn't be a problem, but we should be careful. Our judgment's been dusted too, so we have to be extra careful. Don't move around much until we get free. Rico's legs stood in the fuselage rip, while the rest of him worked at using the wing section as a shield to push the dead highlighter away from the foil. With his head and shoulders in the open, he could see that the foil lay next to the cliff, with the highlighter spread out between the foil and the sea. A small flap of the bag and two tentacles covered the foil. The whole scene whirled in a light show of spore dust. No gas out here, he thought. A good offshore breeze. Rico smelled a greasy char, sickly sweet, as he burned through the highlighter flap with his lasgun. Peeling it back from the fuselage made him even more lightheaded and wobbly-kneed. A thick, steamy smoke filled the cabin, and Crista coughed behind him. Crista! Ben's voice sounded happier than Rico had heard it in a long time. Releasing the flap of highlighter let in some air and some light. The rain had muddied most of the dust, but they'd still had a pretty stiff dose. Rico's head felt as if it was ready to take a big plunge, as if he was clinging to some giant fluke just before it sounded for the deeps. He kept reminding himself aloud, "We've been dusted. It will pass soon." He ducked back inside, and Crista leaned on one elbow, coughing and gasping, and shook her head. "Ben," her voice was gravelly and deep, "we are saved. Avatar will see to it." Just then, a tentacle slithered through the hole above them. In less than a blank, it snaked around Rico's waist, and in another, it snatched him through the hole. Its grip on his waist was stronger than anything he'd felt in his lifetime, but it didn't hurt. He heard a shout and felt a grab from Ben. Then the hole and the foil disappeared from sight, and Rico couldn't see anything but water. Therefore, if it was more necessary in those days to satisfy the soldiers than the people, This was because the soldiers had more power than the people. Today, all rulers find it more necessary to satisfy the people than the soldiers, because the former now have more power than the latter. Machiavelli, the Prince. Hollow Master Rico Lapush was a fine prize indeed. The Immensity respected this human Lapush as a sculptor of images, the best that the humans had ever mustered. For nearly a decade, the Immensity had monitored human transmissions in all spectra. Through these transmissions, it witnessed the inevitable unraveling of human politics. When it had its own data to compare, it compared, and it found significant facts wanting. From humans, it learned to lie. Then it learned the subtle differences between lie and delusion, truth and illumination. The Immensity intended to learn holography. On its own, it had mustered transient illusion at times, ghost ships at sea, phantom radio transmissions, the parlor tricks of broadcast. Holography was more precious than that. The Immensity knew humans now, and human history. It knew that holography, the pure language of imagery and symbol, would become the interspecies tongue. There were the other forms, of course, electrical voice talk of the humans. They spoke to each other of fish concentrations, weather, delivered the mysterious modulations that humans called music. Except for the music, this had been easily understood, but not very interesting. Then the human they dared call Kelp Master began using the kelp itself as a medium of conduction. This private communications channel linked the orbiter with the Zavatan world, and the kelp heard everything. The Immensity spoke in pictures, and these words over the kelp channel helped weave a picture of the world as it was and as it could be. Though the Kelp Master listened, he lacked the subtleties of holography that the Immensity required. The Immensity could think of no better place to start than with Lapush, the Hollow Master. The Immensity knew good holos from bad. In this matter, it would apprentice itself to Rico Lapush. The highlighter tentacle that gripped Lapush was in turn gripped by a huge frond of blue kelp. It transmitted every move directly to the kelp. Rico's automatic lapel camera unreeled a 10-second broadcast every hour, beamed back to its recorder in the foil. The Immensity received all broadcasts, including these. Flattery was the dominant human, but the Immensity saw no future in him. He enslaved the kelp, but worse, he enslaved his own kind. Flattery didn't trust any creature that might know what he was thinking, including humans.
And ideas reshape humanity. Create an experience where they emerge thinking, he had plans to hide the future of a world from its people, and the kelp noted a heavy stink of greed about him. Except for the kelp channels, flattery controlled communication among humans. He discouraged it, as he discouraged their education. The kelp often marveled that humans survived themselves. They appeared to be their own fiercest predator. Flattery would sacrifice many to save himself, it realized one day, perhaps even to the last human. The Immensity harbored no illusions about its position in Flattery's hierarchy. The kelp knew that as long as humans accepted Flattery as the director, they would never realize their potential as one. If they did not do this, then neither would they recognize the need for oneness among the kelp. Flattery saw this need as a threat in humans and kelp alike. There would be no true Avata again as long as Flattery ruled. Whenever the brain grew, Flattery dealt it a stroke. Since the day of insight, the Immensity had set about the downfall of Raja Flattery and the unity of pruned-down stands of kelp throughout the seas. The answer, it knew, was in hollow. If it could project hollow images, it could communicate in a way that humans would understand. It could speak to distant humans and to kelp alike. A language between sentients, the Immensity thought. This is the Pandoran revolution. Rico Lapush had been difficult to follow. He moved quickly and undercover and spent most of his time landside these days. He'd been exposed to the kelp from organic islands that were the old cities, and on assignment with Ben down under among the mermen still. He had chosen not to communicate directly with the kelp throughout most of his adult life. It is simply a matter of privacy. Unlike Flattery's political fear of betrayal and death, Rico's was simply a reluctance to let the kelp eavesdrop through his psyche. It did not make him feel at one with oneness as it did many of the Zavatans. This, the immensity knew. What the kelp knew of Rico, it had gotten from other sources, and from the airwaves of holovision. Perhaps the holo-master Rico Lapush would become the kelp's battle-master if the image alone was not enough. Timing and presentation of images were essential. As a kelp channel, a simple conductor, the immensity allowed itself to be used by the faithful in their struggle with the director. Now it was time to use them in that same struggle. The immensity would win over other stands and re-establish Avata as the true governor of Pandora. It planned to help humans win over Flattery and to come to some symbiosis with these fearful humans. Oracles and kelpways were not enough. Images were tools beyond value, and the kelp would learn to use them. Seeking visions in the kelp violates civil rights, Flattery had proclaimed. If your son uses the kelp, then he and all who use it, including the kelp, know the most private thoughts and dreams of your youth, of your entire life before his conception. That constitutes mind rape, the ultimate violation. He passed his law making contact, for the purposes of communication, an offense, punishable in varying degrees, all of them unpleasant. The Zavatans universally ignored this law, much to the benefit of the kelp. The immensity had to snatch Rico quickly, before he alarmed the others. The enemy Nevi approached, and there was no time for petty confrontations. The immensity had appropriate reverence for the kelpling Crista Galli. She would be the instrument that would complete the symphony of the kelp. But without Rico's genius, the kelp saw hopelessness, death, and despair in Crista's future, and in all of their futures. The highlighter had turned in a superb performance. The flying fish now rested atop an oracle, an old one, secured by a small but hardy Zavatan band. Its cavern, much larger than Flattery's, was occupied equally by the live kelp root and the Zavatans. Passage from the water side was too dangerous for a foil. The humans had burrowed a passageway down from the top of the bluff to meet the kelp's burrow in the rugged rock near shore. It was identical to the oracle that lay at the foot of Twisp's command center beneath the high reaches. Flattery had scoured the kelp clean from his cavern to make it suitable to his tastes. He had destroyed one of the kelp's nests, a socket, where the kelp rooted into the continent itself. Zavatans protected hundreds of these stations along the coastline, careful to keep Flattery's people at bay. Each oracle was a strategic kelp work of communication, a link with the entire world and with the orbiter above it. The immensity had learned from certain Zavatans how images are formed on the matrix of the human brain, and how its own flesh correspondingly formed the images that it saw against the dreamscape of the sea. When it had learned to project its thoughts, its images, as Rico Lapush projected his hollows to fill empty space, then it would commence the salvation of Avata and of humans. Woe to Flattery, it thought. Woe to selfishness and greed. It dragged Rico inside the oracle and among his own kind so that he would not be unnecessarily fearful of his new pupil, Avata. What happiness could we ever enjoy if we killed our own kinsmen in battle? Bhagavad Gita. When he announced after their midday ration that he would run the P, the Deathman squad beat him up. They thought that would bring him to his senses, or at the very least make running around the demon-infested dash point physically impossible. It didn't work. "I know why you're doing this," his squad leader told him. He was called Hot Rocks, and his sister was married to the Deathman's brother back in Lilywop. They talked in private behind some boulders bordering Kalak's refugee camp. "Just like everybody else who does this, you're fed up with killing. You want to do something for somebody, leave your insurance to your family, right?" The Deathman just leaned back against the boulder and stared at a clear patch of blue sky scudding with the clouds. "Who gets your back pay? Your mom? Your brother? That little piece of blonde action you've been plugging in the camp?" The Deathman's hand snapped toward Hot Rocks but stopped still at his throat. Hot Rocks didn't flinch. Hot Rocks never flinched. "My brother." Hot Rocks cursed under his breath, then whispered, "Wouldn't it be better to go back there?
Tour's almost over. The worst is over. We're all going home in a month. 1 month. If you still feel this way," he looked both ways, "then fight this thing at home. Work it out at home." "I'm no good for home," the death man said. "The things I've done, I'm not normal. You're not normal. We can't go back there." "So, instead of going home, you run the P. You make the dash, out dash point and back. You know the odds. Lighter made it a month ago. Spit made it and collected a year's worth of food chits. 2 out of 28, it's suicide, and you know it." "Either way, my family's better off," the death man said. His voice was a monotone, and Hot Rocks could barely hear him above the light breeze. "They get my insurance and back pay if I don't make it, and the winnings if I do." "Yeah," Hot Rocks said, "but they don't get what they want, which is you. If I come back without you, my sister will have my ass." "I can't go back. You know that. You of all people should know that. They should make a place for us, or let us go after these shadows and take over wherever they are and stay there, and then we won't have to hurt anybody anymore." The death man choked up, and Hot Rocks looked away. He peeked around the boulders and saw the rest of the squad near the beach, backs together, watching for demons or a shadow attack. "You're my brother-in-law, but let's forget that," Hot Rocks said. "You're the best man I've got. These guys are alive today because of you. Doesn't that count for something?" "It don't mean shit," the death man said. "It means I've got more ears in my pouch than anybody else."
And ideas reshape humanity. Create an experience where they emerge thinking, they throw rocks and garbage at us and we hit them with las guns and gush guns. Shit, man, if they were animals, we wouldn't even say it was good sportsmanship. I think you better stop thinking for me and start thinking for yourself, the death man said. "I've learned how to kill here, but I haven't learned how to like it, and I sure as hell haven't learned how to sleep nights. Last I heard, there were no openings for assassins in Lillywop." He stood up, brushed off his fatigues, and hefted his lasgun. "Now this is how it's gonna be," he said. "I'm doing the running, whether you let me take the bets or not. You gotta admit, a sizable winnings is good incentive, and I intend to add an attractive twist." Hot Rocks flicked his gaze around the beach, the cliffside, the tumble of boulders around them. This was hooded dasher country, and his caution was automatic. Besides, they'd burned out 2 boils of nerve runners here in the past week, and nothing gave Hot Rocks the creeps more than nerve runners. "Let's do it," he sighed, and they joined the rest of the squad at the tide line. The bright afternoon suns ate away the tail of the daily squall and glistened off the wet black rocks of Dash Point. The narrow point jutted 3 kilometers into the ocean and was named for its popularity as a place to run the P. Running the P was a game as old as Pandoran humans. The first settlers took bets, then ran unarmed and naked around the perimeter of their settlement, hoping to beat the demons for a thrill and a few food chits. Though technically illegal, it was a game resurrected by the Vashan security force. In the old days, survivors of the run tattooed a single chevron over an eyebrow to mark their success. Though this tradition too had been resurrected, the runs were set in places like Dash Point that were famous for high demon populations. The 2 and 28 that Hot Rocks had seen survive were exactly twice the actual average. "Bets are always 2 to 1, the death man said. "The 6 of you match my month's pay, then that means I get a year's pay when I get back." "When he gets back," McClin muttered. "Listen to him." "Well, I want 5 to 1, he said. "5 to what? You been hit too hard in the head." "No way." "Shit," McClin said. "For 5 to 1, he just might make it. I'm out." "Hear me out, gents," the death man said. "See that big rock yonder off the point? Not only will I run the P, but I'll swim out to that rock and back for 5 to 1. "Stay awake, men," Hot Rocks warned, and everyone swept the area quickly. "Standing here this long, we make excellent bait. Remember that. Okay, let's get it on. Bets or not, run or not. I'm in." "Me too. In. Here's mine." Each of the men handed 5 of their food coupons to Hot Rocks to hold. Each coupon represented a month's rations in the civilian sector. The death man handed over 5 of his own against their 25. Hot Rocks stayed out of it, and the death man didn't press him. "Do me one favor," the death man asked. "Name it," Hot Rocks said.
"Name that rock after me," he said. "I want something around for people to remember me by. Rocks, they're a lot more permanent than people." "Deathman rock," McClin chimed up. "I like the sound of it." Hot Rocks gave McClin one of his paralyzing stares, and McClin busied himself with sentry duty. "If you're going to do it, Hot Rocks said. "Myself, I'd just as soon shoot you here as see you go out there. Stick around much longer, and I just might." "Here's the paperwork," the Deathman said, handing Hot Rocks a small packet. "Back pay, retirement, insurance all go to my brother. Who gets the ears? Fuck you." The Deathman reached into the neck of his fatigues and showed Hot Rocks the necklace he'd made out of the brown little dried-out ears. Though human ears, they looked like seashells now, or twists of leather. He unfastened his fatigues and stepped out of them without a word. He handed Hot Rocks his lasgun and started running toward the point dressed only in his boots. The heavy necklace spun around his neck like a Watts game hoop as he ran. They took turns at sentry, keeping him in sight with the glasses. "He's almost at the point," McClin reported. "What do you bet he leaves his boots on for the swim?" The quiet one they all called Rainbow took him on for a month's worth. Everyone else was quiet, scanning the point with their high-powered glasses for signs of dashers or worse, nerve runners. Rainbow lost. They were all surprised when he made the rock. Nobody more surprised than the Deathman, Hot Rocks thought. "Well, he's earned his place in history," McClin said, and laughed. The Deathman stood atop the offshore rock, yelling something they couldn't hear and shaking his necklace of ears at the sky like a curse. The Dasher must have been lazing in the sun on the ocean side of the rock. The impact from its leap carried the Deathman and the Dasher a good 10 meters into the narrow stretch of sea off the point. Some of the froth boiling up with the waves was green, so Hot Rocks knew that somehow, before he died, the Deathman had drawn Dasher blood. Neither the Deathman nor the Dasher ever came up. Hot Rocks paid off the debts and pocketed the Deathman's packet. While he packed up the fatigues, the lasgun, and the rest of his brother-in-law's gear, none of his men's eyes met his own. He barked a few orders and walked flank while they finished their long sweep back to camp. Reveries, mad reveries, lead life. Gaston Bachelard. This was the dream Crista had endured for years, the one of her return to the arms of Kelp, cradled again in a warm sea. She rubbed her eyes, and images flickered across the lids like bright fishes in a lagoon. Ben, beautiful Ben beside her. Rico in a cavern beneath them. There were others, fading in and out. "Crista," Ben's voice. "Crista, wake up. The Kelp's got Rico." She blinked, and the images didn't go away. They were just overlain with more images like a stack of Watts drawings on sheets of cellophane. Ben knelt at the center of these images, holding her shoulders tight and looking into her eyes. He looked tired, worried. Scenes from his life dripped from the aura around him and spread out on the deck beside her. "I saw something around his waist, a tentacle," he said. "I think it pulled him into the water." "It's all right," she whispered. "It's all right." He held her as she got her wobbly legs under her. She breathed deep the thick scent of highlighter on the air and felt strength pulse out from the center of herself to each of her weary muscles. Everything seemed to work. "I see Rico," she said. "The Kelp has saved him. He is well." "It's the dust," Ben muttered and shook his head. "If the Kelp has him, he's probably drowned. We need to get out of here. There are demons, Flattery's people." "He doesn't believe me," she thought. "He thinks I'm... A vision gelled in front of her out of thin air, one of Rico, wet and gasping in the cavern. Rico tipped back his head and laughed, surrounded by friendly feelings. It was a side of him she hadn't seen. Someone approached him, a friendly someone. "Zavatans," she said. "They will be coming up from the caverns." "It's the dust, Crista," Ben insisted. "It'll wear off. These are hallucinations. We've got to find Rico and get out of sight. Flattery's people are here," she said. "They're already here. It's not hallucination," she giggled. "It's cellophane." She had unraveled some cellophane in her mind, and she saw the sinister figures looking down from the cliff top. 2 of them. She reeled her vision closer and saw that she knew them both from Flattery's compound, Nevi and Zentz. Zentz's face and body were grossly misshapen. With Nevi, it was his soul. This she could see in the boiling black aura that seethed from him and sought her out. It sniffed the wind with its black snout like a dasher on the hunt.
And ideas reshape humanity. Create an experience where they emerge thinking, she felt Ben pull her backward through the rip in the flying fish. The bright sky trailing the storm forced her to squint and focus on a double rainbow that lazed in the sky above them. She wondered whether Ben might be right about the dust. The pink of the rainbow's arch blazed brightest of all the colors, and it pulsed in time with her own pulse. "Do you see it?" she asked. "The rainbows?" Ben said. "Yes, I do. Give me your hand. I'll help you down here." "Don't rainbows mean something?" she asked. "A promise of some kind?" Supposedly, God placed a rainbow in the sky as a promise that he would never destroy the world by flood again, he said. But that was Earth, and this is Pandora. I don't know whether God's promises are transferable. Here, give me your hand. The impatience in his voice just made her move slower. Rico's safe, she thought. He doesn't believe me, so he's worried. She shielded her eyes from the glare and scanned the cliff. The cliff top was identical to the one in her vision, except for a void, a nothingness where she'd seen the images of Zence and Nevi. Another image of Rico, in the cavern. He reached out for the kelp frond that had brought him there, and she felt him transported to the dead highlighter at their feet. He stood there, facing them, head cocked and hands on his hips. It was as if he were impatient, waiting for them to make up their minds. "Look there," she said to Ben. "Can't you see Rico?" She pointed to his image, seating itself at the point where the highlighter touched the sea. He was smiling at her for the first time and beckoned her with a finger. "I see the sun shining off the water," Ben said. "It's too bright to look at. You'd better be careful of your eyes." "It's Rico." "We're dusted enough," Ben said. He stepped down from the foil to the ground and reached up for her. "Try not to touch the highlighter. We're probably safest scaling the cliff." "No!" The word was torn from her throat before she could think about it. "Not the cliff," she said. "I feel something there. I saw them up there, Nevi and Zence. They're after us." Ben pulled her free of the wreckage, and they stood on the unsteady footing of the slick rock beach. "Okay," he said, and sighed. "I believe you. If not the cliff, then where?" She couldn't help looking at the sea. "We can't go there," he said. "Please don't ask me to take you there. Maybe you can live in there, but I can't." He glanced quickly around them, biting his lip. "If you can see Rico, how do we get to him?" She couldn't resist caressing the remnant of highlighter draped over the foil. Though a plant, and clearly dead, it emanated a warmth that pleased her. It tickled something in her memory, something distant about her childhood. The kelp had protected her, nurtured her, educated her chemically in the customs of her fellow humans. She knew at a touch that this highlighter was from the same stand. She turned in a slow circle, scanning the beach. She knew Ben was wise in some things, that she had to have faith in him. Without the kelp's cilia, she too would have died in the sea. Much was rushing back to her, in fragments and colors. What she wanted more than anything was to run to it, to bury herself in the kelp's great body, death or not. "That is selfish," some voice warned her. "Selfish is no longer acceptable." She had heard about the barrenness of the up-coast regions, and at first glance black rock was all she saw. Sheer black cliff, then black rubble, then a foaming churn of green sea. But there was life among the rubble. Little bits of green squatted among rocks, clinging to crevices in the cliffside. Something, maybe the something that spoke inside her head, pointed her up coast. There. She took Ben's hand and pointed out a huge black boulder with a single silver weehee clinging to its top. It was about 30 meters up coast, halfway between cliff and tide line. "That's where we want to be." That was when Nevi and Zence stepped out from behind the boulder, las guns drawn, picking their way across the rocks toward them. Crista wasn't surprised, nor frightened. She heard Ben mutter "shit" under his breath and saw his head twitch quickly left to right, looking for a dodge. But she knew it wasn't necessary. She knew. The moment came together for her like a great conception. All the world silenced itself. The waves, the breeze, the cautious footsteps of two murderers clattering across wet stones. "Hands on top of your heads, step away from the foil." Zence delivered his orders with a shaky voice tinged with slobber.
Yes, Crista told Ben, that's where we want to be. They clung to each other's hands in the stone-still afternoon and watched the huge boulder lift itself back from the ground behind Nevi and Zence. It came up smoothly, quietly, as though on hinges. Neither man heard a thing. Hands on your heads! The boulder laid itself carefully down behind them, and out of the shadow beneath it climbed a half-dozen men armed only with ropes and throwing nets. "Tell me you see it too," Ben whispered. "Tell me I'm not still dusted." "It is as it should be," she whispered back, her voice a sing-song. "There is a great moment at our feet, and it will not be stayed." Something about the way Nevi's gaze met her own must have given it away. Without a backward glance, he sprang sideways, beachward, and whirled. The first net was already settling over the surprised Zence, and another, poorly thrown, grazed Nevi's arms. Two flashes from his lasgun brought down both netmen, but Zence flailed in a hopeless tangle. When Nevi whirled back, Crista Galli stared down the business end of his lasgun. Even at 30 paces, it looked huge. "I'll kill her," he announced, just loud enough for all to hear. "Trust me, I am very quick." Everyone froze, and in the silence that went with this stillness, Crista felt that they were all graceful subjects in some great painting. She knew who the painter must be. Nevi half-crouched in careful aim, his colorful face unreadable, his eyes fixed only on Crista Galli. She felt her head clearing, the return of wave slaps against rock. But there's something. It was something she hadn't felt since she'd been dredged up from the sea, something familiar. "Connection," she whispered. Ben breathed beside her, and she felt it as her own breath. They were one person, pulses synchronized with rainbows, waves, and the great heartbeat of the void. She knew the choices in his mind, and marveled at the sacrifice he was prepared to make. She saw the play in his mind. Spin her by the hand, get between her and Nevi, take the hit while the netmen brought him down. At the moment he elected to move, she touched his shoulder. "No," she said, "it's not necessary." "Can you feel it?" "I feel those sights on my chest," he said. "He's the only thing standing between us and—" "Destiny?" she asked. "There is nothing between us and destiny." The image of Rico stood behind Nevi, gesturing wildly to her, still smiling. Nevi came out of his crouch, moved carefully across the rain-wet rocks toward them. She liked the smell of the rain, a different wetness than the smell of the sea, easier on the lungs but not as rich. The scent of the sea, of the dead highlighter, lay heavily beside her like a sleeping lover. "Do you see?" she asked Ben, and smiled. "I think I do," he said. Nevi barked a few orders, and two of the surviving netmen slowly began to disentangle Zence. Crista Galli had that feeling again, the feeling of being a subject in a painting. "Be still," she whispered. Ben didn't move. Nevi stopped walking, a look of surprise washed over his face. "Where are they?" he shouted, and he shaded his eyes even though the sun was to his back. "Where did they go?" Crista suppressed a giggle, and the figure of Rico applauded silently from behind Spider Nevi. "I don't understand," Ben said. "Are we invisible?" "We're not invisible," she said. "We're simply not visible. He can't pick us out of this landscape." And ideas reshape humanity. Create an experience where they emerge thinking, "I think it's a trick that Rico has taught the kelp." Ben squeezed her hand and started to speak, but that was when the shooting started. "I will this morning climb up in spirit to the high places, bearing with me the hopes and the miseries of my mother. And there, upon all that in the world of human flesh is now about to be born or to die beneath the rising sun, I will call down the fire." Pierre Teilhard de Chardin, Hymn of the Universe. Twisp walked Caleb to the flickering lights at the oracle's edge. This was a small cavern, a subset of the great root that Flattery had burned out a few thousand meters downcoast. This was a hushed place, a place to breathe iodine on the salt air and feel the cool pulse of the sea. Caleb trod the well-worn path with his father's bearing, tall, shoulders back, large eyes alert to every nuance of light and motion. While his parents lived, no one had consulted the oracle as often as he. In the dim light by the poolside, Twisp saw that Caleb's adolescent gangliness had transmuted into the epitome of athletic grace. "You are the man your father would most like to know," Twisp said. "And you are the man my father most liked." The two of them stood together at the poolside, watching the flickerings of kelp just beneath the surface. Both men kept their voices low, though the kelp chamber carried every whisper to its farthest crannies. Behind them, at a discreet distance, stood the complement of Zavatas who tended the pool. They busied themselves cleaning and reassembling one of the great borers that helped them tunnel out their habitations in the rock. "When your parents met, they were younger than you are now," Twisp said. "Is there someone in your life?" The perceptible blush that rose from Caleb's collar reminded Twisp even more of the young man's father. Caleb's skin was darker, like his mother's, but his naturally kinked reddish hair was a gift from Brett Norton. "Yes? So there is someone?" "Victoria is a big place," he said. "I've seen a lot of women." His voice bordered on sullen, bitter. "A lot," Twisp mused, "and which one broke your heart?" Caleb snorted, half turned away, then turned back to face Twisp. He was smiling. "Elder," he said, "you are truly a force to be reckoned with. Am I that transparent?" Twisp shrugged. "It is a recognizable affliction," he said. "I endured it myself one day. 30 years, and I still daydream." He didn't go on. It was more important that Caleb do some talking. Caleb sat at the poolside, dangling his feet in the water, caressing the kelp with his bare soles. "When I travel the kelp way and take my father's branch, I see you as he saw you himself. You were good to him, firm, kind. You let him talk too much." Caleb laughed. "He was a good man, I know. And you were a good man too." He bowed his head and shook it slowly. "I would like to be a good man, but I think I'm different. My life is different." Then he lowered himself into the pool and lay on his back on the kelp, as though reclining on a great couch. His head and chest rested above water. Even in the colorful blue and red flickerings of the kelp lights about the cavern, Twisp could see a new life come into Caleb's large eyes. "How are you different, Caleb?" he asked. "You breathe, you eat, you bleed?" "You know why we're here," Caleb interrupted. His voice was firm now, none of the hesitation of youth deferring to age. "How many people died out there today because they wanted to tear flattery apart, but settled for tearing anything apart?" Twisp remained silent, and Caleb went on. "I'll be truthful. I respect you. I want your respect for myself. I want your approval that what I'm doing is right. If this doesn't work, we will probably have to attack him, you know." His voice was becoming dreamy, and Twisp knew that the kelp was gathering him in, guiding him down the eddies of the past. Twisp steered him past thoughts of failure, past the matter that gave him the sense of failure. "There is a woman who won't let you sleep," Twisp said. "Tell me about her." "Yes," Caleb said, closing his gray eyes. Caleb's eyes, like his father's, emanated a maturity beyond his years. "Yes, she's here. She had 2 Watts before we met. Kita, she knew the kelp as you and I have known it, as an ally. She had other lovers, but I was her last, as she will be the last for me." This wrenched out of him with such an agonized moan that Twisp's hair raised up on his neck. Caleb splashed the pool with both fists, but stayed immersed in the kelp, quieting with the caress of the waves. "Elder," Mose whispered, tugging at Twisp's sleeve, "did you see his eyes?" Twisp nodded, and before he could respond, the kelp's display of flickering lights took on an intensity he'd never seen before. It was like one of the winter magnetic disturbances in the night sky, with great leaping rainbows of color that seemed to transcend water, rock, and air. Mose stepped back from the pool in fear, but Twisp reached a hand to stop him. "Old friends," Twisp whispered. "They are glad to see each other." Perhaps Caleb's bloodlines led to this moment. His mother, Scooty Wang, and her mother before her had been the first 2 to communicate with the waking being that humans called Kelp and the Kelp called Avata. When Twisp met Scooty Wang, she was a dark young woman passionately working in her mother's wake to re-establish the Kelp worldwide. In her own words, she mathematiced the waves, and in doing so, made current control possible, a system that saved thousands of islander lives and revolutionized travel in Pandora seas. Scooty Wang was beloved by the kelp. This Twisp had heard from the kelp itself long before Caleb was born. When Flattery attacked the kelp, lobotomized it, Scooty ordered her inheritance, Merman Mercantile, to stop trading with him. She and Caleb's father were assassinated 3 days later. It seemed to Twisp that Caleb took on her mother's features as he lay there in the pool. His hair appeared darker, and so did his skin. The kelp enveloped him, as though he were in the palm of a giant hand. The lights around them leapt and danced to some silent music. Twisp recalled that day when Scooty placed her hands into the sea and pleaded with the kelp, "Help us!" And it did. It saved their lives, and that moment had changed his life forever. It had changed all of their lives. In the years since Scooty's death, she had become something of a Pandoran historical monument, with many plaques and statues erected in her honor. When a massive earthquake ravaged the old current control site undersea, the carved glass statue of Scooty Wang was found intact, clutched in the fronds of a nearby stand of kelp. That sign of love from the kelp, that recognition of a symbol, enraged Flattery, and he entered into a vendetta against the kelp that continued to this day. Twisp watched Caleb recline on the back of the kelp root, and it seemed as though the roots surged up to cradle the young man closer. "Twisp," he called from the pool, "that was what my mother wanted to do, isn't it? Shut off all supplies to Flattery? Starve him out? All these years I have hunted in vain for the day she died, and now I have it." Caleb started to weep, and Twisp had a difficult time making out his words. It would have worked then, it would have worked, but now he owns everything, and now there is no way short of a miracle to reach all of the people at once. To get them all to shut him out would take a sign from God. His voice faded into a hum that seemed to keep time with the red and blue lights. Increase the number of variables, but the axioms themselves never change. Algebra 2. Beatrice liked the feel of the free-fall spin. She kept her eyes closed and imagined herself sprawled across one of those warm organic beds the islanders grew. She wanted to be in a bed like that now, with Dwarf Macintosh, on some other world, under some other star.
And ideas reshape humanity. Create an experience where they emerge thinking, but of course a bed like that made no sense in near zero G. Macintosh gave her one more gentle shove and drifted them both into the webworks. This was a cavernous room at the orbiter's tubular axis, sometimes called the privacy park, often used for naps or meditation between duties or for an occasional tryst by a desperate pair of lovers. A fine white netting crisscrossed the area, segmenting the huge space into a blur of booths and bins. Hollow scenes turned some sections of webwork into fantasy worlds, further removing the occupants from the worries of life aboard the orbiter. All this Beatrice knew from her last tour, so today she kept her eyes shut tight. "The disorientation is lasting longer this time," she told Macintosh. "I really don't want to open my eyes." "After what you went through today, I'm not surprised," he said. "I wouldn't want to open them either." She heard his fingers clicking at the keys on his belt messenger and felt the sudden play of a warm light across her exposed hands and face. "Well, we're now at Port of Angels, that lush islander resort you've heard so much about. It's warm. Feel it?" Yes, the movement of air across her cheeks was warm, caressing. She could imagine herself on the beach at Port of Angels, letting her hair dry in the sun and stirring a cold drink. A plate of mango and papaya slices waited at her elbow. There was no wave sound here in the orbiter, no pulse of the surf against her back that sometimes took her breath away. She opened her eyes. A sandy beach stretched away from her in both directions. Greenery poured over the cliff tops down to the beach, and several little huts waited under their matched hats to cool her sun-drenched skin. As the two of them turned, the hollow turned, responding to a reference point in the messenger. The hollow came complete with their footprints in the sand, following them up from the edge of a blue-green sea.
The fictional fairy that had transported them to this illusion had already settled under the waves, leaving only a swirl of current and a trail of bubbles toward the horizon. Sea pups yapped and dove from the rocks that lined the harbor, hunting fish startled out of hiding by the ferry. "We needed a few minutes alone," Macintosh said. "It will take more than a few minutes to clean up the mess up here, track them all down. We've got an exceptional crew, that's why they're up here. Warnings out so this brood doesn't stand a chance." He held one of the overlarge loops at her belt to steer them lazily around inside the hollow. "No one knows who the shadows are," he said. "Do you?" No, I don't." "That's because the shadows don't exist. Ask any of them. They don't have meetings, pass messages, or recruit. Things simply get done. A power blackout, kelpway shift, and something of Flattery's is lost. Supplies circle him but don't land. Replacements don't show. That's what I mean, Beatrice said. I want to know who does it. How do they know when to do it, and what happens? Macintosh held her tether, and they spun in a lazy spiral through the webworks. The illusion that played across the nets, the beach resort, was tailored for her, designed to help reduce her orientation stress. He's at home up here, she thought. She was aware then that up didn't make the same sense now that it had a few hours ago. They call it tossing the bottle. You throw something out to the waves, and it's chance. But if you control the waves, or a little part of them, then it's not chance anymore, it's a sure thing. The Shadow's non-system encourages every citizen to frustrate Flattery when they see the chance. Divert something this way, say, a subload of hydrogen generators, and go about your business, and never do anything like that again. Someone out in the waves sees this diverted load of generators coming along, diverts it that way, and in blinks it's headed up coast to a settlement of pioneers. He spiraled a finger across the space they shared and bullseyed the palm of his other hand. "Delivery," he winked. "Flattery's project loses and the people gain. No shadows," he smiled. "It's brilliant, and everyone can play." "Yes." Again her thoughts were with Ben. "I wonder how long Ben's been playing." The Zavatans, Rico, and Ben. Macintosh hesitated, choosing his words. They don't want Flattery killed. They just want him removed. After all he's done to them, they still don't want to kill him. Simply because he's a human being. Do you know how incredible that is? Do you know how far you Pandorans have come from us? Our enemies on Pandora have always been more vicious than ourselves, she said. Except for the kelp. The kelp has killed its share of humans over the years. But who rattled its leash? Macintosh asked. Who threw fire into its cage? She closed her eyes again and breathed in slow, deep breaths. Are you okay? She breathed in and out again, slowly. I don't know, she said. I look around this scene and I know it's manufactured, fiction, not real, but people are following us. There are lasgun barrels behind the rocks and plants. Out of the corner of my eye, I keep seeing people scurrying for cover. He hugged her, and they finally kissed that kiss she'd been waiting for. This was no chap-lipped peck on the cheek, and it was just what she needed to bring her back to the world. I've wanted to do that, she said, but it seemed out of place with all this death. Yes, he said, I've wanted it too. He brushed her lips with his fingertips. You know, you're going to be jumpy for a while, maybe a long while. We're going to go back out there in a few minutes and finish this matter with Captain Brood. He might think otherwise, but his men have already discovered how little they know about getting around up here. Then we'll see what we can do about your friends groundside. You don't think they're dead? No, he said. I don't. How do you know? The kelp. Her face must have registered surprise because he chuckled. You know how much the kelp interests me, he said. Since Flattery gave me currents control, I've been able to experiment a little. It paid off. He kissed her again, then told her about the kelp communication system he'd devised, and his attempts to unify the kelp. Which kind of god would the kelp be? He asked. Merciful? Vengeful? That's not important now, is it? She asked. Brood's a smart one. I won't be able to think of anything until he's neutralized. Macintosh steered them into a hollow of sky that unfolded throughout their webwork. 360 degrees of sky and high clouds covered the latticework that cradled them in freefall. "I worry more about flattery," he said. "Brood's small time. Flattery's got big things afoot, things big enough to crush anything in his path." "But he was a chaplain psychiatrist," Beatrice insisted. "He's trained to be better than that. He's trained to cope with the necessary thing and to see to it that we all adjust," he reminded her. "No romantic bullshit, just the straight facts. He's programmed to see to it that we don't unleash a monster intelligence upon the universe. If he hasn't adjusted and he hasn't coped, why assume that he'll take us all with him?" "Simple," Macintosh said. When he smiled, his face wrinkled all the way up his shaved head. "The number 5 flattery hit the destruct switch. You've read the histories. That flattery was a lot more likable than this one. It's just that the program had already come alive, had already anticipated his move and headed it off." "Maybe we can do it." Beatrice tried to shake his shoulders, but all she did was set them both gyrating through air. "You're right, use the kelp to head him off." "Well, now that it knows flattery's out to get it, the program's already inserted, wouldn't you think?" "Well, I have another possibility, and it's regarding Crista Galli." She felt a curiosity about Crista Galli that went beyond her newsworthiness.
And ideas reshape humanity. Create an experience where they emerge thinking, Ben saw something in Crista, something in her eyes that swept him up and further away from Beatrice. Even though things were finished between Ben and Beatrice, a woman who could do that, a younger woman who could do that, interested her mightily. What's that? She heard the rusty bitterness at the edge of her voice, the unnecessary snap of the words past her lips. "I think the kelps beat us to it," he said. She looked up from her nestling spot at his neck to see his wide grin. "I think that Crista Galli is the kelp's experiment in artificial intelligence. I think she's manufactured, incomplete, and alive. It would be nice if we could keep her that way." A musical tone sounded from the messenger at his belt. He did not take his arms from around her shoulders, but voice-activated the device with a simple command. "Speak." Brood and 2 of his men sealed themselves off with the OMC. "He says if you're not there in 5 minutes, he's going to start scrambling some brains." And we are here as on a darkling plain, swept with confused alarms of struggle and flight. Matthew Arnold, Dover Beach. The orbiter collared the Voidship's nose in a flat, wide ring of plasteel. The 2 cylindrical bodies spun in concert on their long axes. Soon the ring would slip away to remain in orbit around Pandora, while its Voidship plied the dark folds of the universe. At the helm would be an OMC, a stripped-down human brain. The organic mental cores had a definite edge over the mechanical navigators, and this had been determined clearly long ago by experimenters at Moonbase. Navigation in all planes required subtleties of discrimination and symbol generation that hardware never achieved. The disembodied, unencumbered brain took pleasure, or so they said, in plotting the impossible course. One goad worked on OMCs that had no effect on mechanical navigators. The OMC needed this job to stay alive. The particular OMC that the techs were preparing for installation, the Alyssa Marsh No. 6, felt no pain or bodily pleasure as the microlaser welded in the necessary hookups. She had been trained in astronavigation at Moonbase and had borne a child in the year after splashdown on Pandora. The story that she filtered back to Flattery had the child die in an earthquake, and Alyssa Marsh had launched herself into her kelp study project with a passion. Her body had been crushed in a kelp station accident, but Flattery saw to it that her silent brain lived on. Soon she would be silent no more. Soon her brain would have a body that it could move the Voidship Nietzsche. She would navigate knowing the differences between ability and desire, knowing the need for dreams. Right now she lay genderless behind a pair of locked hatches, dreaming of a banquet where Flattery was the host, and she was both the honored guest and the main dish. Dwarf Macintosh gathered his forces outside both hatches and tried once more to contact Captain Brood. There was no reply from the OMC chamber. 3 of the 4 monitors inside were blacked out,
but the one remaining showed an overhead view of the long, specialized fingers of a nerve tech probing the webwork that encased what remained of Alyssa Marsh. "Hookup's not scheduled until next week," someone said. "What's going on in there?" A lasgun barrel appeared on the screen. The long, spidery fingers froze, then ascended from the surface of the brain toward the screen, then backed out of view. "That fool better not touch off his lasgun in there," somebody else drawled. "Hold your fire, Captain," Macintosh ordered. "This is Macintosh. You're in a high-explosive area." "Brood's dead," a voice interrupted, a voice that cracked with youth and fear. "May Ship accept him. May Ship forgive and accept us all." The lasgun barrel tilted up toward the view screen, and in a flash, the last monitor went blank. Beatrice tugged at Mac's sleeve. "He's an islander," she said, "the old religion, like my family. Some believe this project, to build an image and likeness of Ship, to be blasphemy. Some believe that the OMC should be allowed to die, that she is a human being held here against their will and enslaved." Macintosh covered the intercom receiver with his hand. "I don't necessarily believe that Brood's dead," he told her. "That would be too easy. And why shoot out the monitor instead of the OMC? You're an islander. You talk to him. Play the religion angle. Set up to get him on the air if that's what he wants. My men here will help you out. Where are you going?" He saw the unbridled fear in her eyes at the prospect that he would leave her. What have they done to her, he wondered. He gripped her shoulders, while his men floated the passageway, feigning inattention to their covert affections. "Spud and I know a few ins and outs of this orbiter that don't show up on schematics." She held him as close as their vacuum suits would allow. "I could take anything but losing you," she said. "I know I'm making a spectacle of myself in front of your men, but I couldn't let it go unsaid." "I'm glad you didn't," he said, and smiled. He kissed her in spite of the throat clearings, harumphs, and chuckles of his crew. "Chief Hubbard will stay here with you while his men secure this area. By your estimate, we're still missing a few of Brood's men. He's up to something. I have that feeling." With a half salute to the chief, Macintosh propelled himself toward current control with his compressed air backpack. Dark, unfeeling, and unloving powers determine human destiny. Rico couldn't see through the illusion, and he knew that Ben could not see him either. Nor could Ben see Nevi and Zentz. Rico whistled the get down signal, hoping that the couple wouldn't run out of the boundaries of the image. They would be visible then, and in the open, against an incoming tide. Rico dropped when Nevi started shooting. Time to send him a more suitable surprise, Rico thought. He wriggled into a position of better cover. Nevi laid a pattern of fire into the rocks that hid Ben and Crista. Zentz covered Nevi's rear, keeping the dozen local Zavatans pinned down. Nevi stopped firing, but kept his wary crouch. "Save charges," he warned Zentz. "We might be here a while." All was quiet except for their harsh breathing, the seething of the incoming tide, and the high-pitched ping of weapon barrels cooling. Rico was held firmly around the waist by a budding tip of kelp vine. It reminded him of his father's arm, and the way it used to pick him off the deck in one swoop. The feathery bud of kelp felt like the palm of a small woman's hand on his belly, covering his navel, hugging him from behind. An image of Snay flashed through his mind, and just as suddenly, Snay's face appeared in thin air about 10 meters in front of Nevi. The rising tide licked at the highlighter skin beneath her, and hissed over Nevi's boot. What the hell? Nevi advanced a step, 2 steps. Zentz moved with him, backward, step for step. He glanced over his shoulder and paled when he saw Snay. He snapped his attention back to their rear defense. "The redhead," he gurgled. "Where's the rest of her?" Rico found he could reinforce the intensity of the image by looking at it, concentrating on it. It was like a huge coil of energy feeding on itself, refining itself, awakening. After a couple of slow, calming breaths, he was able to materialize the rest of her. She stood there in her green single suit, hands on her hips, staring at Nevi. She was a bit larger than life-size. He wondered if he could make her speak. "Well," Nevi said, "she's here, now." Another glance over his shoulder, and Zentz began a wet, ragged breathing that Rico could hear a dozen meters away from the surf. He placed his back tight against Nevi. "Shit, Nevi, a head that grows a body," he whined. Let's get back to the foil. Shut up. Nevi stopped and looked over the scene behind Snehate.
And ideas reshape humanity. Create an experience where they emerge thinking, it was nearly the same view that Rico had. Black, rocky stretch of beach between the tide and the cliff, a cluster of large basalt boulders, and a foil draped with the wet shards of an unexploded highlighter. In the down-coast distance, the great expanse of sea glowed like green lava against the black cliffs. "Where are they?" Nevi asked her. "I want them." A two-toned whistle told Rico that the Zavatans were in position to rush the two men. He noticed that his illusion of Snedge didn't cast a shadow. "Don't think I can manage that, too," he thought. "Talking will be enough of a challenge." Her shadow melted from her feet on the highlighter's skin to where it met the beach, no more. It lay parallel with the other lengthening shadows of the day, but amputated at the rim of the skin. The tide already rushed the edges of the image, breaking up the light. With luck, Nevi wouldn't notice. Rico smiled, concentrating on Snedge, and quickly thanked Avata in the back of his mind. "Put your weapons down," Snedge said. "It is finished." But no sound came from her lips. "Shit," Rico muttered. Zentz responded with a burst from his laser gun. It came so fast that it startled Rico out of the illusion, and it pulverized a rock just a meter in front of him. Avata brought the lost image back. Nevi fired too, advancing them another step. "It's not real," he told Zentz. "Watch yourself." "Maybe we're dusted," Zentz said. "All this highlighter crap." "Ever know two dusters to share the same hallucination?" Nevi asked. He stopped a pace from Snedge, squinting. Something's not right. Rico held his breath. If Nevi stepped across the plane of the image, he'd see Ben and Crista, and Rico wouldn't be able to see Nevi. The entire area over the downed highlighter became a dome of imagination, a hypnotism of light, a life sculpture. There must be a threshold of consciousness beyond which a conscious being takes on the attributes of God. Umbilicus crew member, Voidship Earthling, from The Histories, Moses' eyes were open so wide that he looked even smaller to Twisp than he had when a refugee band had carried him in half-starved 10 years ago. Memories they kept him from the kelp as they drew Caleb. Twisp had watched the struggle for nearly a quarter century. The kelp must be like a drug to Caleb, not the kelp, Twisp thought, the past. Twisp knew, too, how the kelp always drew him to a particular part of the past, a particular year, a particular woman. Twisp had thought her the most beautiful woman on Pandora. Later, after Flattery and the others had been removed from the hive tanks, Pandorans got a look at unmutated humans for the first time in over 200 years. They were all so testy about being clones, Twist recalled, when clone wasn't even something you could see. He remembered the bitter ceremony, with Raja Lan Flattery presiding, in which the hive tank survivors purged the telltale Lan from their names forever. It was done with a ridiculous solemnity, and did not bestow on Flattery's people any of the attributes that Pandora demanded of them. Better reflexes, more intelligence, teamwork. What they didn't tell you in school, Twisp told Mose, was that Flattery couldn't control Kareen Alley. She was killed, like Caleb's parents, by Flattery's death squad. She was the first victim. There are those who believe it was Nevi himself who did it. Shadow Pennell was head of current control in those days. He was in love with Kareen Alley. The combination killed him, too. He was my friend. Twisp's voice barely rose above a whisper. I quit searching the kelpways finally. I prefer my memories the way they deal themselves out. The kelp keeps them too true. Memories are not the drug for me that they are for some. I prefer to go to the kelp for the now, not the then. The kelpways would pink my waddles mightily, Elder, Mose said. The blue dust takes me to my heart and leaves me there sometimes. I don't know where it would leave me in the kelp. With the dust, you face your own conscience, Twisp said. In the kelp, you face the conscience of us all. That does pink your waddles all right. It demands truth and singularity of attention. One is easily lost in the cruel maze of someone else's life. Caleb has learned to filter the kelp as we learn to filter our senses. What will he find in there, Elder? Twisp shook his head.
The red, green, and blue lights intensified and their flicker quickened until the cavern was awash with light. The borer workers left their machine to stand at poolside with the others, who gathered in wonder. "I have heard of this," said one, "but never have I seen the like." "Not even his mother, the great Scooty Wang, was such a one," said another. Twisp found it difficult to hold back the torrent of words that memory triggered at his tongue. Memories they kept Twisp out of the kelp, just as they drew Caleb inward. The kelp was like a lifeboat to Caleb, an anchor to Twisp. A strange mist coalesced above the top of the pool. Every atom in the cavern became charged with a visible hum, and everything above the waterline glowed in a cool green haze. Half-formed images, fragments of someone's past, flickered in and out of the haze. Twisp saw fire and a baby at the breast, a memo to Captain Yuri Brood, the brown, sensual curve of a wet breast in candlelight. It was a tumble down a soundless tunnel, just the slosh and flip of the sea accentuating the drift. He had the sense of reliving something, of déjà vu without the vu. He heard a voice out of the mist, a woman's voice. "He will contact one of the Upcoast oracles," it announced. "There is news of Crista Galli and the others. Through me, Caleb will meet my son, and through him, Raja Flattery. He will explore Flattery's inner being. Without secrets he cannot rule, and with the kelp there are no secrets. Caleb will pick up the DNA path that leads to Flattery's hatch. Avata will transmit what he sees there throughout Pandora." The whole cavern had become the stage for a giant hollow projection. Soon, the babble and squall of life that went with the images swelled in the background. The mist had become a whirling ball of color and sound, its movements jerky and confused. "Caleb must focus his attention," Twisp said. "It is easy to get lost following the maze of someone else's life. He must filter Avata as we filter our senses. Then we will have a plan. One who withdraws oneself from actions but ponders on their pleasures in the heart, such a one is under a delusion and is a false swimmer of the way." Zavatan Conversations with the Avata. Queets Twisp. Flattery took his afternoon coffee in the greens, enjoying an impromptu stroll among the orange-throated orchids. They clung to the rock clefts deep in the cavern, their blossoms a pastel cascade. Condensation drip-dripped its paltry rain on leaves and wet rock, on the great flat surface of the pool. Kelp lights surged bright in the pool, reflected from the nearby bed. He paused a moment. This was something different, and the kelp, like Flattery, seldom did anything different. Flattery turned on his heel and dog-trotted back to his command bunker. "I ordered this stand of kelp pruned," he snapped, and jabbed a finger seaward for emphasis. "I want it pruned now." Marta snapped something into her messenger. "Not good enough," Flattery said. He signaled his personal squad. "Franklin, see that it's done. Use the mortar unit down on the beach." "Aye, aye." Franklin carried a pouch at his waist. Inside were the sandals, papers, and diary of the first man he'd ever killed. He said he was saving them for the man's family. They would want them. Franklin slipped with a warrior's shadowy ease out the hatch. "We can't loosen up now," Flattery told Marta. "Everything will go perfectly if we don't get careless. That kelp bed is our only back door. We need it secure now. Do you understand my concern?" Marta nodded, then sighed. "Well," she said, "I have some concerns of my own."
And ideas reshape humanity. Create an experience where they emerge thinking, strange things are happening to communications. What kinds of strange things? Random transmission sources of high-speed images, hundreds of sources, strong ones, and they seem to be all around us. "They are all around us," he hissed. "That kelp, well, we've taken care of that. Damage news? Orbiter news? Crista Galli news? Nevi and Zents have landed. They spotted the Galli girl and Ozette and anticipate no problem bringing them in. La Push. Snatched by the kelp. The pilot was caught in our charges. Condition unknown. Snatched by the kelp. All this kelp talk was making Flattery nervous. He caught himself running his sweaty hand through his hair. Omok's gaze caught his own, and he knew that his guard had seen that moment of fear. "Kelpways secure?" "We think so," she said. "You think so?"
Brood's squad is aboard the orbiter. No further reports. The holovision newsbreak that was scheduled from the orbiter did not air. We're on auxiliary power, the colonel interrupted. Failure at main plant. Shit, it's no wonder that these troops got through our security. They are our security. The Reptile Brigade, we called them. Shit. Does that mean a code Brutus? Flattery asked. The colonel shook his head. No, Director. This is an isolated unit of troops here. Their objective was the power station, and now that they've taken it, we expect them to defend it. Defend it? Flattery raged. They don't have to defend it. They blew it up. What would you do if you were them? I'd know that I'd crossed the Rubicon, the colonel said. Since there's no turning back, I'd head right for the top. Well, God damn it, take appropriate measures. Your ass is on the line here too, mister. Marta flagged his attention. I ordered sub-coverage of the seaside entry doubled, she said. I received no confirmation and don't know whether they heard me. Also, negative messenger contact with the beachside mortar. The response we get is gibberish. An icy panic tightened his stomach. Not the kelp, he thought. It can't be that. It has to be somebody controlling the kelp. But who? The likely possibilities came to two. Dwarf Macintosh or the ambitious and resourceful Captain Brood. Crista Galli was an unlikely possibility. Suddenly Flattery felt the full impact of this interference. We're cut off, he thought. Our whole strength was in coordination, and now we're cut off. A rally was clearly in order. We got a little flabby, people, he said, a little careless. This harmless little exercise could have cost us our butts. Let's tighten up our action. He'd caught them with their pants down, whipped them a bit. Now he'd have to coddle them, comfort them. Reports on the bomb in the upper office just in. He picked up Maria's messenger and held it over his head. Dick and Matt are alive. The rest didn't make it. May the perpetual light shine upon them. They all responded, may the perpetual light shine upon them, and drew a little closer out of reflex. It could have been us, folks. It could still be us if we don't tighten up. Consider direct orders the only secure communication. Information in, nothing out. Aye, aye. View screens and holo stages in his bunker began to flicker, barely perceptibly, then splashed high-speed displays of color throughout the room. Occasionally he glimpsed a face he recognized in the blur. It was his own face. What do we know about current control? He asked. His staff and guards stood transfixed in the surreal wash of color that visually drenched them all. They stagger-stepped to their posts, displaying the same disorientation that Flattery himself felt. Current control turned the kelp in Sector 8 loose, Marta reported. Then it turned loose all the kelp worldwide. Sensors now indicate that everything's intact. The kelp appears to be online again. High suspicion for Gridmaster failure. Brood's mission? No news. Holovision covered the launch site incident with a newsbreak report on the deaths of the Tatoosh field crew at the hands of shadow extremists. The colors that dazzled the room remained as bright, but their swirl slowed to a less dizzying rate. Flattery thought he detected a woman's voice, faint in the distance, somehow familiar, almost as though she called his name. Continued fighting in food distribution centers, Marta said. Too many looters to shoot, the usual "we're hungry now" crowd. Some of our people opened warehouses. All stores outside our perimeter have been breached. That's thousands of shuttle loads of food, he bristled. That's my contingency, my lifetime Voidship supply. Dried grains to feed 3,000 for 10 years, he said. Dried fish enough to feed 50,000. Add water, pat together, and cook. Instant wine. Add a package to a liter of plain water and stir. Bread and fish for the multitudes. Water into wine. If this Voidship could time travel, I could be Jesus Christ himself. Shit. Consciousness, the gift of the serpent. Rajalan Flattery, number 5 model, ship records. A lean-faced security, armed with both stun stick and lasgun, blocked Macintosh at the hatchway to current control. Halt. He motioned Mac and his men to stop and gripped a handhold to keep his bearing. Obiter command, Mac said. Who the hell are you? Security, the man said, and emphasized his point with his lasgun. Captain Brood has the details. We are under the director's orders to secure current control. Macintosh pushed off from the bulkhead behind him and sprang the gap. A push to the shoulder and a spin to the wrist later, Macintosh had both the stun stick and lasgun. The sputtering security was pinned head down against the passageway bulkhead by two of Mac's firefighters. You'll get the hang of it in a day or two, he smiled, if you live that long. Whether you live that long depends on how much you tell me, right now. That's all I know, he said, his voice edging a whine. Airlock time, Mac said. His men tumbled the security down the passageway to the freight airlock adjacent to current control. No, don't do this, the security pleaded. That's really all I know. How many in your squad? 16. Mac opened the inner hatchway to the airlock. My information says different. How many came up on this load, and are there more already aboard? It's just us, Commander. 16 troops and 16 techs. Where are they? Silence. Airlock time, gentlemen, Mac said. Let's decompress slow. Anything you might think of to tell us, you can tell us from inside the lock. We'll stop decompressing when we've heard the whole song. As Mac spun the hatchdog closed behind the security, he saw a half-dozen more of his men step off the elevator in full gear. Mac twisted the dial that sent air hissing audibly from the lock. His prisoner immediately became hysterical. Shuttle crew is ours, he said. 2 troops, 3 crew stayed aboard. Hollow crew was 2 troops, 3 techs. OMC crew was 3 troops, 2 techs. Current control, 4 troops, 4 techs, counting myself and Captain Brood. The rest secured the Voidship. Please don't let the air out. Don't put me out. Keep him inside in case I change my mind, Mac ordered. We can add to our collection here as things develop. We need Brood so we can find out what Flattery's up to. Hooking up the OMC, taking over current control and the Voidship. Sounds like things are going worse for the director than he lets on. Maybe he's getting ready to take the Voidship for a little spin around the system. The intruder code, a tone and light warning, flashed at all corridor intersections. It was a drill that Mac had never taken seriously. Now he wished he had. Rat, you and your people take the shuttle. Barb, you work the Voidship and know it better than anybody here. Take Willis and his engineers. Remember, no lasguns. You have your vacuum suits on, use them. The rest of us will handle this little nest here.
And ideas reshape humanity. Create an experience where they emerge thinking, if Flattery doesn't trust us anymore, let's make it worth his while. Mac knew that he had the edge over Brood as long as they met in the near-zero gravity and current control. Brood's techs might figure out the old hardware that ran current control, but the new organic hookups throughout the orbiter and ship, grown by islanders specifically for Macintosh, might be a surprise. These kelp fibers bent light and encoded messages chemoelectrically within cell nuclei. This enabled kelp to bring light to the ocean depths and messages to the orbiter. The switching speed and capacity of kelp hookups far outstripped any hardware that Pandorans had developed. Too late, Raj, Mac thought. Current control will never be the same. Brood could only fail. In the time it would take his techs to figure out Mac's secret system, they would all be grandparents. The is holy, and the void is home. Huston Smith. Hot suns melted through the thick post-squall mist to scorch the albino nose and exposed arms of Crista Galli. When an offshore gust caught the mist in a whirl, it freshened her hot skin like silk. She had felt the whump of breakers in the surf beyond the fog, and now she could see just how close the waves really came. Tides shifted again, Ben told her. He held her right hand, but his voice sounded empty with distance, thick-tongued. He blinked a lot, and his motions were slow, exaggerated. Dusted, she thought. I wonder how it feels. She was convinced now that the dust had returned her to reality rather than removed her from it. It was her personal antidote, an anti-amnesiac that spun valves and opened the stream of memory. She remembered Zentz, too. He had been a mere captain when he came into the lab at the preserve that made up her home.
He took away the researcher who was talking with her at the time, a young islander woman who taught social psychiatry at Taldini College. Once a week, Addie came to question Crista about her dreams and always spent the afternoon with her in the solarium over tea. Crista had awakened in that lab a 20-year-old female human without a single memory. The psychiatrist, Addie Cloudshadow, tried to get those memories back. In the process, she became Crista's first friend. Because of Zence, Crista hadn't bared another friend until Ben. Zence had walked into the lab that day with his weapon drawn, said simply, "Come with me," and shot Addie just outside Crista's hatch. Crista was sedated through her hysteria, and Flattery promised to take care of Zence. 4 years later, Zence surfaced as Flattery's chief of security, and Crista vowed to escape the preserve. Today, the mist kept her from seeing either up or down the beach. That glimpse of Zence would have terrified her a day ago, but today she was not afraid. Something in the flash of kelp memory warned her of Nevi, the other shadow in the mist, but it also illuminated a tension between the two that she knew would work to their favor. The kelp had replayed for her Nevi's refueling incident, and she'd even forayed briefly into Zence's mind. She had never seen anything so filled with horror and fear. She felt hate there too, but it had long ago given way to a fear of Flattery that itself became an intense personal fear of Spider Nevi. Divided, they fall, she thought. Flattery's world was coming apart, fighting itself, dying a thrashing death faster than it could inflict death on others. This was what Zence had seen when the kelp grabbed him, and only Crista knew the strength of his resolve not to die at Flattery's feet or at Nevi's hand. Crista had one open view from where she stood in the rocks, over the boil of breakers and out to sea. Though the tidelands wallowed in their salty fog, the sea itself glistened out to meet the sky somewhere in the distance. As far as the eye could see, huge fronds of kelp rose lazily from the sea and splashed lazily back. Crista found comfort in the play of the kelp and the infinity of the horizon. "What a time to be dusted," Ben mumbled and shook his head. "Rico has a plan," Crista whispered, "and he's ready to start it right now." Crista Galli felt her hair prickle when Rico's electric dance of light crackled up like a shield around her. The high suns roiled fog off the wet beach and coated her skin with a fine grit of salt. The mist enhanced the surreal quality of Rico's life-size hologram. From the backside, it was like looking through a fogged mirror that refused her reflection. Crista watched the barest shadows of Nevi and the others as they ghosted the boundaries of the hollow image that erased herself and Ben from the visible landscape. Nevi and Zence positioned themselves behind the light curtain, calling out strategy codes to each other. "Flank sweep, left," Nevi said. His voice was unhurried, precise. "Cover high, I'll take point and ground." But they disappeared. "It's a trick," Nevi said. "A camera trick. They're in there and can't get out. Position? Secure. 10 meters, left flank. I can't see shit in this soup." Zence spoke more with a gargle than with real words. "Ozette," Nevi called. "She's sick. She goes back or she dies, you know that. It's not a choice. Send her out." Ben's finger went to his lips. "He can't see us," Ben whispered. "Don't move." She couldn't tell one person from the other. The gigantic hollow danced on its curtain of mist. Surreal figures outside the hollow field became a futile blur. 3 laser gun flashes burst the curtain of rippling light, and a cascade of prisms lighted up all around her. Ben pulled her to the ground, and in a blink, the image reformed. "Stay low and don't move," he whispered. "This is the perfect hollow. Perfect." She wriggled with him into a fold of highlighter against a black lava boulder. Though faint, a wisp of images rose out of the highlighter skin and filled her mind in a steady unraveling of Pandora's tangled politics. The thick skin of the highlighter held the warmth of afternoon sunlight. With Ben tucked close against her, she felt safe. Flashes of sunlight sparkled intermittently throughout the hologram that surrounded them. Crista drew a new strength with the highlighter's touch, and a confidence that Nevi would fail. "They can't see us as long as we stay inside the image," Ben whispered. His voice strained with the effort of focusing through the dust coursing his veins. He kept low, but his quick eyes took in all of the scene that they could. "This is incredible," he marveled. "We're inside a hollow. Where the hell did he get the triangulators to bring this off? And the resolution? From the kelp, Crista said. He got everything he needed from Avada. I wish we could see what the hell's happening, Ben whispered. Right now, we're inside a hole in the light show. See this edge here? Rico's hollow follows the outline of our highlighter. He's made a stage out of a highlighter skin. His finger reached out to the edge of the highlighter skin and appeared to disappear as he pushed it through the hologram. A momentary flutter of light and shadow around his finger was the only sign of disturbance of the image. The mist makes the illusion especially colorful, he said. All the tiny flashes that you see are the lasers catching a water droplet spinning in the mist. Kinda pretty. I can take her back dead or alive, Ozette, Nevi's voice insisted. It was closer now, only a few steps away. If she's dead, the world will think you killed her. If she's alive, well, then everyone gets another chance. Going back there, she whispered, that is not living. Don't worry, he knows how it's gotta be. 3 more flashes burst through the light screen and pitted the boulder above them in a dazzle of red and violet. Ben wrapped his arms around Crista to sandwich her between himself and the rock. It seemed that the dust was bringing her out of a dream instead of into it. She felt her head and senses clear beyond anything she'd experienced in Flattery's custody. I think the dust
and ideas reshape humanity. Create an experience where they emerge thinking, you were right about it, she told Ben. It's offset whatever it was that Flattery gave me. She pulled Ben's arms tighter around her and felt as though she were melting into him, her busy atoms scooting between the oscillations of his own. She felt herself disassemble into her qualities of light and shade. She was no longer so much a substance, an idea, an image, a dream. She felt no pain or pleasure, just a sense of transmission, of movement with purpose over which she had no control. Ben, she asked, over a stab of fear, Ben, are you here? Yes, his breath puffed her ear. I'm here. I'm sorry, she said. She knew something was coming. Some feral intensity crested her awareness and would not be cowed. I'm sorry. A sensation like the one she had felt at the dockside in Kalalak welled up inside her, then burst with a loud crack that rolled outward from her heart like angry thunder. Everything around her stilled, except the wet rush of the incoming tide. Welcome home, Crista Galli. The voice spoke through her mind, without the impediment of sound. It came at a rush from the dying highlighter, from Avada itself. A refreshing sense of detachment, then a familiar disembodiment overcame her. The distinction between highlighter skin and her own blurred. She was encompassed within a familiar tingle. It was a muted, struggling tingle that she knew to be a kind of death in body that hatched the great highlighter of her mind. Her mind flexed its great sail in the sun and caught its first breath. We hatched of the same vine, Crista Galli. She remembered, now. Before the bombing that cut her free, she had been rooted for safety in a pod of kelp. The memories filled her head so fast they stunned her. Ben's groan in her ear reeled her attention back to their huddle on the beach. The hollow was gone, and enough of the mist lifted to reveal a scattering of bodies in the rocks. I thought I was dead, Ben said, rubbing his temples. How? What have you done? Crista couldn't answer. She felt as though she straddled 2 worlds, one on the beach with Ben, and one in the sea with her great guardian, Avada. The hollow had switched off with the thunderclap, and Nevi lay on the beach, nearly within her reach, his eyes blinking stupidly and blood oozing from his red-veined nose. She got up slowly and retrieved his lasgun. Rico, though wobbly, was the first to recover, and he did likewise with Zentz. My apologies, sister, Rico said, with a slight bow and a quizzical smile. There is much this ignorant brother did not understand. He reeled and nearly fell, but caught the side of a great rock and steadied himself. Others around them, the stunned ones, began stirring and shaking their heads. A few, victims of the lasguns, would never stir again. She felt bigger now, taller, and it seemed that even Rico looked up to her. A deep breath of the mist-laden air cleared her mind and helped pulse a new strength to her young legs. The tide hissed up to her feet, and a few meters away, it licked Nevi's outstretched form in the sand. So, Rico, do you still want to keep me from the kelp?
He managed a laugh and shook his head. 2 rules, he said. The first, never argue with an armed woman. She hefted Nevi's lasgun as though seeing it for the first time, then inquired, and the second? Never argue with an armed man. She returned the laugh, and Ben joined them. You argued with Nevi, Ben said, and look what it got him. I didn't argue with him, Rico said. I tricked him. That is, Avada tricked him. Now we've got more work to do. Believe it or not, we have to save Flattery. If we don't, Ben's bitterness dripped from his voice. He started all this. He should suffer the consequences. Not if we all suffer, Crista said. Not if human life on Pandora is extinguished. He can do that, I feel it. Rico is right. Flattery must be stopped, but he must stay alive. The dozen stunned Zavatan struggled to regain their feet and their senses. Ben picked up Nevi under the arms and dragged him out of reach of the water. A Zavatan scout took over and trussed Nevi's thumbs together behind his back with a stout length of Maki leader. That hollow, Ben said. I've never seen anything like it. How did you do that? Thought you'd never ask, Rico said. He picked up a length of kelp vine from the water's edge, caressed it momentarily, and then dropped it back into the sea. That was the trick. I think our Zavatan friends here have these 2 zeros under control. Follow me. I'd like you to meet my friend, Avada, the greatest hollow studio in the world. A warning shout went up from a scout at the cliff top, and simultaneously, a hunt of dashers splashed out of the upcoast mist in a sinister blur. Ben snatched the heavy lasgun from Crista's hand and pushed her toward Rico. He fired a quick burst, and the barest scent of ozone accompanied the snapping of the weapon. 2 dashers crumpled in a flurry of screams and sand, only a dozen meters away. The others began to feed on their dead, as was their instinct. A Zavatan scout emptied his charges into the rest of the hunt. They're so fast, she gasped, and discovered herself clinging to Rico's arm. He did not cringe or push her away, but put his arm around her shoulders and gave her a squeeze. Not much time to think topside, Rico said. Then to Ben, I see you're still quick in your old age. Some of us stay young forever, he laughed. Must be the company I keep. Ben's hand took her own, and the 3 of them caught their collective breath. If they're not too chewed up, we'll get you one of those hides for a souvenir, Rico told her. What would I do with a dead thing? She asked. A huge cold finger ran a shudder down her spine. I'm a lot more interested in life. Touché, Ben said. Let's get going. I want to look at Rico's mystery studio. A gust of breeze puffed the last of the mist off the tidelands, and both afternoon suns caressed Crista's pale skin. The fabric of her dive suit rippled in sunlight as the tide reclaimed, amoeba-like, the tumble of rocks that marked its upper reaches. With her hand clasped in Ben's, she followed Rico as he scrambled away from the sea up to the cliff. 2 Zavatan scouts in green single suits flanked a great entryway between boulders. In here, Rico said. It's not nearly as scary as the way I came in. Watch your step, the wet rock is mighty slick. Crista stood at the dark entry, feeling a pulse of damp air rush out at her. A series of carvings decorated the wall inside, carvings of intertwined kelp vines, fishes, and suns. She turned her face upward for one more dose of light before facing the darkness. Look there, Ben said, pointing skyward, highlighters, and they have the foil that these 2 came in on. A half-dozen of them appeared from somewhere landward, 2 of them cradling the shiny foil in a snarl of tentacles. They all dropped in lazy circles to within 100 meters of the beach. They valved off their hydrogen, fluting their peculiar songs that included one long, shrill, all-clear whistle. Their great sails fluttered and snapped, tacking the coastal breeze. Sunlight through their sail membranes made them glow a dusky orange, and even this far away, she could make out the delicate webwork of their veins. Guardians of the Oracle, one of the Zavatan said. They, like you, are sent by Avada to help us. There is nothing to fear. It seemed to her that their flutings called Avata, Avata on the wind. Come, Rico said, let these guys mop up. There isn't much time. They passed through the high portal of carved rock, and, though she had expected darkness, they entered a chamber of magnificent light. The light came out of the pool itself, fanning out from the kelp, and, like the warm breeze on her cheeks, it pulsed ever so slightly, as though it too were alive. Avada brought me in through the sea, Rico told them. There's an entry through the kelp itself into the pool.
And ideas reshape humanity. Create an experience where they emerge thinking, the entry closes off as the tide rises, then opens again at ebb. I just squeaked through. As you can see, it's well occupied. The strong sea smell of the beach had been replaced with the scent of thousands of blossoms, but there were no blossoms in sight. A kelp root rose out of the pool at the center of the cavern, crowding all the way to the high domed ceiling. The root comes out of the ceiling, Ben said. This rock was folded upside down during the quake of '82. Look at that monster. She saw that it was true. It did not rise out of the pool, but dropped into it. The top portion of root, 30 meters or more above their heads, was indistinguishable from the rock it clung to. Around it sparkled the thousands of reflections from its mineralization. This is an old one, she said, craning for a good look. A very old one. The cavern walls were terraced up to where the root joined the ceiling. The terraces were cultivated, and thick fruit vines carpeted the walls. A welcoming committee in brightly embroidered costumes smiled down at her from among the greenery. As the three of them stepped from the passageway to the edge of the pool, applause broke out, and the chant of "Crista, Crista, Crista" pulsed with the brightening light. "Look at yourself," Ben said, over the din. "You're glowing." It was true. Except for where his hand held hers, a light surrounded her body. It was not a reflection of the glow of the kelp on her white skin and white dive suit, because the pulse of this light matched the throb of her own heart. She felt stronger with every beat. "Thank you," she said, bowing to the crowd. "Thank you all. Your hopes for a new Pandora will soon be fulfilled." She stepped to the edge of the pool and became one with its emanation of white light, and felt herself enter again the great heart of Avada. It was as though she opened 1,000 eyes throughout the world and looked everywhere at once. And with some of these eyes, she watched herself watching Avada at the pool. She heard her voice rise to fill the cavern with a richness it had never held before. "Fear is the coin of flattery's realm," she announced. "We shall buy out his interest in kind." Images leaped from the pool's surface at the sweep of her outstretched arms and filled the cavern like quick, bright ghosts. Her body swelled to its limit in the seas, and she reached her thousands of arms skyward in joy. A gasp escaped one of the sentries, then a shout. "The kelp! Look at the kelp!" But no one had to go outside for a look. It was all played before them inside the cavern. Throughout the seas of Pandora, the kelp reached its great vines high above the surface. Colorful arcs of light bridged the gulfs between stands. Even highlighters trailed great streamers of light from their ballast, providing a link between isolated patches of wild and domestic kelp alike. Rico smiled through the dazzle of light, and Crista realized the difference between the Rico she had first met and the Rico who had saved them on the beach. This Rico was happy. "You're looking at Avada," he shouted. "The kelp has risen! Long live Avada!" Applause and exclamations of joy gave way to the heavy background rhythms of water drum and flute. But how? Ben swallowed his question back, his eyes desperately trying to follow the display that surrounded him. A parade of ghosts from all over Pandora washed among the people in the cavern like a hologramic tide. "Like the kelp maze of the mind," Rico explained, "only it's no longer just a function of touch." Rico turned to Crista and took both her hands into his. The light around them leaped even higher. "Though it seemed like moments, I was gone from you for years," he said. "I witnessed your life, my life, Flattery's life. He buried a secret in his own body that would kill the kelp should he die. If his heart stops, a trigger releases his stockpile of toxin worldwide. It would paralyze the kelp in moments and kill it all off in hours. You see now we must isolate him, stop him, save him from his own ignorance. Enter the kelp, tell the world what you know." Crista felt herself pulled to the edge of the pool, and a murmur swept the chamber when she stepped onto the thick root of kelp. What she felt in that instant was joy. She became the very force of life in all of those present, and she entered the being of a young Caleb Norton Wang. In blinks, the webwork grew.
In oracles throughout the world, people consulted the kelp and she entered the minds of them as they entered her own. It was more a giving up of mind, a joining of the piece to the whole. She felt as though she spun like a mote on a current of air, and filaments of light snaked out from each of her cells into the world. One of them, from the center of her forehead, reached beyond the world to touch the faithful above it. From her perch aboard the orbiter, she watched Pandora's seas become a shimmer with light. "So you see, Crista Galli," the voice inside her said, "the severed vine regrafts itself. In you, the parts are joined, and Avada is much more than the sum of its parts. If you take any activity, any art, any discipline, any skill, take it and push it as far as it will go. Push it beyond where it has ever been before. Push it to the wildest edge of edges. Then you force it into the realm of magic." T. Robbins' dwarf Macintosh had the axis areas of the orbiter evacuated and sealed off, with the exception of a handful of volunteers from the fire crew who remained as his security force. Mac was sure that Brood, when cornered, would resort to sabotage, so he instructed Spud to prepare separation charges that would blow the orbiter free of the Voidship if necessary. He was sure that Brood's focus would be current control, easily the most important and most sensitive installation in space. With luck, he won't get both the ship and the orbiter, Mac thought. With luck, he won't get anything at all. Mac had always hated the feel of a weapon in his hand. Moonbase had taught all of them well, and his recent life in freefall gave him the advantage over Brood, but he didn't rise to the killing challenge as eagerly as some of his fellows. Mac was older than the rest of his Earthling shipmates. He had trained a lot of Voidship crews, finally gotten a flight of his own, at Flattery's request. He didn't rise to the dying challenge anymore either. Since Beatrice had come into his life, he had found he wanted to live it more than ever. The prospect of facing Brood at the end of a lasgun struck a cold blow in his belly and set his hands to trembling. He gripped a handhold outside the main hatch to current control and tested the latch. Unlocked. He and 3 of his men sealed themselves in full vacuum suits and tested the squad frequency in their headsets. "Ready 1, he said. "Ready 2. 3. Yo 4. "Foam only, if possible," he reminded them. "We didn't build all this to blow it up. Remember, the kelp hookups in there won't survive a vacuum, so we don't want a breach if we can help it. Blow vacuum as a last resort. 2 and 3, you're right and left. 4, I follow you. Check?" 3 fists clenched aloft, though aloft to 2 was upside down. "Now!" Mac pulled the hatch free and they spilled into the room that had been home for him for the past 2 years. 2 was hit before he cleared the hatch, but 3, using him as a shield, foamed both of Brood's henchmen, and they hardened to immobility in blinks. 4 tumbled to a ceiling position above Brood. Brood himself sat calmly strapped into the control couch, his lasgun aimed idly at the gridmaster. He had not even donned a vacuum suit over his fatigues. Mac hesitated, his complete attention caught in the sighting dot of Brood's lasgun, which rested on the brain that controls all the domestic kelp in the world. "Dr. Macintosh, shoot your 2 men or this thing is history." In the immediate few blinks that followed, Mac's mind unreeled some light-speed logic.
And ideas reshape humanity. Create an experience where they emerge thinking, he's got to be bluffing. If he wipes out the Gridmaster, there's no way he or anybody else could live on Pandora a year from now. That was when Mac realized that Brood didn't have to live on Pandora, not if he had the Voidship Nietzsche. But he doesn't have the Nietzsche, not yet. "I might add," Brood said, "that if I'm killed, your OMC is also history. We can accommodate everyone, you see." Mac saw the 4 techs reflected in a console panel. They ducked behind the next row of machines and were tracked by the muzzle of 4's lasgun. Mac hoped it wouldn't come to that. The men inside the foam cocoons might survive if they were cut free soon, but a lasgun firefight? Messy, depressing. Brood tapped the intercom on Mac's console. "I left my man Ears back there to look after the OMC. You might have noticed how young he is. Nervous, too. That's been a problem in the past. You can ask your Hollow-Star what happens when Ears gets nervous. You okay back there, Ears?" The voice on the intercom cleared its throat a couple of times before answering. Yeah, boss, they're talking to me out there, but I ain't listening." "Making progress on the hookup?" "Yeah."
The voice was young and reedy. "Tech says 2 more hours tops." "You're hooking up the OMC?" Mac's voice sounded as incredulous to him as he felt. "What the hell for?" "We might want to take this thing out for a little spin, Doctor. Now, about those 2 lumps of shit. Here, I told you to get rid of them." "I won't do that, Captain," Mac said. He unsealed his headpiece and set it aside. He sat in Spud's control couch and affected the same casual sprawl as Brood's. "If you think I'm bluffing—" "No, you're not bluffing. You'll do something. But the Gridmaster is one of your aces. You're not going to throw it away on something as trivial as my 2 men. They can leave." Mac nodded to his men and spoke into his headset. "It's okay," he said. "Secure the hatch. Take these 2 and those 4 with you. They stay." "Everybody goes but you and me," Mac said. "You knew it would be that way anyway. Your 2 guards may have a chance, this way, and the others, they wouldn't get anything done here until this is settled, am I right?" Brood snorted his annoyance and waved them away. They backed out, pulling the wounded behind them, and Brood never wasted a glance. His attention remained on the Gridmaster's many screens that charted the world. A faint glow leaked out from behind the view screens, and Mac noticed a fine mist spreading from his holostage near the turret. The mysterious spill of a distinct white glow leaked under the console and licked at the heels of Brood's canvas boots. A similar glow lighted the base of their holostage, like a small moon on the deck. A reflection of light on the plasteel bulkhead meant that the turret, too, was suffused with this glow. The kelp, he thought. What could it be up to? Brood's lasgun still pointed at the Gridmaster, and by its displays, Mac saw that the grids had reformed, but into neat rows of convoluted waves. Either Brood didn't notice the glow, or he didn't know it was unusual. Something's overriding the whole system. That, whatever it was, meant that the Gridmaster didn't matter. It was merely a recording instrument, no longer a tool of manipulation. "Did flattery send you?" Mac asked. Brood's face, not an unhandsome one, turned up a lopsided smirk. "Yes," he said, "he sent me." "And are you following his orders, blasting in like this?" "I am following the intent of his orders." "Why wasn't I?" "Because you're part of the problem, Doctor." Brood swung around to face him fully, and Mac saw an age in his eyes that was much older than the boyish face that held them. Now Brood's lasgun pointed at his chest. The light continued its ooze from all of the kelp link-ups. A similar glow shimmered on each view screen behind the pale-faced captain. The whole planet's lighting up, Mac thought. It must be the kelp, but what could it be up to? "My orders were to secure current control and keep the lid on the Tatoosh woman," Brood told him. The man's voice was quiet, almost wistful. "We were to keep Ozette out of the news, replace any of her crew as needed, accompany her up here. The director thought she might try to influence you, thereby endangering the security of current control as well as the Voidship project. So, you terrorized her, executed her crew, murdered my security squad, and are now prepared to destroy current control and steal the Voidship? Even flattery won't buy this one, Captain." Brood smiled, showing his fine, sharpened teeth, but his eyes remained hard as plasteel. "Perhaps it is a family trait, this madness," he said. "You haven't heard the scuttlebutt, then? They say flattery's my father. Whoever my mother was, she was one of his diversions back at the beginning. I was the poor fruit of that diversion, as some might say." Mac was not as surprised at Brood's ancestry as he was by the cold anger with which Brood related it. Hot anger stings, he thought, but it's cold anger that kills. Mac started to speak, but Brood's upturned hand stopped him. "Spare me your sympathies, Doctor. It's not sympathy that I require. I am not the only one so privileged. There are others. If he knows, he finds favor in me, because I do not challenge him. If he doesn't—" a shrug, a pull at the lip. The ghost light pooled his ankles. "Others have not been so fortunate. My mother, whoever she was, for example. The director requires power, and I require power. That is clear. One way or another, I will have it. They've called a code Brutus down there. Are you a part of that?" Brood snapped out a laugh. Those sharpened teeth sent a shudder down Mac's spine. "I'm a winner, Doctor," he said. "I side with winners. I can't lose. If flattery wins, then I've saved his Voidship for him. Saved his precious kelpways, and I win. If flattery loses, then I've captured the Voidship and the precious kelpways to hold for the winner. What happens if one of the others asks your help? Then we'll suffer a communication breakdown, Brood said. That's nothing new up here, is it, Doctor? Max smiled. No, it's not. We've been having that problem all day. So I noticed. My men, they are new to these airwaves, but thorough. We have monitored you here for practice, you understand? I know you quite well, Dr. McIntosh. How well do you know me? I don't know you at all. I wouldn't say that, Brood said. You knew that I wouldn't blow the Gridmaster, not yet. You knew if I really wanted your men dead, they'd be dead, and yourself along with them. Tell me what else you know about me, Doctor. Max stroked his chin. Leakage from the body of the number 2 man drifted close, globs of blood floating with it like party decorations. Mac kept trying to remember which of his men it was, but it wouldn't come to him. But Brood was in a talkative mood, and Mac tried to keep him at it. You've covered all bases, Mac said. If you take the wrong side, you can always run off with the Voidship, provided you can muster a crew. I have you, Doctor, Brood smiled, an original crew member. I have the OMC, too. And I'll bet that you, a smart man and commander, would have a backup system. Probably something handy, like the Gridmaster. Yes, a backup for a backup. Brood laughed again, more to himself this time. He reached out his lasgun barrel and nudged the blood globules enough to clump them together and pushed the glob out of reach toward the turret. A smear of dark blood glistened on the muzzle. From somewhere deep inside his training memory, Mac recalled one of his instructors telling him how clean a lasgun kill was, how the charge neatly sealed off blood vessels in its quick cone of burn through the body. In practice, as usual, this wasn't always the case.
And ideas reshape humanity. Create an experience where they emerge thinking, suddenly, the entire current control suite filled with overwhelming, blinding light. A stab of pain punched at both of Mac's eyes, and he covered them reflexively. He heard Brood struggling nearby, bumping a bank of consoles toward the hatch. What the hell? Mac tried his eyes and found that he could see if he squinted tight enough, but tears poured down his cheeks anyway. What he saw made his already racing heart race faster. If light were a solid, this is what it would look like, he thought. It wasn't bright now as much as it was all-encompassing. He could actually feel the light around him. It wasn't heat, such as sunlight would deliver, but the pressure-like sensation of an activated vacuum suit. Mac kicked off and made a grab for Brood's lasgun as he fumbled upside down with the hatch mechanism. He missed the lasgun. Brood happened to open his eyes at that moment, and the barrel snapped up to take aim between Mac's eyes. Doctor, you just don't get the picture, do you? I ought to cook you on the spot, but I'll wait a bit. I'd rather have you and your girlfriend together for that. Now you tell me what the hell is happening here. A frightened voice came over the intercom. Captain Brood, we can't see in here. There's a light filling the OMC chamber, and it's coming from this brain. This was cut short by sounds of a struggle, and Mac assumed that his crew had penetrated the OMC chamber. For the first time, Brood looked worried, perhaps even a little afraid. I don't know what's going on here. Don't give me that crap, Doctor, Brood yelled. A fine spray of saliva skidded into the air around his head. It must be the kelp, Mac explained. He used the calmest possible voice he could muster. There are kelp hookups in here and in the OMC chamber. An eerie, strangled cry came from Brood's throat, and the man's eyes widened at something behind Mac's back. Mac grabbed a handhold and spun around, shading his eyes with his left hand. The bank of view screens that faced him seemed to be unreeling wild, random scenes from Pandora, some of them from the early settlement days. Those are my memories, Brood gasped. All of the places we lived, my family. Except, who is she? One face faded in and out, turned and returned, and gathered substance from the light. Mac recognized her right away. It was Alyssa Marsh, more than 20 years ago. A soft voice, Alyssa's voice, came from all around them and said, "If you will join us, now, we are ready to begin."
A great hatch appeared in the light, and a thick stillness took over the room. Nothing else was visible. The hatch hung in mid-air, looking as solid as Mac's own hand. But the pocket of light that contained them had solidified to exclude current control. There were no deck, ceiling, or bulkheads, no consoles, no sound, nothing but the hatch. Even Brood's heavy breathing got swallowed up in the light. Mac felt as though he were alone, though Brood was near enough to touch. He was tempted to reach out just to make sure he was real. Shadow box, Mac thought. Maybe they figured out how. What is this shit? Brood asked. If this is some kind of kelp trick, I'm not falling for it. And if it's your doing, you're a dead man. Before Mac could stop him, Brood fired a lasgun burst into the hatch. But the burst wouldn't stop, and Brood couldn't let go of the weapon. The detail of the hatch intensified, and the hatch went through dozens of changes at blink speed, becoming hundreds of doors and hatches that peeled off one another. The weapon became too hot for Brood to hold, and he tried to let it go, but it stuck to his hands, glowing red hot, until the charges in it were depleted. Though he struggled to scream, with his veins bulging at his neck and his face bright red, Brood did not issue a sound. When it was over, his eyes merely glazed, and he floated there, helpless, holding his charred hands away from his body. Mac heard nothing during this time, and smelled nothing, though he saw the flesh bubble from the man's fingers. Still, the hatch waited in front of him. It had first appeared as one of the large airlock hatches that separated the orbiter from the Voidship. Now it looked like the great meeting room door that he remembered from Moonbase. Every time Mac had entered that door, it was to be briefed on some new aspect of the Moonbase experiment on artificial consciousness. Some of those briefings had raised his hair and bathed his palms in cold sweat. The door did not frighten him this time. He did not doubt that this was an illusion, a hollow of near perfection. He had been accustomed to working with 4th or 5th generation holograms, but this one felt real. The light had been given substance. What did it take to do this? He wondered aloud. A 1000th generation hollow? It was as though every atom in the room, in the air, on his breath, had become a part of the screen. He reached out his hand, expecting to pass through the illusion. He did not. It was solid, a real hatch. Brood was no longer nearby. Like the rest of the room, he had simply ceased to be. All that existed were Mac and the great heavy doors dredged out of his Moonbase memories. He thought he heard voices behind the door. He thought he heard Beatrice there, and she was laughing. Please join us, Doctor. Without you, none of this would be possible. As he reached for the handle, the door changed once again. It became the hatch between Moonbase proper and the arboretum that he visited so often throughout his life there. A safe plasma glass dome protected a sylvan setting that he loved to walk through. Here at the edge of the penumbra of Earth's moon, he had strolled grassy hillsides and sniffed the cool dampness of ferns under cover of real trees. His mind, or whatever was manipulating it, must want him to open this hatch pretty bad. The latch and release mechanism felt real against his palms. He activated the latch and the hatch swung inward to a room even brighter than the one he stood in. This time, the light did not hurt his eyes, and as he stepped forward, a few familiar figures materialized from it to greet him. I've died, Mac thought. Brood must have shot me and I've died. To confront a person with his shadow is to show him his own light. Carl Jung. The orbiter's fire suppression crew floated in their odd vacuum suits up and down the passageway outside of the OMC chamber. Most of them were women, as was the majority of the Voidship crew. Each was equipped with a belt full of tools for bypass or forced entry, and several pushed smother cans of inert gas ahead of them as they patrolled behind Beatrice. All of them had suspected from the start that the young security who had sealed himself inside the OMC chamber was trying to get the OMC online. The firefighting captain who stayed with Beatrice was a structural engineer named Hubbard. Like all of the firefighters aboard, Hubbard was a volunteer and accustomed to getting twice as much work done in half the time. He deployed his crew according to their real job skills. In a matter of moments, all circuit boxes were opened, their entrails spilling into the passageway. 4 women positioned 2 plastisteel welders, one at the hatchway, one at the bulkhead seam to the OMC chamber. The operating arm of the welder alone weighed nearly 500 kilos, but here, near the axis, the only maneuvering problem was its bulk. These women must have been up here from the start of the project, Beatrice thought. They used their feet as she might use her hands, and their vacuum suits had been adapted to accommodate their more dexterous toes.
And ideas reshape humanity. Create an experience where they emerge thinking, when she first visited the orbiter, she had thought that this skill came from a particular breed of islander, but later visits proved otherwise. Macintosh himself exhibited great facility with his feet and toes, and his vacuum suit reflected these changes too. "Buy us 15 minutes, Hubbard was telling her, and we'll be all over that guy. "These guys killed my whole crew," she said. "They joked about eliminating your whole security squad and then they did it. Being all over that guy in 15 minutes won't be enough to save that, the OMC." "How would you do it?" Beatrice detected no challenge in his tone, just urgency. "I helped Mac install some hookups to the OMC chamber. There's a crawlway that starts in the circuit panel in the next compartment and leads into the control consoles inside the chamber. I know the way, and I can." "Shorty here can squeeze through some mighty tight spaces," Hubbard said. "She can bypass their air supply and divert in CO2. "No," she said, "that's too risky. It won't hurt the OMC, but I've seen people panic when their oxygen gets low. We want to keep these guys calm. They might just start shooting up everything in sight." "You're right," Hubbard said. "Shorty, tell Cronin to whip up some of his chemical magic. We want this guy down and out in a blank, and anybody else that's with him. We want that OMC and the tech in operating condition when this is over. Got it?" "Check, boss." "Listen up, everybody," Hubbard said. "Set all your headsets to voice-activated fireground frequency 331. He made the proper settings in her equipment, then explained to Beatrice, "That way we talk and he can't listen, and we don't have to go through the intercom." Beatrice noted the tools in Hubbard's jump kit. "Let me see what you've got there," she said. "I may be able to activate some of the sensors in the chamber through the intercom box. It would help to have eyes and ears." She slid back the cover, and a faint glow pulsed from inside the box. It was not an electrical glow, the cherry-red simmer of bare wires, or the blue-white snap of a short circuit. This glow was pale, cool, with a slight pulse that seemed to intensify as she watched. Hubbard's hand moved reflexively to a small canister at his belt, but Beatrice stopped him. "It must be luciferous," she said, "from the kelp leads that we fed in here last year." She selected a current detector from Hubbard's pit and applied it to one of the fistful of unconventional kelp leads. "Kelp leads?" Hubbard asked. "What the hell was he stringing?" "Circuits made with kelp don't overload, and they have a built-in memory, among other features. We've done some experimentation with it at Holovision." "Okay, there's something here," she said, watching the instruments flutter in her hand. "I wouldn't call it a current exactly, more of an excitation." When the bare back of her hand brushed the bundle of kelp fibers, Beatrice had a sudden, unexpected look at the inside of the OMC chamber. The young guard stood across the lab from her, lasgun at the ready, his eyes wide and clearly frightened. Beatrice watched the scene from two vantage points. One was halfway up the bulkhead behind the OMC, probably the outlet connecting with the hookups she held. The other was from about waist height, facing the security, and she realized she was watching this scene from inside Alyssa Marsh's brain. The kid kept flicking the arm-disarm switch on his lasgun. "Get inside," she whispered to Hubbard. "Get someone inside. He's going to panic and kill them all." She gripped the bundle of kelp fibers tight in her fist and dimly heard Hubbard snap out orders to his crew. She felt herself drawn both ways through the fibers, as though she were seeing with several pairs of eyes at once. The sense of herself diminished as she flowed out the fibers, so she gripped a handhold on the bulkhead and forced the flow to come to her. "I can't let this go on," she thought. "It has to stop." Oh, Ben, you were so right. It was nearly more than she could bear, but magnetizing as well. She knew she could let go the fibers, stop the headlong tumble down a tunnel of light, but her reporter instinct told her to hang on for the duration of the ride. She raced through the hookups aboard the orbiter and the Voidship, then felt herself launch toward the surface of Pandora. She tightened her grip and wondered who was moaning in the background, then realized that the moans were her own.
She was a convection center for the kelp. The pale-faced young security with the huge ears and filed teeth stood barely a meter from her eyes. Alyssa's eyes, she thought, and repressed a shudder. I've become Alyssa's eyes. The tech's hands trembled as they worked, and with each new fiber glued in place, the eerie glow increased. Brood didn't say this was supposed to happen, the kid said, more nervous than ever. Is this normal? I don't know, the tech said. Beatrice heard the fear in her near whisper. You want me to stop? The kid rubbed his forehead, keeping his gaze on the OMC. Beatrice knew that he saw Alyssa Marsh's brain being wired to some tangle of kelp-grown neurons, but it was Beatrice who looked back at him. Perspiration dampened his hair and spread dark circles from his underarms. Fear of the situation, she wondered, or is he afraid of the OMC? He was Islander extraction, there might be some superstition, but physical abnormality itself would not scare him. A merman would have a harder time facing a live-in brain, something an Islander would shrug off. No, he said. No, he said to hook this one up no matter what. I wish he'd answer us. The kid flicked a switch on his portable messenger and tried again. Captain, this is Leadbelly, over. The only answer was a faint hum across the airways. Captain, can you read? Still no answer. Leadbelly sidestepped to the intercom beside the hatch. The near weightlessness made it difficult for him to keep his back in contact with the bulkhead as he went. What's the code for current control? 224, the tech said, never looking up from her work. It's voice-activated from there. He fingered the 3 numbers, and instantly the glow in the chamber intensified to a near glare. He armed his lasgun with a metallic click-click, and Beatrice heard herself shout, "No, no!" just as Shorty propelled herself like a hot charge out of the service vent and onto Leadbelly's shoulders. The tech shrieked and jumped aside, and Leadbelly shouted a garbled message into the intercom. His lasgun discharged, and for Beatrice the world slipped into slow motion. She saw the muzzle flash coming directly at her, homing in on her as though pulled by a thread. This can't be, she thought. A lasgun fires at light speed. It was such a short distance to the muzzle that the charge hadn't fully left the barrel yet when it hit the glow around Alyssa Marsh's brain. Beatrice watched the lasgun sucked dry of power in less than a blink. Leadbelly screamed and struggled to fling the hot weapon from himself, but it had melted to the flesh of his hands. Shorty clung tight to Leadbelly with both hands and feet, spinning them across the center of the chamber. The charge triggered some reaction in the glow, and Beatrice found herself surrounded by it, curiously unafraid. All was quiet inside this bright sphere. Beatrice hung at the nucleus of something translucent, warm, suspended in yellow light. This is the sensation that the webworks mimicked, she thought. Beatrice found comfort in the familiar rush of some great tide in her ears, and she felt, more than saw, the presence of light all around her. The center, she thought. This is the center of me. A hatchway appeared, and though she did not have hands or feet, she flung it open. There stood her brother when he was 11, his chest bare and brown, and his belt heavy with 4 big lizards. Traded 3 in the market for coffee, he said, and thumped a bag down on the table in front of her.
And ideas reshape humanity. Create an experience where they emerge thinking, you won your scholarship to the college, but I'll bet it don't cover this. Let me know when you need some more. She had been 16 that day, and unable to know how to thank him. He hurried past her out the hatch, the dead lizards making wet sounds behind him. A flicker of hatches raced past, each connected to the artery of years. Some dead-ended at years that might have been. She opened another, this time an Islander hatch of heavy weather seal, and found herself inside her family's first temporary shelter on real land. It was an organic structure, like the islands, but darker and more brittle than those that ran the seas. Her grandfather was there, hoisting a glass of blossom wine, and all of her family joined him in a toast. To our busy bee, graduate of the Holographic Academy and new floor director for Holovision Nightly News. She remembered that toast. It came on the 475th anniversary of the departure of Ship from Pandora. It had become an occasion for somber celebration over the years, with a place left empty at table. Originally, this was intended to represent the absence of ship, but in more recent times, the gesture had become a memorial to a family's dead. "Ship did us a great favor by leaving," her grandfather said. There was much protestation at this remark. She hadn't remembered hearing this conversation years ago, but it pricked her curiosity now. "Ship left us the hive tanks, that's true," her grandfather said. "But we went up there and got them down. And we got them down without any help from anyone or anything inside of them. That's what will raise us up out of our misery, our genius, our tenacity, ourselves. Flattery's just another spoiled brat looking for a handout. You talk about ascension, Mama. We are the ascension factor. And, thanks to Ship, we will rise up one day to greet the dawn, and we will keep on rising. That right, little girl?" The party laughter faded, and a single hatch floated like a blue jewel ahead of her, waiting. It was like many of the orbiter's hatches, fitted into the deck instead of the bulkhead. Across the shimmering blue of its light-like surface, the hatch cover read, "Present." She reached for the double-action handle and felt the cool satin of the well-polished steel in her palm. She pulled the hatch wide and dove inside. She had the same sense of a headlong tumble, like her early clumsy progress in the near-zero gravity of the orbiter's axis. She sensed everything about her as though she had a body, and that body was hyper-alert, but she still saw no evidence of one. She sensed others too, not far away, and part of this sense told her she had nothing to fear. The translucence of the glow about her folded and thickened, forming a shadow at her left shoulder. In a blink, it precipitated into Dwarf Macintosh. "Beatrice!" He wrapped his arms around her and kissed her. "Now I know I've died," he laughed. "We haven't died," she said, "but we may have gone to heaven. Something's happened with the kelp hookups. I know that I'm still holding on to them outside the OMC chamber, but I also know that I'm here with you. Yeah, the kelp hookups and holoscage and current control got a glow to them. Then the view screens. The whole world seemed to be shining down there. At first, I thought it had something to do with those goons that Flattery sent up here. Now I think it has more to do with the kelp disturbances, the grid collapse. I think that your friend Mr. Ozette and Crista Galli are at the bottom of this. But how? We're in orbit. The kelp we touch here touches nothing else. It could just be a psychic disturbance, but then you wouldn't be here with me." "It's the light," Mac said. "The kelp uses chemicals to communicate. This we've known for some time. Now we've taught it to use light. That hollow stage I built for experimentation, it works perfectly, and all components came from the kelp. Only the kelp has gone a few steps further. The kelp takes pieces of light, breaks them into components, encodes them chemically or electrically, then reproduces them at will. It's something I refined from what cryptographers used to call the digital encoding system. You know more about holography than I do. You tell me what's going on." "If you're right," she said, "if this is the kelp's holography, then it's learned to use light as both a wave and a particle. We can hug each other, yet we're just hollow projections of some kind, right? Maybe the kelp has found another dimension." "Yes," a woman's voice said. "We are the reorganization of light and shade. Where light goes, we go." "Are you Avata?" Beatrice asked. A gentle laugh replied, a laugh like moonlight across flat water. A third figure began its mysterious materialization out of the glow. It was a woman, as radiant as the light around them, and because of that, she was barely visible. Beatrice recognized her immediately. "Crista Galli," she gasped. She looked around for sign of another figure, for Ben, but all she saw was the translucent sphere that held them. "Don't worry, Beatrice. Ben and Rico are with me, as you and Dr. Macintosh are with the orbiter crew. What they see now are the shells of our beings, the husks of ourselves. What we meet here is the being itself. But I can see you, hear you," Max said. "Beatrice and I actually touched." Crista laughed again, and Beatrice felt a giggle coming that she couldn't suppress. "I am safe here," she thought. "Brood, Flattery, they can't get me here." "That's right, we're safe," Crista said. Beatrice realized then that thought was as good as speech in this strange place. Or is it a place? Yes, this is a place. It is a who as well as a what and a where. Dr. Macintosh, we have substance because our minds have made a perceptual jump along with the light.
things change to accommodate our differing subconscious. Did you see a lot of hatches? Beatrice watched him hold out his hands, look down at his feet, puzzled. Yes, I did, but... And one reminded you of something pleasant? Yes, and I wound up here. So did I, Beatrice said. But an earlier one led me back to my family years ago. It was Avada's way of reassuring you, Crista said. It took you to a familiar, comfortable place. You have been terrified lately. Avada does not want your terror. She wants your expertise. Expertise, Beatrice swept a hand out to indicate their surround. After this, what could I possibly offer? You'll see. Think of this as Shadowbox, as the biggest hollow studio in the world, with nearly the whole world as its stage. What then? Stop people from destroying each other, Max said. They have not been able to get at him, so they will destroy his engines of power. If they do that, they endanger all of us, Avada included. Exposing flattery might be more dangerous than you think. But look at our method, Beatrice said. It's incredibly powerful. It will appear as a message from the gods, a vision, a miracle. I saw light shimmering above all kelp stands from current control, Max said. Is that really happening? Yes, Crista nodded. It is. Then we already have the world's attention, right? Everybody must have stopped in their tracks to take a look. My people stopped long enough to enjoy the light show, someone said. They're heading for Kalalach with everything they have. Another figure precipitated out of light, a muscular male figure with red hair. Though Beatrice had never met Caleb Norton Wong before, she realized that she knew his past nearly as well as her own. At the same moment, she realized this was true of Crista Galli and Mac as well. Then they know me too, Beatrice thought, and saw Mac's responding grin. We are part of Avada now, Crista said. Others float this drift too, but we are Avada's ambassadors to our own kind. You, Dr. McIntosh, believed me to be a manufacturer of the kelp.
And ideas reshape humanity. Create an experience where they emerge thinking, until this day, I, myself, did not know my origins. I owe my life to Avada, my birth to humankind, and my allegiance to both. Are we all not of the same mind? Beatrice agreed. We are. Flattery must be stopped. The killing must stop. Can we do it without becoming just another death squad? Beatrice paused, felt a surge of light within her, and watched a replay of the encounter with Nevi on the beach. Then she discovered something interesting about being one with Avada. All of them could talk at once, and she could follow everything perfectly. Caleb said, I can speak to all of my people, using the kelp. I mean, Avada, as you used it to beat Nevi. Who could ignore a giant hollow in the sky? I didn't use it to defeat Nevi, Crista said. I was merely a witness. Avada and Rico worked out a magic between them, but neither used the other. I stand corrected, Caleb said, and bowed slightly. How are we to cooperate with Avada? We initiated it by seeking contact with Avada in the first place. Each of us has done that, for our own reasons, which we all now know, Crista explained. Where there is kelp, Avada can project hollows. As you can see, these are being refined even at this moment. Our hollow selves here can hug each other, and we can feel it. Our problem is flattery, Max said. He has never been easily persuaded, and now that he's made an emperor of himself, he believes only himself capable of rational decisions. Anything else is a threat. He is paranoid. Therefore, it's a given that he set traps of one kind or another to protect himself from attack. Remember, he's a psychiatrist too. He can defend himself from both emotional and physical attack. The ultimate threat, of course, is that if he dies, Avada and eventually all humans die as well. We can't have him panic and start lighting fuses. Why can't Avada just capture him, as it has taken us? Caleb asked. He's not the type to kill himself, and it would buy us some time. Flattery takes excruciating pains to stay away from the kelp, Crista said. He won't even have kelp paper products in his compound. He must be drawn out to the kelp. Or driven out, Caleb said. Or the kelp has to come to him, Beatrice said. Maybe that's possible. There are the Zavatons. Yes, a voice that surrounded them said. Yes, the Zavatons. Suddenly, the light cleared around them, and Beatrice saw what was left of Kalalak, sprawled out, wounded beneath her. She floated above the settlement at a great height, with a comfortable sense of well-being that could only be wind buoying her. "Ah, Beatrice, you have found the highlighter," Crista's voice said. "Let us all join hands in Avada and be with her now." Beatrice was vaguely aware of her existence in the light. She felt Mac's hand on her right and Caleb's to her left, but the sensations she received were from her highlighter perceptions, and these steered her in a tightening circle high above Flattery's preserve. 3 more highlighters tacked her way, and each one snapped its full sail in their traditional greeting. She hovered directly above the blackened remains of the earlier highlighter explosion. Hundreds of people scrambled in and out of the cover of rubble, pressing in on Flattery's compound. Many of them wore the drab fatigues of his own security forces. "We must get to Flattery before they do," Crista said. "If he's killed, there may be no hope for Avada, no hope for any of us." Beatrice valved off some hydrogen and dropped closer, tightening her gyre. Though certain of the combatants below pointed upward to her presence, none raised a weapon or fired on her. Everyone topside is on one side now, she thought. Exploding a highlighter would be suicide. She wondered whether Flattery had any faithful snipers in the nearby hills. Now that she was only a few hundred meters above the compound, she noticed dozens of people in orange single suits popping out of underground cover throughout the area. The dozens became 50, 100, more. All Zavatons of the Highlighter clan. Swift grazers had fled the fire zone and scrambled into their burrows about the compound. And now the Zavatons were placing small orange flags at the entrances to these burrows. "They're showing the villagers the way into Flattery's bunkers," she thought. "If we can get inside first, we might be able to trap him." "Excellent," Mac's voice said. "And even if we don't, he has his seaward escape, and we drive him straight into Avada." The other 3 highlighters were immense, their supple tendrils dragging ballast nearly 50 meters below their gas bag bodies. From this vantage point, she had the opportunity to see the wildlife from Flattery's preserve scattered at the periphery of the scene. They had been a luxury, these mysterious earthside animals. They got food and health care when people starved, but she did not regret their survival. The people will care for them at least as well as Flattery did, she thought. Ben was right, there isn't a shortage of food, just a very selective distribution. She drifted low enough to the ground to make out individual Zavatons waving at her and shouting their greetings. The tips of her 2 longest tentacles stung when they touched the weehee tops. This close to the ground, she found maneuvering nearly impossible, but felt no fear sense from her highlighter host. "Fear not, human," the Avada voice said. "Let the ending for this spore bag mark our birth together on Pandora." "What do you mean, ending?" "Unlike humans, we crush ourselves under our own weight when grounded. Without the ultimate fire, our spore dusts are trapped forever inside their shells." "You mean, unless you explode, your spores are sterile?" "Yes. Now, you see, we are already too low to recover. I will live in you, now. Hurry. The others, too, must hurry. Find each tentacle a hole. Chase Flattery out. Avada will. Avada." Beatrice felt as though a ballast rock lay on her chest. She could barely breathe. One by one, her 10 tentacles found burrows marked by the Zavatons and began their twining into the depths of Pandoran stone. She heard the other 3 highlighters valving off their hydrogen nearby. What is this like for them, she wondered to her friends? Like a mother smothering a crying child to save the village? Then she was alive in the tentacles. It was like having 10 sets of eyes, and the light that grew from the dying highlighter turned a groping mystery into a warren of horrors. Eyes looked back at her eyes, and tiny needle-like teeth pulled back in a hissing snarl. She pushed forward, and they attacked, biting off chunks of tentacle as she backed them further into the maze. "I can't stand it," she screamed. "They're biting my face. They're horrible little—" "Beatrice, listen to me." It was Mac's voice. Mac was nearby, but he didn't know what was down here. He hadn't seen these little things biting. And down here she couldn't close her eyes, because it seemed that the whole highlighter became eyes to her. "Beatrice, talk to me," Mac said. Don't pull back now. I'm here. We're all here, holding hands in Avada. We're holding hands in Avada, and you're in the orbiter, holding a kelp hookup. Do you feel me beside you? I'm setting down beside you now. The Avada voice spoke to her. It sounded like Alyssa Marsh. Remember it as holding hands, even if you know it wasn't so. When you tell the story, say that you all held hands. It is a symbol. These clasped hands, as the clenched fist, is a symbol. Choose which of these you would pass down. Avada taught through the chemistry of touch, the learning by injection method, as some called it. Humans keep their kind alive by symbols and legends, by myths. She felt him. She felt a bulk press against her own, and the weight on her chest eased off. She could breathe, and wondered whether highlighters breathed too. We are more similar to you than different, the present said. I will enjoy a deep breath when you are free to take one.
And ideas reshape humanity. Create an experience where they emerge thinking, the swift grazers kept at her, their little mouths biting, snatching off bits of flesh from her face. From this highlighter's tentacles, the voice reminded her, I'm down. This was Crista Galli's voice. Me too, Caleb said. Let's kick some ass. The burrows were too narrow for the swift grazers to launch their typical swarming type of attack. Tentacles pressed them further into their burrows, and all they could do was turn for a savage little nip every meter or so. Beatrice felt that she had snaked about half of the length of her tentacles into the 10 burrows when they broke into the open. What she saw there with her battered stubs of highlighter flesh was a sight to make her gasp. A blur of fast little animals streaked into a magnificent garden, a place so beautiful that Beatrice thought she must be in the throes of some highlighter death vision. She heard cries and groans from the others as they encountered the vicious swift grazers, and she tried to comfort them by concentrating on the scene before her. You're close, she said. Don't give up. You're so close. Her wounded stubs sniffed the blossoms thick in the green foliage. Mosses and ferns hung down the black glazed ceiling and carpeted most of the walls. She could not stop the light from spilling out of her into the chamber, but she wouldn't have chosen to, even if it had been possible. She heard other screams then, screams of a man being shredded to bone. She saw him, an older man, flailing at the panicked swift grazers with a pruning rod. He seemed to melt at first, then he toppled, and his screams were muffled by hundreds of little bodies upon him. A couple of big cats came to the fray. They were bigger than dashers, stronger, but they were no match for the tide of swift grazers that continued to pour from the 30 other tunnels nearby. Troops raced inside from an opening across the lagoon, firing their laser guns and smoking up the place. They too were no match for the fury of the swarm. A foil that must have been Flattery's fled beneath the surface of the pool. The splash of its crash dive drenched the walls. There was nothing more she could do here. Rather than watch the horror, she withdrew to Avada and to the comfort of the light. Ferdinand of Aragon has always planned and executed great things which have filled his subjects with wonder and admiration and have kept them preoccupied. One action has grown out of another with such rapidity that there never has been time in which men could quietly plot against him. Machiavelli, the prince. Flattery heard trouble before he saw it. He had secured the upper bunker system and moved his most trusted personnel to the smaller office complex adjacent to the greens. It was cramped, but it met his needs and could not be penetrated from above. Here he would have the luxury of waiting out the results of the fighting topside. If we sit tight here, we can watch everything resolve around us, he told Marta. Fires burn themselves out, people get too tired or hungry to lift a weapon, then we'll sort out who's who. It will be dark soon. No one will want to be out there in the dark with a breached perimeter. Demons. He couldn't suppress a shudder, and he supposed, under the circumstances, that it didn't matter. Marta and the others were here because they knew him best, and they shared his passion for leaving Pandora. They were all a little giddy after the quick move to his private bunker. It helped that there were few claustrophobics on Pandora. Flattery was pleased to see that, even though they were under fire, his people rallied even more strongly to his cause. Still, he double-latched the security hatch behind him when he returned to the greens.
If we're required to stay down here for any length of time, I'll have to bring them in here, he thought. I'll put that off as long as possible. Throughout his life on Moonbase, from his implantation in a surrogate womb to liftoff aboard the Earthling, Flattery remembered no place that was private, unguarded. Part of his training as a psychiatrist had taken this into account. The ultimate privacy was death. He knew this lesson well, and it was because he knew this that he was designed to be the executioner of his species. Who was better trained than a chaplain psychiatrist to recognize the other artificial intelligence, alien intelligence? And who could be prepared better to deal with such a threat properly? Moonbase had made the right decision. Of this he was certain. Of this he was truly proud. Pride comes before a fall, a voice said from the back of his head. He shrugged it off with a shudder. It was possible that he had erred slightly in this matter of the kelp. He needed the kelp. Pandora needed the kelp. Therefore, keeping it alive was not so much a matter of prudence as necessity. The first CP on Pandora had ordered the kelp destroyed, and that act had very nearly destroyed what remained of humanity and the planet itself. Pruning was risky. Current control was risky, because there was always more kelp than people to control it. 10 years ago, it had already gotten out of hand, and he had been forced to concentrate solely on stands that marked important trade routes around Pandora's new coastlines. Then, 5 years ago, Crista Galli came into his life. He had suspected at the start that she was an agent of the kelp. He should have known better, but this kind of wariness had kept him ahead of the kelp all along. A chromosome scan of the Galli girl proved she was human. He'd had the tech who did the scan killed with the kelp toxin, and so began the rumors about the death touch of Crista Galli. Subsequent adjustments to her blood chemistry provided opportunity for other evidence against her. These rumors had suited his purposes better than entire legions of security. A well-placed rumor, along with some sleight of hand, has immeasurable value in political and religious arenas, he thought. Flattery was comfortable in spite of the conflict raging around him. In fact, he had to control his glee at the prospect of the aftermath. This will adjust the population problem, he mused. Old Thomas Malthus comes through again. The survivors who opposed him would starve. It was that simple. He had all the time in the world, all the world's resources at his fingertips. From his bunker, he had access to 3 of the largest food bins in the world, enough grain and preserved foods to keep 5,000 people healthy for at least 10 years. The greens would not provide enough fresh fruit for everyone, but he and a select cadre could be quite happy there indefinitely. All he had to do was wait it out. His first warning of trouble inside his personal perimeter was a faint hissing that he heard above the wave slaps in his pool. At the same time, he heard high-pitched squeaking above him, then intruder alarms went off. Most of his sensors topside were gone, destroyed or covered by rubble. These, placed in the dozens of swift-grazer burrows, were not true visual sensors but presence-activated alarms. Flattery summoned his caretaker, and the squeaking intensified all around them. "What is it?" Flattery asked. "It says Level A activity." "Swift-grazers," the caretaker said. "Level A is set for them, since they're the most common intruder into the fissures. This shows a lot of them, and deeper than they're usually found. This squeaking, it's getting louder." "There's a lot of them all right," the caretaker said. He studied the sensor scan and bit his prominent lower lip. "And they're still coming this way. Trigger your trap sets." The caretaker pressed a red spot on the scanner. The hissing that had become squeaks now rose to high-pitched shrieks of anger and terror. At that moment, a few dozen brown swift-grazers tumbled from a fissure above Flattery and to his right. They were uncomfortably close, spilling from above the hatchway to Flattery's bunker. "You'd better clean these up here."
And ideas reshape humanity. Create an experience where they emerge thinking, we don't want them established. "They're still coming," the caretaker said. He pointed further back to where there was obvious movement in the foliage against the wall. "I'll need some help here. We're not bringing any more people into the greens than necessary. You told me it was safe to keep these rodents around. You take care of them. Now." "Yes, sir." The older man sagged, sighed, and armed his las gun. "There's a lot of them," he said. "I'll need more charges."
A flurry of little bodies and shrieks caught their attention to the left of the pool, near the loading dock and Flattery's foil. Behind them, a bright white light broke through the cover of ferns. Now Flattery could see a similar light approaching through the fissure above his hatch. "I don't like this," Flattery said. "What do your precious sensors say now?" The caretaker flurried his nervous fingers across the face of his portable control unit. "Dead," he said. "Something's shorted out the power to all of the sensors." Flattery heard the low-throated purr of Archangel behind him, and for the first time realized that it wasn't merely a handful of swift grazers invading his garden. In blinks, there were hundreds of them. Something had whipped them to a fever pitch, and they displayed none of their usual wariness of humans. "Start shooting," he said, his voice low. "I'll get some firepower in here." By the time he had undogged his hatch and signaled for help, the light inside the greens was too great a glare to let him pick out anything but little blurs of movement across his path. He hurried to dockside and secured himself inside the foil. Flattery had started the foil's engines and begun his pre-dive checkout when he realized he'd left the mooring line secured. He glanced up at the caretaker, who was firing wildly at shadows in the greenery, and saw him suddenly disappear under a thick wad of fur. It was as though he'd slipped on a giant coat of swift grazers, and then disappeared. The coat melted to the deck and disappeared, leaving only the man's weapon, bloody tatters of clothing, and a scatter of fleshy bones. Archangel, too, was no match for them, and Flattery had his doubts about the five-man security squad beginning their sweep. "Not even smart enough to shut the hatch behind them," he mumbled through gritted teeth. "If they don't stop them." Flattery didn't have to dwell on the unpleasantness. He had plenty of evidence of swift grazer vengeance all around him. The squad had pushed them back far enough that Flattery could make a dash for the mooring lines and free himself from the pier. His only escape now would be to dive out of the greens and wait. The light in the greens was so bright that he could barely read his instruments. It nearly surrounded the pool now, and he was sure it was some kind of weapon that the shadows were using against him. "Ragtag bunch of bums," he hissed. "Why don't they leave well enough alone? Even they must be smart enough to know I'll be off this planet soon." As he flooded the dive compartments, he thought he saw faces swirling in the light of the greens. Crista Galli's face, Beatrice Tatoche, Dwarf Macintosh, and some young fuzzhead that he didn't recognize. He shook his head and attended to his instruments. As he settled beneath the surface of the pool, he breathed easier. The foil's atmosphere was contrived. It was not the cool freshness of the greens, but it was heaven now to Flattery. His intent was to wait out the incident safely suspended in the waters of his personal lagoon. The foil had full rations for 6, enough to last him months, and it could continue to manufacture its own fuel and air supply as long as the membranes held out. They were islander grown from kelp tissue in a method perfected several hundred years ago, and had been known to last up to 50 years. The light above him continued to intensify, and the water began a rhythmic chop that alarmed him. He had been reluctant to venture into open water now that the kelpways were down. The idea of picking his way through a tangle of kelp by instruments alone dried his mouth, and he forced himself to slow his breathing. "I'll head for the launch site," he told himself. "The nightside supply shuttle should be ready for launch in 3 hours." He marked the time on his log and swung the bow of the foil seaward. Ahead of him lay the vast coastal kelp bed and its infernal lights, blinking at him. The beachside mortar. They didn't stump this stand as I ordered. Somehow, the sight of blue and red flickerings across the depths ahead of him filled him with as much fear as the mysterious glare that backed him out of the greens. Flattery didn't like the feeling of fear. What if they lobbed their charges in now? I'd be a dead squawk. Out of habit, Flattery turned his fear to aggression and throttled himself into the kelp. The going was much easier than he'd anticipated. Waters off Kalaluk were quiet, in spite of the loss of current control. That is, they were quiet except for a strange tidal pulse that pursued him from the greens into open water. The uncontrolled kelp kept the major kelpway to the launch site open. Flattery attributed this to habit, or to perseverance of the last signal sent from current control. He was well into the thick of the stand before he realized his mistake. Several things happened at once, any one of them enough to shake Flattery's resolve to regroup at the launch site. He ran out of fuel less than a kilometer from the perimeter of the site. Instruments showed all fuel filter membranes functioning normally. Before the foil stalled out and left him adrift in the kelp, Flattery noticed that the CO2 in his cabin was higher than usual. The gas diffusion membranes were functioning, but seemingly in reverse. I'm out of fuel, in the kelp, and my foil is filtering CO2 instead of O2 to the cabin. He looked at these facts logically, hoping that logic would stave off the hysteria that bubbled at the back of his throat. He could shuttle ballast as long as his power supply lasted, but if he had to maneuver by battery, he wouldn't last long. No one responded to any of the undersea burst frequencies, and his navcom sent back no signal. It was as though he floated in the center of a black hole. Everything that went out from his foil was swallowed up. It must be the kelp, he reasoned. It's fouled up our communications before. Even the histories tell us that. He regretted his leniency with the kelp. It was something that made his life easier, so he had let the explosive growth of this reportedly dangerous species continue beyond his ability to control it. Couldn't herd people and kelp at the same time, he thought, and yawned. CO2's getting me already. The yawn frightened him into a flurry of activity, but the oxygen level in his cabin was already low enough to slow his thinking and his hands. He found that, even under electrical power, he couldn't nose any further through the kelp. Blowing ballast did no good either. It simply depleted his already feeble batteries. This damned kelp is sucking the life out of me. He stabilized the foil at fewer than 20 meters below the surface. His instruments refused to function, and visibility faded quickly as sunset tipped the scales toward night. Around him, the kelp pulled back from his foil, and certain of the kelp fronds began to glow. It was the same kind of cold white glow that had filled the greens just before he dove. "This is some kind of shadow sabotage," he growled. "You'll all regret this." Within moments, he was wrapped inside a sphere of light so bright that details inside the foil became invisible to him. The glare continued to be bright, even though he shut his eyes and covered them with his hands. Voices babbled like red music at the back of his mind. A warning buzzer droned from the overhead panel, and the automatic repeated, "Cabin air unsafe, don air packs." How long had it been warning him? He remembered. Light.
And ideas reshape humanity. Create an experience where they emerge thinking, this was a woman's voice, someone he knew well. But it wasn't the galley woman. The buzzer exhausted itself to an electric rattle, and Flattery shook his head. "I need air," he gasped. The sound of his own voice broke him free of the suffocation trance of the carbon dioxide. Flattery clawed through a crew locker for his dive suit. He didn't bother with all of the fastenings, but tightened down the faceplate and activated the air supply. The director's white hands trembled beyond his control, but at last he could breathe. "I've got to show them who's in charge," he thought. His training always lurked inside, but something about adrenaline slung it free. An old islander proverb echoed in his mind. "Stir a dasher, feed a dasher. I am the dasher, and I will strike." Flattery repeated this to himself a few times while carefully slowing his breathing. "What do you want?" he shouted into the faceplate. "If you kill me, you'll die. You'll all die." His breath fogged the plaz in front of him, but it didn't diminish the cold white glare at all. In fact, as he looked closer at the beads of condensation on his faceplate, he saw faces inside. Hundreds of tiny faces suspended in translucence, one or more glittering inside each droplet. "Killing is your way, not ours." That voice, inside his own head, chilled something deep in his belly. He could not mistake the familiar moon-base accent of his shipmate Alyssa Marsh. She had been more than shipmate for a while, but hers had always been a cool intimacy. But it couldn't be Alyssa Marsh, because she was, well, not dead exactly. What is going on here? The rasping that he heard across the cabin ceiling and around the foil could only be kelp vines. They snaked across the cabin plaz without diminishing the white radiance that pierced his eyelids, his retinas, his very being. The foil lurched,
Then its metallic skin shrieked as the kelp began to tear it apart. Flattery hurried to seal his dive suit. He had already armed 2 lasguns, but he grabbed a couple of spare air packs instead. "You may fight if you wish," Alyssa's voice told him. "You will not be killed. You will not be harmed in any way." She had a terrible accident in the kelp, had been Flattery's official version of her body's demise. Now scenes from her life danced in the light around him. And he saw her great secret. Cool as Flattery was, it chilled him just the same. Alyssa had slipped away on a long-term job in the kelp, knowing she could stretch 6 months of research in wild kelp beds to 9 or 10 months without any trouble. He'd wanted to be rid of her, she'd sensed that. If he knew she were pregnant, he would destroy the child, of this she was sure. He would probably destroy her too. Not 1 in 10,000 clones ever got the chance for a baby. Flattery, Alyssa, and Mac were very possibly the last living members of their original crew of 3006, each one the clone of some long-lost donor. The broods took him, and Yuri he was called. There were no other children at this kelp outpost, so Yuri spent his first 2 years undersea with 14 adults. Flattery closed his eyes, retreated into himself. It was just the once, his mind pleaded, just the time. "Do you think it's what I expected my body to do?" she asked. The images stayed on the other side of his eyelids, but her voice came right into his mind. "How would I suspect? You didn't stick around. Your work in the kelp." Now the scenes came inside his head. Flattery watched as he personally dismantled Alyssa, and he himself performed the transplant to the life support surrogate and severed her brain forever from its body. "All you have to do is consult the kelp," he heard Mac telling Brood. "You'll have your answer for sure then. You can follow your genetic line back as far as you have the patience to follow." "I know who my father is," Brood said. "It's him, Raja Flattery." In one gigantic twist, the foil ripped apart at the cabin seam, and the sea burst in on Flattery. When the pieces fell away from him, the sphere of light remained, and more images danced across the surface of the sphere. He saw Nevi and Zents captured at the beach, and Brood's attack on the orbiter. A panorama of disaster played out for him, and he watched his precious preserve go down in plunder. All along the coastline, huge whips of kelp flung themselves skyward and lit up the sea with their pale green glow. "You have much to learn, Raja Flattery," Alyssa said. "You are an intelligent man, perhaps even the genius that you believe yourself to be. Ultimately, that is what will save you." Something grabbed at his right ankle, and he spun away. It grabbed again, and held, then pinned his arms when he tried to batter at it with a spare air pack. He was already exhausted, and found himself in a dreamlike state that made resistance more work than it was worth. "As I told you the night you killed me, I don't think you understand the immensity of this being." Beatrice watched Flattery's memory take over, and he broadcast the entire scene of Alyssa Marsh's separation from her body. Whole screens, view screens, kelp beds, the air and sky themselves lit up with Alyssa Marsh's memories of her final encounter with Flattery. "You owe me a body," she said, and she said it in that same flat, emotionless tone that had made her his first pick for this crew a lifetime ago. The kelp began to inciliate Flattery, to encapsulize him inside a life support pod. It had been the same with Crista Galli as it had been with Vata and Duca before her. Beatrice felt the cilia seeking out his blood vessels to adjust his oxygen level and pH. Others would feed him, recycle his wastes, and protect him from flesh-eaters. She felt this as she sensed the world through the highlighter's skin. Flattery had the show, and the whole world was watching. So many things fail to interest us, simply because they don't find in us enough surfaces on which to live, and what we have to do then is to increase the number of planes in our mind, so that a much larger number of themes can find a place in it at the same time. Jose Ortega y Gasset. Twist felt a moment of hysteria play flip-flop with his stomach as a sphere of cool light encompassed the young Caleb. Twist had sent a boy up coast, and now a man came back. He had known the boy's father the day he changed from child to man. Suddenly, that old sense of loss iced his spine, and he stood a little straighter at the poolside. Caleb's a lot like his father, he thought. Obstinate, sure, outraged. Caleb's father, Brett, had been outraged at the sight of thousands of fellow islanders stacked dead in a merman plaza. Outraged that humans would murder children in their beds and parents at their prayers. An entire island sunk. Twist had heard about the sinking of Gameus Island. He'd seen hollows of the grim rescue scene. But Brett had seen the sledges of limp bodies, heard the rattle and dying throats. As though picking up his thoughts, the bright surface of the sphere played back some of those moments, far clearer here than in his memory. Other images played there too, nebulized, indistinct, as though making up their minds about being. He saw in them replays of the scenes Caleb fought with his people. He had resisted the majority of his forces who wanted Flattery's blood. They chose to move without him, and Caleb stood up to them. "You're willing to die in battle anyway," he told them. "Why not die feeding the poor?" He was sending an army against Flattery, all right, an army of angels laden with food. "Everything stops until everyone eats," was written on each pilgrim's shirt, as they set out by the hundreds for the camps. Twist had renewed confidence that Caleb's hatred of the director would not turn the boy into another Flattery. He's not a boy, he reminded himself, and he's safe in Avata. His mother saw to that. Twist remembered the time when he had needed convincing himself, when it was Caleb's mother, Scooty Wang, who first thrust him into the kelp ways of the mind.
And ideas reshape humanity. Create an experience where they emerge thinking, her face came up in the sphere, and it was the smiling face of the precocious teenager that Twisp remembered so well. How could Brett not have loved her? Twisp tugged his gray braid that tickled his neck. In the halo around Caleb, more images precipitated out of the light. They all seemed to be people he knew, and they all had one other thing in common. They're all dead. He heard a whimper behind him that must be Moe's. In that moment, Caleb became a bright shadow inside a brighter sphere, and he seemed to hover above the pool rather than float upon it. The manifestations, the flickering images around him, recited a few scenes from their pasts. Twisp was awed, but not afraid. Everything swam in a pale radiance that pulsated slightly, like a child's fontanelle. A similar pulse began to beat in the wave slaps around the rim of the pool. The onlookers had ceased their chatter and begun their chant of renewal. It was a call-and-response chant, typical at Blossom time, an improvisation on an old theme that Twisp had heard his grandparents sing. "Open the leaves," and "the blossoms, open." Caleb was no longer visible inside the light. The light now was brighter than anything Twisp had experienced, but this cool brightness did not hurt his eyes. In fact, he could not take his gaze from its hypnotic spell. "It's everywhere," a tremulous voice shouted from the cavern top. "There's light on the waves, in the sky, everywhere." Twisp recognized this breathless voice as Snej, the young assistant at operations. "And there are pictures in the light," another gasped, "just like this, only it covers the whole sky." When a great light took over the whole cavern, it became impossible for Twisp to make out the faces of his fellow Zavatans. Even Moe's, as close as he was, became just another light inside the light. Snej's voice came to him again, bell-like in its joy. "Crista Galli is safe," she announced. "They are all safe. The fighting is at a standstill." The bright sphere in front of Twisp unreeled the tideline drama of Ben and Crista Galli and their near-fatal encounter with Zents and Spider Nevi. It seemed to Twist that the event was more than visual. Though it must have taken up nearly an hour of real time, the scene was communicated to him in a matter of blanks. A cheer filled the cavern when Spider Nevi fell, and the images on the sphere shifted to another cavern and to the terrified face of the director. All fell silent at the sight of Flattery, except for a few angry mutterings across the pool. "Is this a miracle, Elder?" "Flattery's being driven out," Twisp said. "I'd say that was more inevitability than miracle. Avada has decided that it's time to meet the director." The brightness inside the oracle spread out from the sphere to bathe each observer. The darkest of them was a dazzle of light against light. "Look, Elder!"
Twist watched Mose lift his arms as though flying, and streams of thick white light pulsed from his fingertips to join with other light nearby. Though it was impossible for him to see detail, Twist watched these same streams merge with others in midair. He was reminded of the time as a child when a cell biology architect visited his creche to show his classmates many wonders. One of these was a blow-up hollow of cytoplasmic streaming, of an amoeba pumping parts of itself into other parts of itself in order to move, to capture and digest prey. What are we here? He wondered aloud. Predator or prey? The answer came in a rush that rocked Twist back on his heels. You are brother to me, as I am sibling to you. His long arms shot out over the pool for balance. A hand reached out of the light and gripped his own. The grip felt real, the hand wet. Caleb stepped from the kelp root to the rim of the pool and kept a hold on Twist's hand. The cavern around them was a din of babble as the Zavatans consulted Avata and each other. They encountered spirits of their ancestors that Avata released from the prisons of their genetic code. "Let us join hands and thank Avata," Caleb announced. His voice took on a new projection that stilled the babble but did not shock the ears. "Avata has dismembered the monster that Flattery built out of our people and has taken him prisoner. He will be re-educated, as we have been, in the inviolable rights that the living have to life. Tonight, everyone will eat. Humans are through suffering at the hands of fellow humans." Everyone in the cavern linked hands, and the light flowed through them from the pool and then flowed back. Figures and faces, bits of imagery tumbled along the brightening stream. Gasps of wonder and cries of delight filled the chamber. Then the cavern itself dissolved from view. Ceiling, walls, the rock beneath their feet were no longer visible. All Twist could see was a serpentine of people holding hands surrounded by something he could only describe as a light mist. All Pandorans were linked with this group, and they all stood together on an immense plane of light. It was warm there, and for once there was no fear of demons, or security, or hunger. Twist withdrew quietly from the poolside celebration, found his robe in his quarters, and sought out his favorite rock overlook above Kalalak. Below Twist's rock outcrop, the night air clarified against a glisten of sea. An old tracked vehicle clanked its stubborn way up the trail, and at first Twist's reflexes tightened. A couchette followed the track, both vehicles piled high with belongings and wallowing with the effort. These people were already leaving Kalalak, bound for something better with their bedding and their hope. "Welcome," Twist whispered. His attitude was exuberant, but his body exhausted. "They will be all right," he marveled. He thought first of Caleb, who had left his bitterness behind him in the kelp, who would soon enough bring the grandchildren of Brett and Scuddy to hear stories at their Uncle Twisp's knee. He could guess how it would be for the rest from what he'd seen in the kelp. Ben and Cristala were a match made on Pandora, but sealed in Avata, and they would help develop opportunities to improve the lives of Pandorans for many decades to come. Twist had a feeling, when the light penetrated him, that Rico and Snej would take up housekeeping somewhere nearby. The Voidship Nietzsche, with Alyssa Marsh at the helm, would speed Mac and Beatrice beyond the limits of light contact with Pandora. It would take the humans and their newfound symbiote, Avata, to another world, which, if not perfect when they discovered it, would make humans happy with the work toward perfection. Some new insight told Twisp that Yuri Brood would receive a reprieve aboard the Nietzsche and would acquire the necessary spirituality by tending his mother, the OMC Alyssa Marsh. Through the kelp hookups, Alyssa Marsh had found her new body and her son. Her son would write out the musings of this OMC, which would become the manual for human behavior for generations, a sociology of ascension. Their shipload of pilgrims would people a new star, and the sea of a planet of that star. Raja Flattery would live on in the kelp, his needs met, a prisoner of his own selfishness and greed. People would meet him there from time to time, and legends of him would prevail throughout the generations. Though Pandora's days were numbered, Twist would live his days out roaming Pandora, working hard to improve the lot of everyone. He knew now that he would not be the one to see the end, and was happy for that. "I'll be known as the old man of the high reaches, I suppose," Twist mused. All was quiet in the settlement below. The glow that had swelled out of the sea and encompassed Kalalak now sank back to the sea. A cool shimmer remained, ghost-like at the surface. 2 moons and a sky full of stars beamed down on Twisp's gray head. An occasional cheer broke the silence, and Twist listened as the tinkling sounds of nighttime laughter rent the ancient cloak of death and